What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to week number 2 of the FNCS Invitational. After a rough qualifier round, 100 players joined FNCS Grand Finalists and content creators alike, where only 300 moved on to week number 2. And now only 80 spots are on the line. Who will make it through to the FNCS Grand Finals? Well, we're here this weekend to find out. Joining us for the show, we've got Shia Wager, we've got Ball TW. How you guys doing?
What up?
What up? This is what we get to do while we wait for the countdown. There you go. Now you got to see some of that. Of course, gentlemen, we're getting ready to kick things off. The battle bus is being prepared. But first, let's go ahead and talk about the show itself, starting with the tournament format. We are in week number 2. Again, only 80 qualifying spots into grand finals after 20 games. That is 10 games across both days. 10 today, 10 tomorrow. Next week, we'll have the reboot round, where players who have not qualified will have a second shot to make it through to grand finals. Only the top 20 in every region will qualify, and that's over 10 games. After 10, the top 20 from every region will move on. And of course, grand finals after that, only one player from every region will stand above the rest as the FNCS Invitational Champion. Here's a look at the schedule. Don't forget, games are going across every single region. We ourselves will be broadcasting Europe with a small break, and then we'll be hitting NA East, where the games will be happening. The players will be playing and building up, trying to achieve the highest peak above the mountain to move on to grand finals. Here is a look at your format. 33 points for that Victory Royale, with points as far out as 75th, with a single point up for grabs. Every elimination is, of course, 4 points. Now, last week, we didn't see those points be quite as tantalizing as the week before, but maybe now, with the competition being a little bit harder, a little bit higher, that may come into play. Now, of course, we got to talk about what's on the line. We've got qualifying spots, but there is also money on the line for every single region. Now, of course, don't forget, it was week 1, week 2, and grand finals where the pricing breakdown will occur. Here's a look at the breakdown per every single region. I mean, guys, Shy, Bala, it's going to be an absolutely incredible weekend. This is where the tournament turns it up a notch.
Yeah, it turns it up a notch on all avenues. You've said it, Zeke. Pricing, we're talking about the level of competition as well. Down to double digits for qualification. Top 80, basically, what people are fighting for. You know, the atmosphere when you're playing for a top 300 spot, even if it's in cash cups, right? Now it's the FNCS, pretty much the Invitational. Like, it just gets really different. The gameplay changes. You'll see a higher level of both aggressiveness as well as endgame moments.
Yeah, and I think you talked about the eliminations maybe being a little bit more tantalizing this part, but I think that's what's going to basically separate the differences between players, but not make them aggressive. I think this week is where we're going to see the most intense games until we get to grand finals, because top 300 out of where we started, which was 600, where we started, which was open qualifiers, tens of thousands of players. Now we're down to just 300, and top 80 to qualify today, that's actually a hard feat to do this week.
That's right, dudes. Now, of course, we're getting ready. We know what you want, Fortnite fam. We want games. We want them too. But first, what we got to do is touch on the other regions. We've got Shy. We've got Bala here to help us run through things. We're going to start over in OCE. Volk's there in number 1. 36 eliminations, a Victory Royale, and 246 points. That's a substantial lead, Shio.
Man, he's on Raised by Kings, and this man is the king of the region. Volks, 1 Victory Royale, 40 points plus ahead of the competition in first. On all avenues, this man was ahead of people such as Looter, Link, Worthy. I mean, all these names, Jordan, Jolin, these guys are known for being at the top spots, but this man is the king of the crop all the way forward.
And I'm not seeing Repulse God, who was first last week after both days, and because he's not there, he might be missing out on a first place in the week that might be more important than week 1 in terms of prizing. But you look at the rest of this, there's even more people here. Radius, Jinx, who's up here as well. Jinx, one of the more accomplished players in OCE, but there's so many. I mean, Squeaks was up there last week too.
And then this is where we kind of delve into people who are still, not going to say on the up and coming, but people who are now leaving a legacy behind the 30th to 80 slots. We've got Earnings Check, who, hey, I want to know who you are, what your real names is, my friend. But 138 points down to 124. Victory Royale's down at this spot of the leaderboard as well. We're starting to see the differences in playstyle. We have people with placement heavy points such as Rax, who are, you know, banking on those wins. Then we have those eliminations near that bottom 80 as well.
Yeah, you're talking about points, but look at this. This is 80th place, 70th to 80th place. And remember, 80th is that qualification range. We got players like Rel up here. We got players like Minkin and Alex, who placed 10th at one of the most intense DreamHack tournaments ever, one of the best solo tournaments of all time. And they're down here, 93 points for Alec. It's going to be a hard run going forward.
And that's OCE. Now we move over to Asia, where we have CRQ Jappy all the way at the top. Once again, a definitive lead. No tiebreakers in sight. 27 eliminations, 1 victory royale, 218 total points. Past him, Rylex in second. Look at the breakdown. This is where things get slightly closer. But then once again, we have people who don't eliminate as hard. Kentosh, right? 14 total. The victory royale there. That man screams consistency to me right now in 6th place. I'm excited to see where he goes in grand finals.
And a big thing we got to talk about, gentlemen, is of course that point, the points on the table for all of these regions. Keep in mind, it is cumulative points across both days will qualify for that grand finals, the top 80. So when we're looking at these point breakdowns, we know what 1 is. Now we know what down to top 30 is, which is 118 points. And we'll be hopping over here in just a moment to see what that final 80th point threshold is for all these other regions. These are kind of snapshots we need to be keeping in our mind as we kind of move throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw Ruri there in 36th. I mean, there's so many good players in Asia in this region. But yeah, to talk about that, 88 points is 80th right now. Double that, you can kind of get a good picture of what that top 80 is going to be after tomorrow. And so that kind of sets it into play for not only Asia. I mean, 88 points might be very specific to that, but we might be seeing 180 to probably like 200 points as everybody starts to rise up on day 2.
Yeah, that was the first 10 games. We'll wait for the next, but now in Middle East at the top spot, Soriano, who everyone predicted to be up there. This region slightly different, a tiebreaker for 218th for first, but we saw why he won the ties, 3 total victory royales. After that, though, you gotta quiet down, because from 3rd to 9th place to 8th, ASMR is the people who are on top, moving silently throughout the ranks. These guys are in numbers here in the top 10. Almost taking out 5-6 slots. We'll move over to the next page too and see even more. But Toby, Spy, Kai, Vagnar, all the way up there. 2NM7, who we know is so good as well, up in 11th, just shy of it. But look how close the points here are, Zeke.
My gosh. And again, this is like, these are the points we need to be keeping in the back of our minds, right? Especially as we move through all of these games, is how are we not only looking against other regions, but keeping these thresholds in mind. That's what we got to be looking at. So when you see a player and he's down somewhere in the 50-point range, especially later on in games, you got to think, all right, what does this guy have to do to push himself back up there?
And I was watching a little bit of Middle East yesterday and kind of got a picture of what these games are going to look like. We look at the top 80 threshold right now, but they were hard. They were stacked. In the end games, we were seeing 8 to 10 people in 9th zone, even in Middle East, where typically you don't necessarily see that as much. In this stage, we will. It will be like grand finals. We will see Storm Surge in the 5th zone, in the 7th. These are going to be difficult, and Middle East, when I was watching yesterday, proved that.
That's right, gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting time. Now, very quickly, we do want to touch on something, and that is the reboot round. It is actually going to be 10 games. I know in the past we've said 6. Made a slight error there, but it's okay. It's going to be over the course of 10 games. Now, gentlemen, we got to talk about things as we get ready to hop aboard the battle bus. Starting in EU, Shayo, who are you hoping to see at the top? Because we got to consider, too, there's players that did not qualify that are right now on the outside looking in, waiting for reboot round. So who do you think and who would you like to see at that top spot?
For me, I'm the people's man. I want to see Benji Fishy all the way up at the top. This man, internationally a superstar on regions, even if he's just playing in EU, he's, has no business in doing so well now in a homeland, basically just taking things over by storm. I want to see him repeat what he did last week. I want to see him at the top.
I want to see that too, but when I look at the results from the Cash Cups this week, Benji didn't actually qualify for the finals of Monday, and then yesterday he had some issues off spawn. I don't think that's going to affect him, and when he did finally break through those issues, he started dominating and actually pushed himself up in the Cash Cup yesterday, but that might be an issue moving forward. The other guy, though, that I want to talk about is Mitro, because when we think about online tournament, Zeke, you've casted a number of those summer skirmishes earlier on. Mitro is the king of them, and he did show up in week 1 of FNCS Invitational, so I think he might be here to play again.
That's right, and I think another thing we want to think about as well is who is in our games, right? Because we got to imagine now that it's condensed down to top 300.
Yes.
If I know I want to go to agency and I know you want to go to agency, we're in for a fight, and that is going to decidingly be a factor in all of these games.
100%. And Lecce is one of those players who goes to the agency and dominates from that. And he did have a week 1 performance where he did just that. So that's going to be a scary factor too.
I mean, there's more legacy left over as well. We have Savage too. So many cool things to see.
That's right, guys. Well, it is time. Let's take it into our first game of EU. Take it away, gentlemen.
And it all begins. This is going to be week 2, day number 1. And already we see big names taken out. Versus at Sweaty Sands, the king is down. Mongrel taken out in his first game.
That is huge. Remember, he's going to have to wait in the queue now because there's only 300 players, and Mongrel, who decidedly or tried to self-name himself as the king of EU, or king of Sweaty Sands, losing to Versa, who hasn't had the most strong performances going forward, but he did perform in a number of the week's Cash Cups in duos and in solos. And Mongrel did too. But Mongrel's performance in week 1 was kind of middling, I would say. He was around the middle of the pack in terms of the people who qualified, around 100th place. And I think that's something that Mongrel's going to have to fix, but that's not how you start things off, to lose off spawn in your first battle.
Yeah, and it's not just Mongrel. So many people who've had reputations in their mind of themselves are going to use this first game to try to get rid of them. In that process, though, we might see opportunities where they just, delve right back and relapse, having a bad kind of circumstance happen to them in these box fights. But already we see the Vic up against Hardy, trying to make that not a circumstance, a situation, trying to end this fight fast, has the shield advantage on the box as well, but there's third parties looming. We know how these fights end up going if they aren't ended fast already. I think that's C4 that gets thrown from distance, and after that, some more shots coming in. The Vic is now on the run.
That he is, and with no builds because of the early game engagement, I think these guys are both going to get wiped. Yes, he has his opponent low, but Downs in the bush. Hold on, Vic actually beamed him for a second there and forced him to get off the trail. He's going to continue the pressure through, and there's a whited floor that makes it so Vic can actually shoot that, but still no materials to be able to try to take that wall, and look how many third parties are coming in.
A war on multiple fronts for Vic, and he's just trying to get as many points as possible here. Takes out Hardy, then goes for the person who was trying to get in. A cheeky shot, hopefully a last hit on that player who was in the box, but now he's trapped on the back wall. Does build up a few layers. The Vic out of mats has to operate from low ground. I think got his elimination stolen as well previously in terms of the loot.
Which is no siphon, which is no materials. I'm not even thinking about the HP. The materials is what he needs to survive the onslaught, because Anas, who has claimed the house of the agency loot, is right here. Downs has gotten out, and Anas just has to fight the Vic with no materials. That's an easy cleanup, and I think what we're seeing here is people not being ready for how spread out players are going to be on the map in these games, because top 300, again, these are going to be customs-like games. It might be a little different because you don't know who's going to be in your game every single time, but people are going to be spread out wide.
I mean, I would say that's almost harder than customs, because you can kind of, understand who's going to what drop and make your path in a sense that can hopefully avoid as many people as possible and get you to the end game. With the randomness of these lobbies, it's going to be that much more difficult for you to try to get that game plan down. Once you're off that battle bus, you'll have a different circumstance every single time. Now we see Tads trying to make a better circumstance of his position. But once again, immediate defensive capabilities from his opponent, building up multiple layers. We're seeing these box fights, things that should be slightly low-key, waiting for these things to happen slowly, just explode straight with builds up to the sky. No one can stay hidden. This means third parties will come in even more so, but if Taz has the opportunity to move up and get this fight done, he does. The SMG beam is there, and he takes out Bryzy.
And he wins Salty Springs in the end of all of it, which means he should have a good amount of loot moving forward. And what I'm seeing, his inventory is so far so good, but something that you've got to be careful of when landing at Salty Springs is the influence that the agency has on you. I'm curious now, as we do see the overview, I don't see any player in the distance, maybe one at the agency. We'll see if he decides to push through. This was a player who was landing at the agency previously, Baffo. He's fighting at the yacht with Red Rush, who we've seen, if you've been watching the Cash Cups, been contesting the yacht, been contesting against Mr. Savage here, and doing pretty decently. One of the reasons why Mr. Savage did not perform in the Cash Cup was Red Rush at the yacht. But Zone coming in, this looks to be one of those dreaded Mythic POI spot fights That happens time and time again.
Never ending game to game, and when you're inside these games too, they take so long to get delved and get done because we know both players will have such good loot and shields to boot as well. But right now, Red Rush taking the first shot of damage. It's not too big. After that, responding back with shots of his own, trying to find a way to get in, but he's taking way too much on the trade. He gets taken out. It's going to be Bafo who wins out on that one.
So from the agency to the yacht, he seems to be a dominant presence at Mythic POIs, and you just have the boat if he needs to rotate out very easily, but you've got to be careful because there will be players like Refsguard, like Scram, who land at Steamy Stacks and will take the shots at you as much as possible, not only for Storm Surge tags, but also just to see and harass on the side of the map. Looking at Aqua, playing things safe. He's still on the island that he lands at. A long time before, he's going to upgrade a weapon. And it is going to be an epic pump shotgun there, and that is a thing to be scared of if you're at the rest of this server. And looking at the loot, I can't believe he's gotten this much.
I mean, the pump shotgun's something they can't see at all times. The other thing to be scared of is his axe baller. My man has that Axe of Champions, the trio's winner of the entire European region, and he still buys the water side, doesn't have teammates, but this is something that you don't want to see in a box.
But he might have the axe. He does not have the results yet in FNCS Invitational. Another middling performance, somebody I had probably put on the same scale of week 1 performances as Mongrel. But does that actually mean anything? Because time and time again, when we get to these grand finals, he's performing. He won trios. He did so well in duos. Unbelievable with Stompy. And now it's time to show up as a solo player, and we know he can perform in these tournaments.
I mean, maybe that's just because of how different solos are and how his game style might not be able to fit in. We know that Aqua is just all about that endgame high ground. Get there as fast as possible, stay low-key, and then win.
And that was the thing. In duos, he was getting the Mythic Grotto spot every single time. Brutus's minigun was such a key factor to actually go on for Aqua. And in solos, he clearly does not have it. Clearly does not want to take the risk of fighting at the Grotto. Because as a solo, it is a difficult spot to fight. It is a difficult spot to contest with because of how many people come in.
And then here's the news story that we get to see play out from opens all the way to now in week 2. Coolest Carrot, you were talking about the agency. This man has taken the hardest spot from a position of clout that's non-existent to build up his name and his brand from scratch here in the FNCS Solos Invitational.
And I'm seeing a couple things in the feed after we touch on Coolest Carrot for a bit. CRR just took out a player. And then Anas took out Lestream Skite, one of the best. I mean, I talk about Mitro's performances in online solo tournaments. We got to think back to Skite's dominant Winter Royale run in 2018. But since then, did qualify for World Cup in both solos and duos, but hasn't quite been up there. Losing to Anas, probably the second elim for Anas now.
And then these are kind of the solo lull moments you'll see on one side of the map, the loot still going on, but with how big the lobby is, you'll see fights breaking out in spots you wouldn't expect. Right now, Fury Legendary up in the bush. I think this man will be the operating factor of this fight because he's not in it yet. And we've seen so far, every third party that comes through is usually the winner of the fight. He's letting this one ramp all the way up. Moon will be the person we're tuning in with, going for shots, being on the forefront of these wall takes of damage as well because he's taking 40, just trying to get aggressive here. He has a little bit of loot, but it's not the things that you need for endgame. Suddenly, in a 50-50 position, has to escape, gets it done, and now Fury makes the decision to actually move away towards agency and towards zone, where we know that Coolest Carrot will have the utmost advantage as well.
You gotta be careful if you're Moon, and he does. He backs up in the box time and time again as Froggy tries to jump in, and that's not the playstyle you're going to want to have against players who are so good at avoiding, so good at getting away from situations, and also realizing that you're about to jump in their box.
Yeah, and this is someone who jumped in the most aggressive player's box on the other side of things from Downs. It's Versa. We saw take out Mongrel in that early game, now stuck between a bridge where we have an entire audience looking at this fight go down, a river, and an aggressive player on his box with white HP. It's not going to be possible for him to survive much longer. He ultimately gets taken out, I believe, by Downs here in a few more swings of the wall. He's looking for that big shot, misses off the first chance, then gets it. It's Downs who has this entire area now to play with. Both players' builds for his base.
You talk about the lulls as this first zone closes, as we move into second. This is where it's going to be a little bit more quiet. CRR might make things a little explosive for us, as he has 2 eliminations and he might be hunting for another one. But this is the type of place where people are going to start to figure out where they can position for this end game that's looming, for this end game that will be difficult in terms of the spread, the congestion, how difficult to rotate with 40 other players right next to you, right on top of you. And you just got to prepare in these positions. You're looking for a good spot, you're looking for extra mobility, and you're looking not to spend your resources. 150 max resources for CRR right now, but also the health. Don't want to use any of that. One of the best players at doing that is just you miss any opportunity for people to get in your face and take tags from positions of strength. CRR avoiding really well so far.
Now he's in kind of that maze situation of that mid game where so many people are already ahead of you. In this lobby of the top 300, it'll be big names as well. Verox, Snazy looking to get bases ahead of the competition first. Now we tune back in with Mitro, the other half, to see RR all the way at the Shark for duos, now by himself in a much better position, a big base to get tags from. Although Stormster is not going to be a big thing now, hasn't been the biggest thing for a while for these players. As soon as that half and half zone comes in, the 5th, we'll be seeing those 50 players trying to survive. Right now, 66, no one faltering. Mitro can be in a spot to get as many tags as possible.
And he's going to try to do that, but I believe also getting knocked down. He tried to build off of what looks like a fight that he had earlier. He's got one elim and builds back up in metal, but oh my goodness, he's 16 HP. He's getting focused by a lot of people. You don't usually see this up on height getting dominated, but it's Aqua who takes advantage and he drops right in, but even footing now as he trades a little bit of damage. Mitro does have the floppers, but so does Aqua.
If you wanted to see 2 Titans fight in the sky, usually it's at endgame on the brink of zone. Right now, we'll see how far and how fast this fight goes. So far, Aqua has reclaimed this entire base, is in possibly the best position on the map, and this is his win condition. This is his game plan to stay on top.
Absolutely. You've seen it. How does he take height so many times? It's because he tries to go for stuff like this. And something interesting here, yes, he might have the Axe of Champions, but Mitro is a champion of his own rights. But also, Mitro now knows, because of the swing noise of that Axe of Champions, who he's, or a possibility of who he's up against. It could be all of the different champions. It could be, obviously, so many different people. Andalex being one of them in the distance there, who also probably has that. Nate might be in this lobby too.
And you'll see the diverse cast of players you have on that mini map, all the different colored arrows waiting to get in, but are side by side on so many different boxes. We know who's controlling all these players in that big guard tower at the center of zone. It'll be Aqua, who sees Ermoon and many more move in from the south side in towards Pleasant Park. And from here, I mean, we've seen it in Europe so many times. Is this going to be another possibility of a water zone happening over at the northwestern side? Or are we going to stick to land here, Bala?
I don't know. I think we're going to be sticking to land slightly south of Pleasant Park, in between Salty Springs. Zermoon picks one up from range. I think we will be. There might be the river in between, but for the most part, I think we're safe. And I think everybody's breathing a sigh of relief as that 4th zone did reveal. He's a champion, but right now he's sitting in a bush. And maybe showing off that all strategies are valid no matter what. This is going to resonate with a lot of different people. But look at that trigger discipline for Andalex. And oh my goodness, this is a really, really good player. Anas runs into the bush and he takes him out. He makes it work. Andalex might be a champion, but he uses all techniques available to him at the same time.
I mean, hey, if you want to do the most basic strat in the game, if you want to get Season 1 with it, it's a nice move to make, because sometimes it's an old saying, the best players are used to what the other God-tier players are doing. They never expect that basic strat to come right through, especially from one of the gods of the region. Now Andalex will move in off the back of the zone, slightly late. Will be hit up by multiple people, but finds his own base as we wait for the next zone to pop in, that 4th one.
He did find a position a little bit elevated above, but he actually doesn't even want to take that because of how he wants to move in. He wants to make sure that he's safe before going in on a spot where a lot of different people could see, but also give himself a pocket to do things like look for the heavy snipe. Almost takes a shot that opts not to as the player in the distance getting sprayed from multiple different angles, and there he does finally decide he wants to take a shot. Is he going to hit? No.
Ooh, but he finds the tags afterward. Fanta going down, who we saw was also so monumental in so many moments in week 1. Now in the first game, we'll have a faster queue to wait for the next game to start up. Tohaj all the way on the right side as well. Mage right beside Andalex 2. I believe Mage as well had somewhat of a middling performance. Didn't look too hot coming out of week 1. And might have that same performance repeat if he has to deal with Andalex breathing down his neck on this rotation to zone.
And a big name, Aqua, did get taken out by Matsu, who, remember, was right on top of Mitro, so that fight might be still ongoing. And as the scores develop, don't forget these players are getting very, very close to a number of placement thresholds as they approach top 50. That's going to be the next one for an extra point. But, oh, Andalex with the beautiful shot there. Finds a gap where Zeno is sticking, and he makes it work. So it might be quiet, but Andalex finding all sorts of opportunities.
Mage is just watching all of this happen, and Andalex has no clue, or even just might know that he's there. Could this also be the reversal strategy? Because we saw Andalex start all this off in a bush, waiting for his opponent to make as many moves as possible before getting taken out. Mage might be the same way. Ermoon, though, completely different game, has to move forward. I believe maybe Storm Surge also being a thing, he's above it, actually. 355 total damage. So we'll see exactly how he moves all the way through a river he has to walk by many different challenges.
And guys, bear with us with the audio. We are aware of the issue and we'll be working on it as we move forward. Understand that it's still slightly off sync with the screen. But we are aware. And as we go into the next portion of this game, Fort Zone, this is one of the most difficult rotates as all the congestion kind of has to go in an open space. It doesn't go to the edge. You have to kind of break line of sight. You can't rely on old builds all the time as you can maybe in the 5th zone that's coming up. And Nate is in this game, by the way, and Alexa's counterpart, the reigning FNCS champion from duos. And he finds one. Actually finds Baffo, who we saw at the very beginning of this game, take out Red Rush. And he has the yacht loot. So, interestingly enough, that could be a free launch pad for Andalex. Or not Andalex, sorry, Nate.
I mean, not anymore. Luki instantly takes him out. Possible box fight that he desperately had to try to take. Remember, Storm Surge was active there, and we can see what it makes the best players do. But think about it right now. We have Ermoon, Mage, Andalex. So many top players left in this lobby. This is just game 1, and these are not customs, Bala.
Not customs. And we're going to continue to see this throughout the entire day. About 3 games all concurrently going on at the same time. We might be hopping around into various different ones so we can get an eye and vision on how everybody's performing throughout the day. But man, oh man, we have so many. We're going to actually have to take a break and back out of that one really quickly. Zeke, so far so good for Andalex. So far so good for Mitro. So many different players in that one. That's going to be interesting to continue and follow up.
Yeah, and obviously we're seeing a lot of these big names. My curiosity actually would be on the flip side, because the first elimination we saw in that game was Mongrel. That's how tight this competition right now is. So a lot of these big names that we're so used to seeing, they're still going to have to, like, face off against all of these other FNCS finalists, players that have pushed through in the top 300. I mean, how do you guys feel about the dynamic right now? You know, we're seeing people even like Skype being eliminated. Like, this is ridiculous.
I mean, it's breathing room for all these players, because before, when you're battling for the top 300, yeah, losing out 1 or 2 games doesn't mean too much, but for Mongrel, for Skype, for people like Nate, who survived to this point in the game, but still got taken out before that top 10, it's less room to breathe. We have to hit for top 80 in 10 games and 20 total on the weekend. It'll be so difficult when you lose out on a game, especially off spawn like Mongrel did.
And I think this is going to be kind of the first taste of something like this at all, because last weekend it was 600 players, 6 games going on at the same time, but I think for the most part they weren't running into repeats too much. I mean, you saw Benji Fishy at Retail Row so many different times, and he didn't really have an issue because it was kind of random different players every single time that you could either, fight or disengage with depending on how they were playing. I think this time you're going to have repeats where people are going to fight for that spawn, fight for the, I guess, claim when it comes to the grand final. So we might see a lot of that from Mongrel.
Do you guys think they should stay the course? Like, if they've got that POI, they've got that track, it's just ready to go? Or
I mean, like,
actually,
the one
sorry
thing
about that,
right
guys.
now
I
is
actually have to
that-
cut you
ooh,
off,
okay, for
Shy. What I'm hearing is we're actually going to go to a 10-minute break to resolve whatever issue is going on with these games. So we'll be right back with more of the FNCS Invitational. Don't forget to stay tuned, Fortnite fam. We love you guys. We'll see you after this break. Alrighty, Fortnite fam, we're back, and we're getting ready to hop into another game. Sorry about that, just a few technical difficulties on our end, so we do apologize. We're getting ready to hop back in. Alright, gentlemen, we've had some time to kind of talk off-screen about things we're looking forward to seeing. Now let's get back in the headspace of these games. We've already seen big names eliminated off spawn, players eliminated early on in the games. So because we unfortunately did miss that game, we do have confirmation that Hen did win that game in first place with 6 eliminations. And Bala, Mitro, who you called out in mid-game, came in second place with 6 eliminations in his first game. That's a pretty good start.
And the W Key Lord of Mitro continues forward. He was on top of a number of really good players in that one, and he seems to have made it from that second zone high ground position all the way towards the end.
You're right. Well, let's see how this next game goes as we hop into the next game of the FNCS Invitational. Take it away, gentlemen.
Let's see exactly how things are changing up for Game 2. It'll be Downs over at Holly Hedges, a POI we don't get to see too much action from the beginning of the game, but things tend to switch up. People tend to clash when it's this random 300 players playing time and time again at these drop spots. Sometimes the secondary one is Holly Hedges for a lot of these top European players, but there is no plan B available for Zeno, who gets taken out by Downs. Now Fanta will use that plan A, plan aggression, to get back with the C4 onto Downs. Does not find what he's looking for. Gets a few trades in. Both players now superbly low HP. Or at least Fanta is. Downs is full on white health, lost all his shields. He's looking to finish this fight. Fanta looking to just stay alive.
And we saw both of these players go down in mid-game fights throughout the last one. Downs all the way over towards Salty Spring. Fanta got sniped, or not necessarily sniped, but taken out by Andalex at a long range, and he is going to finish things off. So there he goes. He wins Holly Hedges this time. And a little bit of a switch in his drop spot as we're in the beginning of the game. Last time he was in between over towards Sweaty Sands at one of those lake houses.
And this is going to be still one of the earlier moments for a lot of these players. If they're still testing out spots, looking to get beefed up in attitude and confidence. We saw Downs there taking the L onto Fanta. He might have still been spectating. Here's a reminder of that format, though, that these guys are playing. Right now, we're getting close to placement already. When you're past it, closer to the end of the game, in the top 10, you get a lot divvied out. If you win the game overall, you'll have those 33 points. And we've extended it all the way to 75th place now. You get 1 point when you hit that threshold. After that, to 50th. Then just think about it in your mind. Every 10 places, you get a certain amount of points all the way to that top 10 spot.
Kind of makes things a little more consistent. The 300 IQ play from Flick. He dives back up the mountain into the bush and he even looks in that direction, gets a few beams to start things off. Flick is going to have a really good advantage. He's even trying to phase in the box. He gets in, breaks through, and then wins the SMG trade. Well done, Flick. As he does his best impression of a diving in the box type of play style, but also mixes it up with the bush. But Trulex is lurking out at Craggy.
Once again, this is the week of bush plays that get responded to by third parties. Players, although very smart, still can't end fights fast enough, at least. They tried to. Now Trulex will be there to have a say in things. Once again, not going to play too careful. As a result, though, gets traded a little bit of damage back. Blocked off by a ramp. Boxed in already. Trulex looking like he's on the back end of this fight. But remember who started it. It was him. He's still all the way up on height. Has that grappler. Looks like Mats might be running out for his opponent down here in the box. Looking to find anything in terms of a shot back. But Trulex is controlling the fight. Has the walls. Edit's not coming through just yet. Angle's still there. He's playing this in an excellent fashion.
That he is. He even gets a stare over as the SMG spray came in from Flick. And he does force him all the way down to low ground. That might be a sign that there's low materials here for Flick, and I think that is the case as more SMG spray coming in and the piece control is easy for Trulex, but still not finding a gap as Flick found a little stare to stay up on top of, and he wins the fight. Flick showing off even with a low material situation.
I mean, that was every single position you could be in a fight from both players shown off. At the end, the person who was supposed to lose, it was supposed to be Flick, back against the wall, just used his movement more so than anything else to dodge shots, land them, and get that win.
And to note, Trulex actually placed second in the most recent FNCS in the grand finals with his teammate Queasy. Flick, on the other hand, just barely qualified. for this week's tournament. In 239th, he was one of the invited players based off of very consistent results throughout all the FNCSs and other tournaments. But he wins it out. And he is such a strong solo player. Shia, we've casted a bunch of different things where this man is a clutch king, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, always in solos, clutches are there. But my God, another pattern we're seeing, this time from Stompy. Big, heavy sniper plays, decisive ones as well. A launch pad that reaches the loot too. This is crazy. People are landing the most insane shots right now in every single game. It's 300 of the best players playing to their absolute potential.
And Stompy looks like the player out of the Stompy and Aqua duo who wanted the minigun more than anything, as he still stays at the Grotto. And we mentioned how Hen did win that first game that we were watching as we had to hop out of it. And because of that, he sits at 57 points, possibly ahead of the pack. But nice stair replace and wall replace over his opponent to make that an easy pickup with the legendary pump. There's actually two involved on the edge of the map. This isn't something that you're used to seeing, but man, is that a lot of loot.
And there's a lot of different people who are getting inspired as well. We saw Hen with that Iachi 32 name, obviously inspired by Kiriachi, who we saw was so dominant both in squads, duos before, and now in his hometown solos as well. Here's Vidil, though, who I believe you had questions about. Bala. Where did this man come from? Who is he? What's his playstyle? We're finally seeing that unfold today in the FNCS Invitational.
He had fourth place in day one of the other one, and he's actually being so careful, so quiet. I don't think that player knew that he was there until the last second. And Mini pays for it as he was trying to reload his shotgun, but not enough time as Vidil is right there. Still looking for more, though. And you're right, I did have questions. Where'd this guy come from? Because a fourth place finish on day one of last week's fight, and now he's up against 4ZR, another super strong player. And he does the same thing, gets in the box, but 4ZR backs up and almost actually gets a big tag on him. This is looking like a scary fight.
Trying to end, but there's a little bit of a stalemate now. Those peanut butter edits, what a lot of people call them, the triangles, looks like half sandwiches, are going to be used to delay that fight, make those POVs harder to see and get. If you're trying to be the forefront, the person who's getting into the box, it'll make it that much more riskier for you, but no matter what edits you try to choose, if Vidil's there, he's going to end that fight if he wants to. Gets that gun out, no one on this side of the zone. He has a lot of time to think about what to do next.
46 points for Vidil, who, again, was somewhat of an unknown quantity for me. I looked up his placements. He did actually play in FNCS duos, but since then, really nothing. They only made heats in duos, not grand finals. But basically that's it, except for a couple of cash cups. He placed fourth in one recently, but not all the way up there. And Lights, another open qualified player, takes a nice big shot on the Pablo to make his score 10, but he's got to move forward from here. This is not just an open qualified player, because he does have some competitive chops. We've seen him all the way back in different skirmishes, and I believe possibly one of those couple of invites as well. So, where does he go from here? He already started things off. A third party takes one, but can he get the second?
He's trying forward. A big shot comes right through, looks for the second spray to follow up. No, it's the shotgun that finishes out Fly Pie. He's out of there, and now the zone comes in. He has to keep moving forward, looking to see what's going to be coming up. No, the zone's actually locked. We're waiting to see what the next moves are for so many people. There are still people in Storm, though, trying to move forward and in. The River's there to help them through. But 2 eliminations, 14 points. We see the differences now in players, some at 46, like Vidil, but some who missed out on that first game, looking to find results in the second.
Oh, my goodness. Mitro in this game, too, 59 points. Remember, he did place second in that first game that we watched with 6 eliminations. That's why his point total is so up there. And he has the shark loot with 2 eliminations, but still also looking for potentially the agency loot too. That would be insane.
Why does he always have to pick the spots that have the biggest fights, that have the hardest times to come through with? We know that's been, I'm not going to say the weakness, but the stopping point for Mitro so many times in these tournaments. Right now it's free. I mean, what's after that?
Is it the stopping point, or is that how he gets on a roll? Is that how he feels the wave and feels the momentum going forward? Because he's always been somebody who plays aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, Kiriachi and Slurpee Swamps against Kaiser, two players who performed so well tournament after tournament. Kaiser specifically has had a first week of note, Kiriachi less so. And this fight that happens in Slurpee typically goes so long, but Kiriachi does not care who he's up against. He always takes this to completion.
But different levels of confidence on both these players, although both having almost the same amount of HP. Kiriachi has no shield. A big tag, though, coming through, looking to see if he can find the next shot afterwards. Going to move through all his edits. No builds available, but his mind is going to be on cloud 9 right now, just all the way up in the air. The IQ of where to move and go. Kiriachi, no mats, wins out that fight, now has 26 in total to move with, and his loot also gets upgraded to the elevation of where his brain is right now.
Yeah, but no health, no HP. He'll make his way through Slurpee, possibly still some fishing spots available. And we have seen him stay in zone for quite a while in different spots. So we'll see if he can make it out of that. We're looking now at Moki, who had a really, really nice second day performance to clutch up into the top 20 overall last weekend. And she is somebody who I think we might be watching have a turning point in how she plays. I think one of the big things for her is tilt, and staying away from that, being able to stay emotionally ready to fight game after game. Because honestly, when she's not in that mindset of tilts, she is so scary to watch and fight against. It is ridiculous the things that she does with her keyboard and mouse.
And the biggest form of tilt in this game for solos is positioning, I think, for players. When they're caught off in a bad position, when they invest their time to be at a certain spot and zone pulls the other way, to have proper mental at that moment to keep moving forward, playing your game, even if it's a completely different bounce back in end game. We've seen Moki play it so perfectly from time to time, but you're right. When it doesn't go her way earlier on, it's very difficult for her to get that same form of confidence. We'll see exactly how it looks right now. Lazy Lake looking fine for her. We'll see Safi actually 32 over here. A lot of people now getting this big group going, looking for his own situation in a box. But there's so many people all the way around this big hill on the south side of the map. And Mitro will be the king of them all. It's Vidil who he's fighting.
It is Vidil, and he's going to go box to box against somebody, or at least try to get closer. Yes, he finds him. It's Flick from earlier. And there's still one right next to him. Mitro, surprisingly, is not getting involved at the top of this. We saw that in the first game, and oh my goodness, Safi is dominating onto Vidil. And we saw both of the people who just take multiple eliminations, but that's what happened. You get into a little bit of a train, and then somebody will clean you up. Safi showing off.
And there's no bushes to hide behind. You can't be a third-party warrior as well. When it's that box fight against a man who has a pump that can land shots time after time, it's easy wrap-ups. Here on the other side of things, though, no more boxes available. It'll be rotations on where to stop. Marcus C versus Decyptos. And Decyptos has been one of those players who also just came out and played so well in that previous week. I believe ended up 5th overall in the competition. Now going to be looking to get an even more higher placement on week number 2. His playstyle is also kind of unique in the way he handles pressure, plays out end games, and ends up surviving against multiple shots and players.
Just trying to find a gap. Just trying to find a little bit of some feet showing, because he possibly has some information, and then taking even another dive onto a player trying to box up. Marcus looking for any of those holes to find himself a free elimination or a free refresh. Hen is the player directly on top of him. We might be setting up for another, basically, 1v1 scenario at the end of the game between Hen and Mitro. And another name in the background there was Decyptos, a French player who I think has been turning my head a lot recently, because he played 5th in the other one. There's a pickup from Marcus C, so the persistence on looking for these opportunities and going for them does work out, but this is the thing. If you get too aggressive, if you show yourself too much, you might get sprayed down, especially when there's loot to be involved in it. But he still gains from that engagement.
And no one ever talks about the investment of those sprays as well. You have to remember all these people on the aggressive have an ammo count that they have to keep in mind and use all throughout the end game. Maybe spraying right now isn't the best thing to do. Right now, Stompy won't have to actually have that option available to him at all. He's going to be operating off that tactical shotgun, but at the same time, is at the forefront of all these different sprays all the way around him. You'll notice, though, at the fort zone, people don't actually invest in those big 200 bullet sprays. People don't get focused too hard. It's more so tests, looking for tags, waiting for white HP. Right now, Stompy gets knocked down to that level. Huddy's here as well at 100, looking for anything in this box, any type of piece control. Has the first wall. Will he make the edit? Yes, but it's another one that gets taken beside him now in a 50-50 almost. The SMG spray is not there. Mats are, though. Is this a fight you want to finish out, or can you move away after being disinvested?
And man, are people so aggressive. Zeke asked the question whether the 4 points is going to work, and Huddy does take out Stompy, I believe, on the backside of that. Healing in his box. Huddy had one of the walls, and that's an easy pickup. That's unbelievable from Huddy, and that was huge because there was a heavy snipe on the ground. There was clearly a big pot, which was trying to be taken. So now he puts himself in good regards, but where's the next zone? Where is it going to be? How does he have to make this rotation forward? It is going to continue to go across that mountain range. And when you're across this way, you just got to hope that you're not on that north side, because that's across the ravine entirely. RPG heavy snipe combo, possible for Huddy. He's going to reload him. That didn't connect. As the player now tries to move forward, and we kind of hear a little bit there of what happens for Huddy.
Yeah, still have some of those audio issues going on. Don't worry. Still trying to find a way to fix them over in the back end. Huddy, though, has one of the biggest and most deadly combinations of weapons. The heavy sniper, the RPG, close and mid-range too, a tactical shotgun of the purple variety with a purple burst AR as well. He can do whatever he wants for the next few zones without that much of punishment available. But he has to act fast to get to this loot, because there are still 53 different players alive. It's gone already.
And it's a solo game, but Huddy has the combination of the heavy snipe RPG that we've seen in different scenarios and different metas. This is a throwback all the way to last year, where we saw Mr. Savage use that hand cannon in the RPG to great effect. Huddy, by himself with 2 weapons that take forever to reload. Now looking at a different side of the map. A lot of different people up top. I think Mitro might still have a really, really good position based on where we saw him earlier. I saw Kiriachi actually right next to Safi. And you talked about a little bit of representation, the friend groups and the different things to kind of show respect. I think this is the first week we're seeing the Yachi 32s come out, because he's one of the people in Eastern Europe who really is kind of a pioneer in a sense, showing a lot of people that, hey, no matter where you're from, you can perform. It is a global game, and yes, Mitro is alive, and he takes out Amplify.
And now this zone pulls all the way down south, different mountains, a ravine all the way in the middle as well. This is going to be a tough rotation for anyone, especially Viper, who's caught all the way at the back looking for any type of help. With the community launchpad placed down, no, it'll be, I think, maybe a natural rotation, maybe a launchpad of his own. But he'll wait, slithering in the shadows as we watch Slicks try to move in. Another player from the Become Legend squadron. Everyone else has already made their bases, but he has to catch up now. Has those medkits and the minis to use instead of the materials. One cool thing you can do is actually bait out damage, take it like he did right now. It looks bad, but he saves materials on the rotation. He can mini up, and once he's finally in, once people start launch padding and groundwork, footwork is easier to do, he can then use that medkit to heal up, be in a position, and siphon back that other 50 shield with a big elimination. Impact frag if he finds one. And anyone in wood, there it is. Stormy Right is the one to go down. The grappler or the harpoon gets all those materials back into his inventory, and a big buff for, his overall loadout. The heavy sniper now is going to be the operating weapon. The harpoon overall dropped. His loadout now locked in. He's looking to box dive on possibly Kylix up top.
He has that opportunity. We'll see if he continues to hold that. Hen still up. Moki's still up. Hen at the top of the leaderboards after his first game performance. And we are going to tune in with him as he tries to look for positions, tries to look for who is a threat up on high ground, who is that player up on above. He has the epic burst that he can make work to take that player out in quick fashion, maybe take it all, but also the floppers is something that he's definitely going to be thinking about because he can make zone plays in the future. And had a kind of breakout performance throughout the DreamHack Opens, but didn't quite make it all the way through the finals. Compared to some other people in this game, Moki, who placed in the top 50 of the DreamHack Grand Finals. Something very impressive. And we are going to see a couple of different people launch pad through. There's one, but they can't just find it, and Hen is going to get that elimination thanks to the zone onto Clover, who tried to go for it, and he has found so many launch pads. That was 3 or 4 right there.
And now he's going to try to chain all of them together, but it's dangerous. Each time he lands in a quick pump shot right before he moves on a player trying to get some loot out. That was fast decision-making by Hen. Now finally in a box waiting for the rest of the match to start over. He's going to see how he handles these fast moves trapped under a cone. Not going to pressure him that much whatsoever. His brick base finally built up. Not quite in zone just yet, but there's so many people on every single layer. His pump finding each and every single one of them like a magnet attracted to every single head right now. He is not missing shots. So many materials still left over as well. 1,000 damage above, and he finds another that's on the crack. And he doesn't. His mental's so strong. He's still moving forward, layer to layer, box to box.
And he might be looking for these shots not missing, but also what's missing from him is anything. Nobody has targeted him a single time because of the great layer control and great selection on position. Meanwhile, Hoodie down to 6 HP, possibly a couple of zone ticks, but also 50 HP. The Siphon possibly going to come in, low materials, and he makes it work on a big Kiriachi.
It's the OG who gets taken out from the server. Now only the fanboys are left to see if they can do exactly what the King does time after time. Putty will look to stop all of them though. That Harpoon trying to make waves into this box but doesn't actually connect with any builds that are that important to drop people down. Now with 5 eliminations, not too many matches, he has to dive in once again. Almost successful. Blocked an RPG, dropping him down. He gets taken out by Raj. And now Raj will start to move over. Scaria all the way up top. Kylix finally drops down. Slicks quickly behind him. Who's all the way up on ultimate height, though? This entire map is moving towards more of a supernatural low ground situation. And everyone on this mountain has to drop fast. It's mobile player that we see moving forward, who has to make the waterfall switch, but no. He chooses and elects to stay all the way up. His mat's still very healthy. Rockets now being shot from both up top and down low. He's hanging on by just a thread. As the game ends, it's the top 8 still alive, not taking any damage.
He's not, and he has a drum gun. He finds another one on his way down. Are we about to witness a mobile player win on the mainstream right here? Because this is the brilliant thing about this tournament is that there's a lot of different platforms all competing at one, and also it's the best of the best. He is going to make that dive all the way down. He's going to land on a different layer right as he switches, and that's a perfect way to stay up. That's Wakey, one of the best players in the world, now top 4.
And now it's that classic drum gun situation that we saw all the way at Open Qualifiers, repeated once again in the hands of an absolute phenom here in Middle Ground, who does not want to give up his position or his base until he sees a guaranteed elimination. It'll be mobile player looking for the next big shot all the way downwards. It's Bad Sniper that gets taken out. Now a final 1v1. He has 2 mythic items. Can't use them. It's the drop down. The water actually saving that player. Just 14 HP left here on mobile. Looking to finish this match out. He's trying for it, but can't. All the way at the end, it's Hen! It's Hen that wins that game now, back-to-back. 2 wins for Hen. That's amazing.
Back-to-back wins for Hen to put him at 114 point Zeke. That is such a good start on this first day of week 2.
Guys, not only did Hen just double up his Victorials, we get to see a mobile player hit 2nd place with some of the most disgusting and quick edits and plays we've ever seen. Shy, you gotta walk me through that game. Not only is Hen impressive, but mobile players someone out there too we gotta be talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we see versus what we don't, right? Like, there's people waterfalling down time and time again, Mobile, one of them choosing not to. But then there's players like Hen who are watching him make his grand plays, waiting for his own moment to strike. I asked the question, who is on ultimate height? It must have been Hen after everyone dropped down, and he had basically no say on a lot of the competition. It was Mobile player that picked it up, but then it was him that got the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you might ask, basically, this is something that we look at, but my biggest question is, who are you? Who are you, mobile player? Yes, you might be on mobile, you might be on an iPad, but I have no clue who you are. Is that Mude, who we saw have a crazy pop-out performance in week 1? Because I'd have no clue. I think we're going to be taking a look at the standings to see. I think it's going to be Hen all the way at the top with that 114 that he had, Zeke.
That's right, dude. Absolutely insane games. I just gotta give so many props to Hen. Just being able to pull off 2 back-to-back victory royales like that, absolutely incredible. Now, gentlemen, what we do need to do is go to a break. There's still some technical issues we need to figure out. So when we return, we'll have more of the FNCS Invitational after this. Stay tuned, Fortnite fam. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and we are back for more action over in EU. We've got a rotation of casters now with Monster D-Face, and making his official broadcast Fortnite debut, we've got Clay Staling. Welcome to the show, my man. A long time, a lot of hard work has gone into this, and it all has paid off. So I'll give you here a moment to say what up.
It's been great to be here. It's going to be great to be here as well. Really excited. Like you said, long time. It's been over a year, so I am very, very excited to be here. Excited to get some awesome EU action, and we already got some awesome games. I think we're going to hop in here very soon.
That's right, guys. We're getting ready to hop into the next game. We don't want to skip a beat. We want to get you guys back into all the action. So Monster D-Face, Clay, take it away for the next game.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yes, I am excited to be casting with Clay, one of the hardest working content creators on our Fortnite scene. Stand up. But here it is, Clay. We're jumping in. We're in the meat of it already. The EU region has already been underway, and now we get to kind of hop in with Toos here for the first time.
Yeah, we see in the agency already losing this engagement to a T, taking a lot of damage, not dealing a lot back, but this player trying to pop the mini. Toos putting the pedal to the metal. We do see Atlantis' magic going to go down. Toos going to take opportunities there. Is that player popping the bandage bazooka? It seems like more shots going through. This player is not long for the game as the pressure just keeps coming up. Toos gets shot, though, almost going down, and Cool as Carrot staying cool, but unfortunately falling early.
Cool as Carrot, one of the rising new faces here coming out of the open qualifiers of that beginning kind of introductory week of the competitive FNCS solos. So we finally see him go down here in the agency to a veteran, Toos. Let's see if Toos has his counter duo in this game. We saw, like in game one, and Dillix and Nate were in the same game. Toos and Queasy are a duo that play with one another, both of which are qualified for this weekend. Such an interesting dynamic to be swapping from a team-based game mode to the first of solos that we've seen in so long. Right now we get to see all these guys kind of go toe-to-toe. Here it is. Ronnie's going to fall to Toos now. And things are looking hot here at the agency, Clay.
They are indeed. We do see Noah Riley going down, not having the best of games, but hopefully able to turn it back around. As you see, Toos dominating it. We're going to swap over to Sweaty Sands here. Let's stream Nate versus Battle. We've seen really good fights happen down here. Mongo go down in that game number 1 there. We'll see what Nate's able to do. As you see, down already in this fight. Shields have not been popped. 119 effective HP. Wall almost getting taken there. Stair going to get taken over the top. Nice builds out to box him on off. Shots continue to go through. Running out of builds here. 27 and running out of HP as well. The side jump coming through, but Vattel going to take him down. Who wasn't able to build. And that's the stream Nate out of this game.
Fadil, the champion slayer, now catches Nate, puts him in the resume, stomps him out right there with a little emote BM. And just while we're on the topic of Nate there, I do apologize. I meant to say Cavado. I did make a little mistake there, but regardless of what, Nate is now out of this run. That's one of his 10 games down here. Here's Artur and just Yoli going toe-to-toe. We're on the back half of the mountain, somewhere that we don't get to kind of tune in too much here. The most eastern part of the beach kind of front. These are players that play for Fish and Flopper kind of loadouts and routes. Artur looking for the little low ground peak here. What's he going to do is he's trying to get a little fake shot, and now suddenly the heights is his. He's gaining momentum here in the battle right now.
He is, but he's running out of builds, and I assume the player down below is as well. Trying to drop on down, forcing him back into the box. He's got piece control here, but this player continuing to just drop away. Artur really losing him here. As we see, Andillic's going to pick up elimination there onto Snuffles. That's really good there for him. A very, very good solo player, so we'll keep tracking that and story throughout. But Artur right now is looking a little bit lost and trying to track out where this player is.
And the longer the fight goes on, the more ammunition he's going to waste here. Now it's do or die. He has to hit the shot. He actually chokes the pump because it wasn't fully loaded. And that's what happens in extended battles in Fortnite. Sometimes you forget to load up your weapons or get your rhythm down packed. And that's going to be the downfall of Artur there. Mashizo barely gets away with that one. I mean, he had 40 HP before the siphon confirmed.
Ooh, and that is not a place you want to be. 40 HP. That it could have gone either way there, but able to take the victory in the fight. As we see Primzy here rotating out of Sweaty Sands. Loadout looking amazing. Only thing I'm concerned about here for him on this rotation and in his loadout is lack of AR ammo, especially with that burst. You're going to go through that so quickly, so he's going to either need to find an impact frag or some extra loot along the way, because he's not really going to be able to turn online there with only 60 bullets in the AR.
not only that, he's on the track of Vidil and other players that are around this Sweaty Sands area. So quite a dangerous kind of position to be in, rotating through these open fields, especially with players that have turned online, right? They're already in motion, scoring big points. Primsy here, 18, kind of, middling in the competition right now, really off to a slow start. But it's going to be Krusty and Stride, ADJ here. We're kind of hiding out. Stride 80 doesn't have his backside covered, and he's going to get clipped with a big headshot body shot right there. This is the power of the burst rifle. Doesn't need a lot of ammunition to kind of finish off, but Krusty's going to find the full elim now, and the point is his. Primsy has to find a way to turn this around, because it's looking like a fair 50-50, and talking about it, Krusty jumps in the box and loses.
And he loses to an epic, he loses with an epic tac shotgun. There's no way he should have lost that, but missing his shot, something happened. Primsy right in his face ended up taking him down, as we do see Quavato and Letwick going down. That's a big name of the V being taken down there by Nas. And Primsy, we talked about impact frag was needed. There he goes and gets one. There's his loadout now set. Actually considering dropping the RPG. We'll see what he ends up picking up there.
He's got a lot of options. I think the rocket launcher is probably going to be there to stay if I had to guess, though. Here's a look at the Lodge now. We're cutting across the field, getting past Salty. We're going southern now here towards where the safe zone is. It's Buzzbear and several others who are all camping out outside this mountain. This is kind of a rough situation to be in, this natural low terrain now, so he's going to move on up. Little does he know, there's a player up above. There it is. The sound cue is going to give away that positioning here. The aggression now to build out, though. He wants a piece of action right now. I wonder why. What is forcing the fight? It's probably the pump giving him the surge of confidence. And he's going to get punished, Clay, for the shot, for the aggression.
Punished, but not a lot. He did more damage than this player dealt to him. So he's still got the advantage in this fight. Yes, he doesn't have high ground. Yes, he's trying to pop this big shield, and he's waiting for these builds to build. But he's got the advantage. He is on top of this. He can pop this big shield if he wants to, or he can go for that aggressive push like we saw him do. Looks like he's going to continue to try to pop it. Now, maybe going back and forth with that attack. This player trying to jump in the box, going up and over. A very good maneuver there. But Buzzbear trying to track him very, very, very well. Big shield more likely not going to be able to be popped. Nice arrow with the top of his head from the enemy, but the high ground maintained. Nice shot over the jump of the ram, continuing to put the pressure. Buzzbear being very, very aggressive right now. It is paying off very, very well, and he more likely will be able to pop it, as Shandui is just going to completely disengage this fight.
Yeah, there's a player down at the base of this entire fight now firing up. You can see some of the arrows looking in. Shandui doesn't want a piece of it. He's already expended so much material. He's kind of in a situation where he needs to either finish the battle or get on out of here. Buzzbear turning things around, though. It's a 50-50, jumps into the box. He is going to find the full shot. No more shield left in the camera angle. The Buzzbear finds the edit that he needs. And now, all of a sudden, he's up one more elimination this game right now.
And that was as a result of, like you talked about, his aggression, his confidence, and going into the player's box, into and just challenging up to that high ground. Did not need to do that. Could have kept going on his rotate, but decided, you know what? I want an elimination right now. There's a player above me. I'm going to keep going with it. Now moving back over to Battle, we see Loadout. A lot of minis. He's got the harpoon there for the mat refresh as well. He's looking really good. Ammo as well. Cannot knock this Loadout. He's in a really good spot to get another great game.
You got to respect players that stick to their game style, their play style, regardless of the kind of, caliber of competition in the lobby. Remember, weekend after weekend, it's only stepping up, becoming more and more tougher to kind of walk away with the aggression, right? And get away with it every time. Some players don't care, though. Vidil showing that he's willing to fight in the early game. Now, it honestly looks like he's poising up for a mid-game fight here on someone who's crossing the water right now. This is the perfect spot to catch him. You can't build when you're in the middle of the water. This is something we saw players like Big 60 kind of set up ambushes on last week in the NA East region. Vidil here is, of course, or allowing this player to cross now. He's going to just say, you know what, I'm going to move to the safety here. I'm going to move with you, Jaggy. So using Jaggy more as like a meat shield to clear the way in front of him. Vidil's getting the freebie pass right now. But they're on the land. This is his decision now to make. He wants to find the harpoon pool. Clay, you're very familiar with the harpoon. That's 75 body damage to pull all the way across now. And he's going to jump in the box with it. He doesn't care. Breaks the builds, and it's his.
And that's exactly how you do it. You start off with the pull. It disorients him. Then you get in the box. It's a one hit on that floor. You get in, swap to the pump. Easy elimination there from Fadil. Totally textbook. It is just so telegraphed as well. We're swapping over, though, to Mr. Savage here underneath this bridge in a good spot. Zone pulling towards him as well. We know that he drops with the yacht, so he's had to rotate a very far distance away. But he's got an impact weapon with that RPG. He is looking to get going here because you notice, Monster, only 26 points so far.
A player like Mr. Savage setting himself up for success here now, and just the route that he's taken through, finding some scavenger loot, as we like to call it. He's kind of putting together a very, very dominant loadout. I mean, this game could very much be his. The RPG, the extra medium ammunition, the launch pad that he acquires off of his kind of mythic POI, right? He plays off the yacht way off in the northern part of the map, so he's traveled a long way. He's traversed a fair amount of land here. He's coming in from the light half, though. Here's Buzzbear. Buzzbear, man, the respect that he has for the lobby is nothing because he's pushing everyone. He doesn't care who you are. If you're in his game, he wants the fight. He wants the action. He already has an elimination. See how he's going to play this one out, Clay.
And you said it doesn't matter to him who's in his lobby. He is running through everyone. He wants to get eliminations. As we see FlyPie up here on the high ground. Does have a good inventory to make this happen, but he's running out of builds. As we saw, Buzzbear nowhere near running out. A nice stair flip, though. FlyPie going to get a lot of damage off there, but Buzzbear able to hold the wall for the time being. Nice usage of that wall to go around the side there. He's going to take it in and get the cone as well. He's got the harpoon out, maybe trying to get into the player's box. Very good at getting in. Nice piece control here from him. Trying to continue to get into this player's box. Trying to keep the pressure on as he got that damage off, but has yet to be able to. He's got no builds as well. He's going to have to make a play. Buzzbear gets the first trade. FlyPie down. Going to pop a mini here. We'll see if he's going to be able to get it off. Buzzbear actually deciding to completely disengage that when he had the opportune positioning, but FlyPie realizes, hey, I've got to go aggressive here. Actually going to get a slurpfish there from the lake, but this is a storm fight, and one of them needs to make a move quickly.
Yeah, you can see it from the other perspective. Buzzbear, who's on a defensive now, right? Trying to pop this medkit before the 5 seconds because as the zone ticks on, the 2 tick is going to start kind of overlapping here. So the medkit, the 10 seconds he buys pays off because now he's got so much more time to battle here in the zone. It looks like he has to make the final move, but he's just playing with the builds. Very nicely done, but no, he's going to get attacked by FlyPie there, who's going to find every shot. Now the medkits are his. He is going to be able to get out of here successfully.
And that is the issue with fighting in zone, is it comes down to anybody. You could have had better advantage like Buzzbear did. Could have had a little bit more match. Unfortunately, you're in zone. It's going to throw everybody off. As we're swapping over here to Mr. Savage, he is in a fight here with Get Linear. As you see, Epic Pump Shotgun, Harpoon, RPG in the inventory. Pretty standard right now. Trying to keep up the pressure. Savage did lose a lot of HP as the wall getting taken, but a pre-fire going to come through. Savage looking a little bit like Mucho there with that pre-fire. We'll see if he's going to be able to get out of this fight on top. And with that shot, I think he is. RPG shotgun shot going to come through. He's in the box. He's trying to SMG spray through. Linear trying to make something happen. Edit's coming through. 40 HP in a dream. He's got enough mass to protect himself, but I think Savage is going to come out on top of this one.
Shout out to the ops crew giving us the defensive perspective right now as Savage is pushing. He's aggressive. I mean, he's setting up the RPG bust into the boxes as well. And now with Linear sitting in a box with no kind of floor or cone set up, I already heard the RPG get reloaded. Here comes Savage hopping in again. He is going to get traded, though. Linear finds a 30 shot from the pump shotgun there. Savage wants this upgrade, and now he is also reloading. This is such a tight fight right now. Here's Tomas, who's over on the side, but it doesn't matter. Savage is going to find what he needs. He's going to connect with the shotgun shot and wrap that player up.
And as we jumped on, we thought it was going to go against the way of Mr. Savage, but you honestly can never count him out. He is so smart and so good at operating with HP, and he says, you know what? I got some tags on Thomas, or Thomas just got tagged up. Hey, let me get aggressive. RPGing in, and he is on the pedal.
You said it, Clay. If he has the rocket launcher, it's a game-changer weapon. It's the one that you can just switch over, become the offensive beast that we know Savage is. And those rockets, he picked up more rockets. Before we were on him, he had 4. Now, with that elim, he's up to 6. So finding more rockets off his last elimination, this is setting him up to be a dominant aggressor in the mid-game. Tomaso was just rotating by. I mean, he didn't want this kind of action with Savage. He could have jumped in the previous fight, but I think that little bit of kind of timidness was enough to tell Savage that he wants to take this battle here. And now look, Savage has turned up on everyone that's nearby. I think he doesn't care as he has a launch pad, right? And he's kind of feeling it now. He's in his groove here.
He's in his groove, and he realizes, I've got 600 AR ammo, and I also need to get more points. Because he is very far behind in terms of overall points here, and this is not where you expect one of the top contenders to be at. So we'll see if he continues up this aggression. Like you pointed out, he's got the launch pad. He can also force someone to launch, which is what I think he hopes for out of Thomas. We'll see if he's going to be able to make this rotation.
And let's talk about that. Remember, it's top 80 up for grabs here. This is week 2. They've already gone through week 1, the invitational / qualifying week. In week 2, only top 80 can push on. If you just look at what was required to make it that far and be up with the top, the best of the best, you need eliminations like you just pointed to. You need placement points. So Savage is playing for high placement. You have to respect him for that. Remember, it's a 2 days. So he has to do good today. He has to do even better tomorrow so that he can get through without a sweat to make it to grand finals.
And if it's anybody's going to be able to come back from that deficit of points early, it's going to be Mr. Savage. He's very, very consistent. Like you talked about, he won DreamHack Anaheim. He did it by playing the format as well. So we'll look to see him do that, continue to put pressure down. If Storm Surge does become a thing here in these zones, he's going to have more than enough tags. He's not going to need to worry, as we are going to see Mr. Savage take out EMX XR in rotation, and that's perfect. He's got the harpoon out as well, so he can grab the loot if he wants to. Someone actually going to yoink it up there, so he's not going to be able to capitalize on it. But elimination now going to set him up for an easier rotation, because now he just have to rotate onto that player.
He's trying his best to grab that brick right there. It's Motor who's hanging out just nearby. M10 kind of hanging out there. Savage setting himself up for success. 2 elims come to mid-game. This is zone 4. This is going to be the make or break, half in, half out, kind of lead up. Trying to set people up for success. We're jumping in with Slicks here. BL, who's down below. My gosh, just look over to your right-hand side, guys. Not only is there a storm surge happening, but there's a surge of players rising up on the northern part of the map. Such a huge congestion as all those players who had to make the trek, the Grand Cross down from the upper half of the map here. Now they're landing on top of one another. Very few are going to be situated on the mountain down below, and those guys are probably going to be the ones that we see easily make it through to endgame.
And what I'm worried about with Slicks here is that you talked about Storm Surge. He's only 63, now 59 damage above. That's going to keep teeter-tottering back and forth as he gets more damage. And you see now 46, as more and more players start to get damage, he's going to start to fall below, just sitting his cone. So he really's got to be careful with that. It's only 106 effective HP. He's really, really close to being eliminated. He's got minis to out-heal it possibly. 6 players need to go down, so he may be in a good spot, but he's being a little bit too passive, not looking for those fakes. He looked for one there, but not really getting involved. But there's a player on the other side getting pressured. Wall going to get taken. Shot's going to come through. He is going to get the elimination, but there's someone right on top of him. Shot's going to come through. He did get the siphon, so he's good. Vibes going down, and Slicks gets the Storm Surge, gets the elimination. But at what cost?
I mean, the benefit of controlling so much area here, and as active as he needs to get, like you said, I mean, there's so many players here. The risk of fighting is so high if he does decide to. And now he gets to pick up the spoils of war here. And lucky for him, there was medkits there. Not only that, he has floppers too. So he has a lot of options. He's going to go ahead and eat a flopper just so that he doesn't have to waste any time, because now the zone is deciding that it needs to move here. It's 3 seconds until they all have to cut across. Will a community launch pad be put out? I heard one up above. He heard it as well. He's hunting for it now. He's kind of in the zone here. Let's see if Slicks can find one. He's going to find an elimination. The siphon's going to come in. And now he's back in the running. Another flopper as well for Slicks.
Only thing I'm worried about is I don't think he's going to be able to find this launch pad. It seems really, really far away from him, so he's going to have to run on foot. I think that's his last flopper that was popped there, so we're going to swap away, and hopefully you'll see him right there in the back left-hand corner of your screen, maybe able to make it in. You see Kaiser there in the middle with some nice HP. Look at his inventory looking really, really good. He's got a Slurpfish there in, half out as well. A lot of players going down. The Vic going down. Very, very big name. Kaiser, though, in a really good spot, able to make the rotation. Question is, will Slicks be able to do it? Oh my God! Kaiser with the nice jump pump shotgun to one pump that player.
This is looking like chapter 1 as we are on the mountainside once again here. The elevation change. You only get to see it when we come down this far south. And look, it's going back north. It's going to cut across this open kind of river valley way. Kaiser's going to have some big decisions to make, but it's okay. The impact elimination is going to cap off his material. He also has a launch pad as well. Air traffic is not clear here, Clay. He's trying to look up. That's why now he's moving to the back half. He needs to figure out a way to use this launch pad and get up and over all the builds here. Look, beautiful positioning for Kaiser.
Yeah, he does indeed. A very, very good spot he talked about. And you saw him immediately looking up. He's looking for that launch pad, like he talked about, going back over this hill. He's going to be able to hold a lot of these players to put some damage down, maybe get an elimination. Not going to really need to worry about Storm Surge moving. You rarely see it activate here. We'll see what he's going to do. Definitely going to look to either maybe find a launch pad or find an extra elimination there. Rotating on up, looking to make sure he's clear, and the airspace is clear. He's taken off. A Nos there on your screen as well. Look to see how he does. Two's actually going to go down there to first as we swap over.
And Dillix is still in this game. Someone we know who was doing very well in the first half here. Here's Verst, who has all the mythic grappler loot. He's looking very good. He's got Sky's full loadout here. 4 floppers as well. Such a beautiful place to be coming into first full moving right here. And there's a grappler getting put to use. And you have to remember, the later you go into the game, the more, dominant the grappler will be as far as decision making to go for height. Verst putting that good pressure down. These are wood builds here on that enemy, and it's going to be Primzy who's going to fall to Sky's assault rifle. So much damage that he has in his hands here. It's going off the mountain, Clay. They have to go down. This is a treacherous rotate for any player to make.
And if you look right there, Slicks did make it out, so he is in this in-game as well. As we hop over to Kaiser, I'm really worried about his amount of materials, as Rifle is going to go down, Xweez is going to go down, and Nos is going to go down to Andilix. Kaiser trying to make the rotation there with the stair tunnel, but getting tagged up. He's got the surface, so he's not too worried, but he's going to get that elimination instead. Doesn't need it. Someone in his box going up, trying to get the build. He's rotating the ramp perfectly, trying to jump, make sure he hits it. Is he going to hit the 200 bump? And he does.
Oh my
He
gosh.
takes out another one. That's elimination number 5. There for Kaiser. Is Savage is still in this game as well.
It's the bailout card. Kaiser's going to hit all the pumps that he needs. He even has the slurpfish to go with it, so he is going to be able to bounce back. Love that he decides to pop the minis first. He's playing for full optimization here now. He has to cut his way through the low ground, Clay. It's 15 players remaining. Things are only getting stiffer and stiffer here. 5 builds for him. He needs another one. Can he find the miracle pump? Once again, he is going to find it. He connects. He finds another player. Clay, he is on fire right now as he gets taken out. 6 eliminations. Still a great game. It's top 10.
He was on fire, but Xerox put him out. Shots coming through. Xerox gonna hit a nice shot there. Dodges the second shot, and he is gonna get the elimination there on a Paler. And like you talked about, a top 10 scenario, so placement points gonna be very, very, very valuable here. You see a nice tunnel through there. Gonna find a nice spot to take some minis. There's Xerox here looking really, really decent on the low ground, but he's going to need to find another one. And Dillix in this game as well. Shots going to come through. He may pick up that one, and he does pick up that elimination. Unfortunately, dropping down, he takes Martine down. We'll see if he's going to be able to take the player just on the other side, trying to get shot from underneath. Is able to use the last little bit of his builds to try to box up. Shots coming through. Not going to get in. He's denying everything right now, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one. It's going to be very, very close.
This is an exciting fight here. Xerox has a lot of decisions to make. He's going to eat the rocket launcher as it comes in from up atop. It's Otab, and he is wiping up the lobby now, and Dreda falls. And it's Scrib. It's just a good old-fashioned 1v1 here. Lestream, Vato, who actually had his name there. It's the rocket pump combo. Can he find a last shot? He chokes every shot, and he gets taken out by Scrib GG Clay. That was a phenomenal endgame.
Wow, what a phenomenal end game as well. We saw so many awesome players there. We saw Savage, we saw Kaiser absolutely run through everybody. And then we saw Bato pick up the victory royale there. Just insane, insane game.
I love to see it. The next set of games are incredible, of course, guys. Let's take a moment and kind of recall big moments in that game. Obviously, the first one I want to talk about is the victory out there, the Vato. Unfortunately, with the shots, you hate to see it. The second thing is, of course, Kaiser there. Why do you guys, break down why that kind of didn't go Vato's way? Because I feel like he was set up in a really well position, and he had zone and everything. It's just, he just didn't line up the shots, Monster.
Yeah, we saw it. I mean, he was overly confident. He hit the rocket launcher coming down. The mistake was the tracking in those final moments. You got to think about it. Pressure's kind of high. The moment that he hit the rocket launcher, follow up with the pump, and then kind of missed there, that's where things fell apart. Scrib, I mean, we see it. Attack. It's just good, right? It's just good.
That's right. We'll take a look at the current standings to see how things are going for the players. 10 Yachi, 114 points. 12 eliminations and the 2 victory royales. We saw that, so we didn't get to see game 1 due to technical difficulties, but we saw that next game where he picked up the victory royale. He is leading the pack right now. But look, Clay, 5th place. Benji Fishy, he's still here. Micho right behind him, and Mongrel there in 7th. Titans of the Fortnite comp scene.
Yeah, I want to say, look at that. MMB right there, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Looking really, really good. You said it, Titans from trios all the way in here to solos. Looking really, really good. You see a lot of big names on this list as well. 4ZR, Fremok, Proshoki, Stormy Right, Bad Sniper. So many awesome players. So many well-known players performing well today.
And I mean, I see Red Rush up there, right? We see Frey, we see Fremok. This is turning out to be a crazy competition. I mean, and even just in the first couple games we covered, we saw a lot of Hen. We got to see how he built up his dominance. There's so many other games kind of overlapping all at the same time. Here's your top 30 page. We saw Kaizen out there just for a little bit, ever so briefly. And I mean, Sazna was also in that last end game we just casted. There's Vidil too, landing Sweaty Sands, finding a ton of eliminations on this page. He has 11 compared to everyone else. He's on a rampage right now.
And this is what we want to see, right? Especially in day number 1, because don't forget, we're playing 10 games today and 10 games tomorrow. It'll be cumulative scores that push people into top 80. So a lot of these guys, they want to cushion as many of their stats as they possibly can. And like we just looked at, MMB's already out there in front of the gates, but there's still a lot of players that even if they don't make it, we can't forget about the reboot round. So what do you guys think a lot of these players can kind of keep that momentum going forward to help them into next game? I'd love to hear your thoughts, Monster.
I could just say playstyles is showing their kind of stride here. That page 3 was a very interesting one. Bafo had a victory royale, staying true to his placement, his genius in the game. And then a player like Vidil, who's popping off, finding frags. He's holding his weight just by, slaying in the early game and the middle game, because we followed that story, right, Clay? He was popping off. He didn't really care.
Yeah, he was popping off, and he's sticking true to himself. That's what you got to do. You saw Kaiser stick true to his game plan, which was just eliminate everybody. We'll see how that goes moving forward.
That's right. Now, of course, guys, what we're going to do is we are getting ready to set up for the next game. Due to the technical difficulties, what we'd like to do is kind of set up why the standings look the way they do. And we're actually going to take it back about a game or so and look at one of the earlier games and kind of see how things develop and why the standings look the way that they do. So we are preparing to hop into that game in just a moment. Now, gentlemen, another thing I want to touch about is the Mythic POIs and their general usefulness. We see, obviously, they kind of played a big factor here, but do you think they will play a factor into the next set of games as we prepare for the next game of EU?
I mean, I'll take it from there, Zeke. These POIs do tend to say a lot about the lobbies as we're jumping in, so we don't get to see the early kind of dynamic that happens at the agencies, the Mythic POIs, but I mean, we know how much of a factor that they already play, the Grappler being the most dominant or prominent outside of the drum gun as well. These are weapons that are kind of loadout shifters, but more importantly, it's not the loadout that makes the player, it's the player that makes the game, right? So here, you have Stormy Right, Gyanza, Raja, all these kind of big names we saw in the leaderboards. Like we said, we're closing that gap. We're trying to catch up the storyline here so we can see how players are getting to where they are. These are the journeys of the players that these weekends are all about, kind of capturing everything.
It is indeed, as we see Rihas using that harpoon very effectively, breaking the builds to try to get that shot off. And it wouldn't be EU if there wasn't some storm fights happening. Stormy Right, of course, going to be in the zone, as Rihas is being very, very, very sneaky with his movement. As you see the placement points that everyone is fighting for. Shots coming through. Rihas going to go down very low, 39 HP, and going to continue to tick down, 36, 37. Finny's going to be popped. Ginza, this is a three-way fight. Stormy Right going to get the elimination there on the Ginza, and now Rihas has to make a play to try to get the elimination.
Stormy Right's going to get taken out there. So now we know why he wasn't at the tippity top. He was just shy on that second page. It's because you fall short in these games, and it can be a momentum shifter. It can all of a sudden find you trailing behind. But lucky for all of our competitors this weekend, you have 2 days of competition. This is something new that Fortnite's kind of iterated into the FNCS solos, one that I'm excited to hopefully see kind of carry out as the future competitions happen. Here's Luca, though. 50 players up, Frenzy Farm. We have a northern zone. So much to kind of absorb and catch up on, but we already know when the zone cuts this far across, the players tend to stack up on top of one another as well in good fashion. as Luca stacks his drum gun on top of Mitch and takes him out the game. Can he find the backup one, Clay?
I don't believe he is, as the pressure is going to actually calm down there from K-Slide. Zuka has that mythic drum gun like Zeke was talking about, going to play a big factor in these fights. As you see K-Slide being aggressive with his positioning, but not too aggressive. He's in his own boxes. He's not making anything too crazy. He is trying to get the wall, trying to get any of that extra loot that he can. You see just kind of prioritizing that and then quickly dipping on out. And I think that's all he really wants. And now he's going to be on his merry way.
Yeah, Light just realizes, you know what? If I can't catch the drum gun player off guard, I might as well back up. He lost the advantage in that position. In a good 1v1, a good fair fight, someone with a mythic drum gun kind of has the edge on you already, so you have to be careful. Here's a look at Get Pre-Fired Kid, someone that we did get to follow a lot of before. This is Mitro under his newfound alias. We'll see if he changes his Twitter name to go with it. But regardless of what, he's in a tough situation. Just from the gameplay that I've reviewed of him kind of over the time, he finds himself in this situation quite often. The light ammunition is what I'm referring to. Just take a look down there. He only has 69 total ammo. Remember, that includes the 30 in the magazine. So Clay, he can't put pressure. He really can't, how can I say this, put Sky's assault rifle to full use with only 30 extra bullets to reload with.
Yeah, there's no maximization of that item in his inventory. He can't get it to its full potential like you're talking about, because there's only 69 bullets. He's going to have to get a frag. He's got the grappler to get in there quickly. As you move over to Drobin, who in turn has a massive amount of ammo. He doesn't have as many builds, though, but he is set up relatively center zone, so he's in a good spot to pull next couple of zones here. As you see, he does have the bandage bazooka in his inventory as well, so could take some zones if he has to on rotation. But in a really good spot, he actually can see Mitro from where he's standing. As you see Tohai in the back there. We'll wonder how he's doing today. A very consistent player as well. Look to see if Drobin can capitalize on his consistency.
Yeah, and I think Drobin's also sitting on a spare C4 here in the box, so he's got a little bit of option. I do like what he's doing, though. He's, even in this solo game, has got so much comfort, so much space, right? Using the trees as something to kind of build around and making and expanding his box. So, not the zone pulls. He was sort of center. He's going to basically get this next fourth zone. One kind of tip I want to give to pro players out there and competitors, if you're looking to kind of grind it out, when you get in that fourth zone, you'll notice that most pros do not move. That is the lull of Fortnite. They kind of hang out and everyone gambles for the 50-50. As we see Alex here cutting across the field right now, trying to get a free rotation, but Drobin's not going to make it free at all. He's going to tag him once or twice right there.
And that is the strength of this side of them. They are, right? You're so good at just getting those couple little dings and then being done. You can't full spray with it like we see people try to do. I think that's what Drobin is doing very well here. He's going to get tagged up a little bit as he's trying to expand his box a little bit. Seems like he's got that extra little bit of mats back here. But just looking to try to maximize any sort of loot in his inventory. He's just going to beam that player, gets a 66 tag, and you know he's going in. You know he's trying to get into that box. That's going to do that player, makes a bad edit, and that's going to eliminate them. That's going to be Janice going down.
Janice, someone who lands up in the north part. If anything, you think he'd fall to Savage or some kind of early engagement outside of the stacks, but no, he is going to fall to Drobin here right now. So unfortunate for him to try to get on the run there. And I mean, Drobin was so aggressive, he ran outside of the safe zone just to go back and kind of pick it up. Here's Moki, here's Cammy, here's Amplify. So many players now finding their way to the safety, and they're all in Drobin's territory. Drobin with that impact elimination there is kind of going to cap him off. He's got 300 medium bullets now. Yes, this is the time to get aggressive. He has the advantage on the lobby, Clay. He has it. Look, he finds someone else.
And he's just going to do what everyone should be doing. You should be pressuring people that are getting pressured. It's very easy to do. Drobin lets you see it. He gets a couple tags there onto whoever he ended up eliminating. Couldn't really see the name, but that was it. Very textbook gameplay. As we're swapping over to iDrop here, he's got a good spot in zone. I don't know if he's exactly all the way in zone, but he's got a player underneath. I should go over to the player down below him.
I was just going to say, man, we talk about piece control. It looked like we're looking at just map controlled. Drobin really changed things up, but we're jumping to Kiko. Kiko's got some problems of his own, as he has got quite the rotation to make here. I mean, loadout not the craziest. Obviously, he does need to heal as well, so a siphon, an elimination here to get a heal would be so huge. Fortnite competitive does have a little bit of different settings than your normal pub game, right? So one of those changes in competitive is just finding elims that will give you heals. So can he find iDrop? iDrop's actually going to cross out. He hits the early launch pad before the zone even forces him. That's quite interesting, actually.
It is indeed, but look at his mats. He's going to have to make something happen here. Monster, he's going in. Shots coming through. 100 tag there with the shotgun and the follow-up. Airwalk's going down. Not actually Skalry, as we've come to find out.
Hey, man, we know these players mix up the names, but well played iDrop, showing that he can make the big plays in solos now. And oh my gosh, gets rewarded not only with the elim, but the extra launch pad from the drop that's going to land right on top of him. That's probably why he decided to push that. Only a replay can kind of give us the extra details that we might have missed there. I saw Kinzel fall, though. And I am happy to still see players like Tohaj and Alpha still in the game right now. These are veterans to the Fortnite comp scene. Alpha's got to do an iDrop here. He's got to find a big elim. He's got to make a move now. He needs heals. He needs so much. Dwindling on resources as well. Let's see, Clay. He finds this player off guard. It's Luis who lets his guard down, and now Alpha is back in the game. He's got everything. Such a huge elim. My gosh, he's capped out.
He's capped out indeed. That was so smart to see him not paying attention to the backside wall and just taking him out there. Like you talked about, Tohai was right nearby as well. You see iDrop there on that mid-ground layer below his hoodie. As I think we're going to swap over here to iDrop's perspective just to see what he's working with. He did have 80 builds after that elimination, now on 50, so it's going to be a little bit worrisome, but he's going to pull 6 zone. Marcus C is going to go down there to amplify. We'll see what iDrop's able to do. An all-legendary loadout. He's got 4 floppers. He's got a launch pad. He's got 6 minis. Other than his mats, he's in a great shape to win this game.
A lot of options, but he has to stay alive first. iDrop's going to go into the zone and start eating the gas now, just to try to stay alive here. It is going to be a clever play, though, as it keeps him alive for just enough seconds to stay in the running here. Early short pad, though, to cross all the way here now. And he's just floating. He wants to get as deep into the zone as possible, sitting above enemy builds, hovering here. Beautiful edits. He doesn't choke, not a single one there. Doesn't miss a beat. And now he's in the running here. He's in the game. He's going to need this elim, though. He used the heavy sniper. He opens it up. It's a 220. The full connection. Every pellet finds the mark. Weiss falls there. And oh my gosh, the mats that he picks up, Clay. 6 eliminations. He's back in the running here.
He's back in the running indeed. That's the second time he's done that this game. You see Scully up above, low HP. We'll see what iDrop's going to be able to do. 80 builds remaining, and a lot of them were on that metal. He does have max wood, essentially, as he's getting sprayed out from underneath. He needs to keep moving out of this box. He is in zone for the time being. I think he's going to actually sit and wait and try to look for an elimination. Making sure he's got it. And the wall going to get taken. And elimination going to get taken as well. Moki going to go down. That's going to be yet another. Now sitting on 7 eliminations. He is absolutely running through this entire lobby. And we'll see what he can do. His zone is moving to his north.
All right, 7 eliminations. Probably the heftiest in the lobby so far now. And I mean, every time he's needed the impact frag, he's found it. Can he get another one? It's a drum gun player who's going to get pinched from 2 sides now. And he just goes straight down. Drop wants to loot, but he doesn't want to throw the game for it. Instead, he's chokeholding the player out from the zone here. Having to make a decision there. He's going to go with the legendary pump. I mean, it's been doing the trusty business so far. Everything that he's needed. Beautiful builds right now. He's doing such a good job in the low ground. This is his territory here. He hears a player off in the back now. Can he find it? 14 players up in the lobby. Someone's stepping on the cone outside of him. There's a player in the wood right here. It's his. The 121. Another shotgun shot. So close. And all of a sudden now it's top 10. He's using the zone to his benefit. So good, Clay.
So good indeed. He has barely even used his floppers there. He's now going to pop his second flopper as Siberia Jake going to go down there to Frostroki. A top 10 situation. Versa going to go down. iDrop in a really good spot, but shots coming through. All of a sudden, it got really bad really quickly. Player almost in his box there is going to have time to build on out, putting a lot of layers between them. Nice flopper being popped there. Maybe have time to pop the minis. That's going to be for Strokey there right on the other side. Tamir there as well. You do see Glory up above as Fanta's there as well. iDrop, though, the player to watch. His shot's going to go through, and he's going to drop that player right into his box and eliminate him there, as now he doesn't have a lot of mats, so he's going to have to make a play very quickly. That's going to be elimination for someone else, and iDrop, unfortunately, going to go down there.
It was all worth it. He finds 10 eliminations. For Strokey is now turning things up. He finds Glory, and now the low ground is his. He's now the new king of the bottommost layer here. What is it going to be? Can Fastroki make the miraculous comeback from the low ground? Are the players on height griefing one another? Only time will tell as it slides off the mountain. Swaggy's going to have to make his way down as Denmarker, Ek, and Fastroki, who's all the way on the lowest layers. And this is the only time low ground can win, if the top two kind of battle one another. But no, he's going to jump down. Fastroki's going to find a big pump here, Clay. It's a 1v1.
The 1v1 scenario, shots coming through. He does have builds, but he's playing like he doesn't. Nice trade there for him. He's going to have time to pop the minis, using the last little builds that he can to protect himself. Oh, he's got to be careful. This player could hop any other way. He's going to have to try to... Actually, he's going for a med kit to heal up. I haven't seen this one in a while, but this is actually going to buy him some time. Unless that player looks down, this will give him that extra 10 seconds here. We'll see if he's going to be able to get it, and he does. Shots coming through, the player dropping down. That med kit may have been clutch. He needs to connect on this next shot, and I think he's going to. 57, and he does. He takes down Swaggy as well. What a clutch med kit there from Fastroki.
I don't remember the last time we've seen a med kit so perfectly timed, even under the most intensive situations. Such a great kind of 10 seconds of peace and calm that he found in the most intense, chaotic endgame right there.
The highest risk reward just paid off in the best way possible. Taking it way back to comp all those times ago. That is what we're looking for. And that is what I actually want to talk about, dudes. Is it's never over until it's over. Every single time we look at a player in any situation, even if they have nothing to work with, like iDrop, you still find moments where they can walk around those tarps, find edits, and catch players and get the elimination and the points they need, because victory royales are awesome. And again, huge shout out to this last one. But that's not the end of the story, because there's other players around there that are still racking up points and eliminations that's going to help propel them up the leaderboards.
I mean, just even a 10 elimination game for iDrop, that's like a win in its own, right? You're talking boatloads of points, and he finished top 5, only falling to Fastroki, who honestly played that masterfully. He played it so well.
He did. I was concerned about the med kit. You see a lot of people mess the timing up there, but he knew it. He had it down. It almost seemed like it was playing just a little bit there.
And I like that too, right? Because it was, let's be honest, it was extremely high risk, high reward. That should not have worked, but he made it work. And what I love is that in that 10 seconds, you can kind of see where his mind was running. And the moment he pops the medkit at the perfect time, he's like, okay, I literally have 10 seconds to step back and breathe and just line up what I need to do. I just need to beat this other guy. That's it. It's a 1v1. That's what I need to make happen. And Monster, he did just that.
Yeah, he managed to pull it all out. I mean, it was perfectly calculated. I think when he saw the opponent up top build those extra tarps out, it kind of gave him the breathing room to cover that he needed. It was a risky play. Regardless of what, he walks away victorious. A low ground victory is very, very unlikely, especially in the highest levels of competition. So that is what makes Fastroki's victory that much more impressive here today.
You'll love to see it. Clay, what should we be looking for in these next games? Because right now, what we're finding out, it could be anybody's game, right? There's still slayers out there that are going to rack up eliminations and points, regardless of who's getting victory royales.
I just think we're going to see more awesome and creative plays like that. That is not something we've seen in seasons after seasons after seasons of competitive gameplay. We'll look to see more of that. And I honestly want to see more from him. He had 2 back-to-back victories. Let's see if he can keep up his streak.
That's right. Well, dudes, we don't have to wait much longer because we're getting ready to head into the next game. So please take us in and jump out of the battle bus as we take a look at the next game out of EU.
Here we go, Clay. The battle bus is underway, and once again, we're cutting past that early game kind of action. We're catching up to the leaderboards. We're really fast-forwarding the story here today. Yagso is the player that we're jumping right in with. It's EU region, day number 1 here, as the coverage is happening all weekend long. 20 games unfolding all at the kind of same time in parallel to one another. Clay, we're in for another interesting game. We'll see if Yagso can hold it down.
We'll see if he does indeed, but he's got a player inside. I think he knows he's there. Not going to get surprised. The ramp actually going to protect him so very well. This player just kind of panicking with their shots a little bit. Shots coming through. Yagso, though, can't get the connection. Finally going to get summoned. They're going to trade about equal damage. Finally going in. He says, you know what? I'm done with this fight. I'm going to eliminate you there, and he does do just that.
That was great. That was very clean. Train 8 showing up in mass effect here. Someone else is going to push up, though. They hear the commotion. This is what happens in the early game. You hear fights, and you know you got to get in there. You got to get a piece of the action. It's Flick just kind of hopping in right now. And they're both going to call a peaceful retreat, a peaceful kind of reset here. Flit gets hit really hard. And I mean, I don't blame him looking for the fight. He's got the legendary pump. I'm sure he is. Yagso backing up. Just looking at the map now, though, Pablo's waiting for the ambush up on the hill. I was going to say, Yagso doesn't have a free cutout. Not at all here. As someone else is ready. The pump shot was enough to break the wall. And Pablo takes the floorboard right there. And all of a sudden, it's his battle here. The Wave crew kind of dominating the Pleasant Park area right now.
They are indeed. As we swap over, we see Yoa here getting some shots there onto Mitch. Is going to give him that invitation to go into the fight. Mitch, though, trying to really keep the pressure off of him, trying to put the layers on the boxes, but he doesn't have that much time. Yoa does have the heavy sniper, but unfortunately for him, he does only have the heavy assault rifle. As we know, that's not going to be the best for pushing walls, but this Yoa takes everything, and he takes the elimination.
Yeah, that little wall right there, I don't know what happens, but Mitch kind of slipped into the box. I'm sure that probably wasn't as intentional as it might have looked from our angle, but hey, Yoa takes advantage of the situation, and he does find the shot. It's Boyer who is kind of looking in there, trying to see if he can send his own kind of invite. Here's Maester and crew. Oh no, TSM crew now on the back foot. Maester, he's got the upgraded pump as well. He does have the advantage here, and I mean, crew's on the back foot. No shield left. Oh my gosh, Maester owns all these builds here. It's happening all in Lazy Lake right now. I mean, Lazy is where also players like Leshy like to land, right? So, such a strong area, such a dominant area for top-tier competitors, top-tier pros. Crew's still on white health. He gets tagged again. I think that was for 80s this time. And Maester says, all right, I'm just going to fully heal off here now because the zone is coming in. Takes advantage of the opportunity to heal while he can. He knows there's bandages in front of him. That's another key thing to probably grab here. He's depending on the siphon right now.
He is indeed. Crew, not with really anything going for Maestro. He's going to need to get it. There are bandages around like you talked about, but with that low HP, he's going to find Crew out in the box. They're going to get taken. Wall going to get taken as well. Maestro go over the top. He's got Crew in his box, and he's going to get an elimination onto him. He's going to get the bandages and the flopper there from Crew. The siphon coming through. Maestro should be able to make it out of zone, and now he's looking good to go.
Maester making easy work of a World Cup qualifier right there. A champion in his own right. Crew, my gosh. Just the edits. He seems so far ahead of the competition. He was all inside the builds. Very well played. Here's Left Eye, though, who's got to cross all the way now. I think Left Eye, was it actually invited? Was it through the kind of console track here? He's one of the few that was playing on PC in the past, keyboard and mouse, switched over to the controller inputs. Kind of an interesting story for players like Left Eye. Okay, he's got quite a wide rotate. No problem, though. The Bandage Bazooka gives him all the room in the world, right? To kind of make these kind of wide rotates. He's trying to get to the lightly kind of congested parts. Looks like Steamy Stacks is going to be a place for him to kind of float on out. I like the plays here, though. Taking the advantage of having the Bandage Bazooka, but not only that, the early zone. Just sitting out here is not too bad of an idea, especially when you can aim where you're going to rotate in from. Down the line, this can play a big effect for players like Left Eye.
And he's kind of the one that pioneered this strat in the European region. It's kind of called the Left Eye strat amongst the community. He is going to drop the Bandage Bazooka there, so looking to get any more heals that he can. But he's scoped out this area of the map. He knows it down to a T, and he knows where he can get extra loot and extra heals, and now using that to his advantage. And like you talked about, he was on keyboard and mouse. He swapped to controller. Then he swapped to iPad on controller for the weekly cash cups. Now I asked him, I said, are you going to be playing on are you going to play PC or iPad? He says, if my PC crashes, I'm playing on my iPad, but for now, PC.
There's no way, by the way, he landed on a launch pad. The rig or the yachts there was not looted, so the risk, the gamble to go up there to find extra heals pays off. He finds a whole entire area to himself. Here's Benji Fishy. Benji coming off of a hot streak last weekend, first place over total points there. Only coming second to Mitra on day 2. Let's see, he's going to open up with a big 66 right here, and that's going to be half of the shield, minimal to the opponent. Now Benji's going full on. He's been rocking that Siren skin all weekend. You see it, you better be afraid, because he is one of the most dangerous solo players. Good cone right there. He tries to kind of choke him out. Let's see what he's going to do. He's setting up the ramp boost. Takes the cone again, and this is all control, all his. The exchange was even, though. And now he's in the box again. He goes all the way for it. He just opens up the shot. Jetsu is going to fall now, and Benji's going to reap the rewards. The fight, quick and easy. Doesn't spend too much time. Siberia Jake listening in, trying to see if he can get a piece of the action. Doesn't matter. Benji's on top right now.
And you talked about it. That was superior piece control there from Benji. Knew he had everything. And when he was in the enemy's box and he didn't have anything, he didn't panic. He didn't worry. He just shot him. And that's all you got to do, as Siberia is starting to push in, though, with that RPG. Benji is at the health disadvantage, but I don't think you can count him out just because of that. We're going to have to see how this develops, as Siberia going over the top of him has no information, though, on Benji. Did not tag him up, did not get any damage there. And so, unfortunately for Siberia, he's not going to be able to capitalize on that elimination.
Not only that, just tendency from Benji to really branch out and open up his playing space, right? His box fighting space. How much extra control he took that field right there. That's the difference. Kezix is going to open fire on Finn here while in the water. No respect, not even allowing the guy to get to land here. Kezix is full aggro right now. Those shots, he opens up here. He's going all the way. He wants a piece of this. Trying to see if he can get some points. He's at 91 points right now in the competition where we're tuning in. That's pretty good. Can he kind of push himself over the edge here? We'll see right now. Good edits for the side jump, and he finds his way up. And he's just working it inch by inch. The player up top is going to overbuild just a little bit, though. The baits, beautiful bait there, trying to see if he was going to chop him down. He goes for the shotgun shots, and it's fair game now. Finn's going to find it. He eats a flopper, though, so Kezik's right back in the running here.
Yeah, back in the running, especially, unfortunately, I think not as in the running as Finn is with the massive amount of shield that he has in his inventory. Finn back up to 179 effective HP. I think Kezix has him as just as much as well. We'll see how the fight ends up going from here, because this has kind of been a back and forth. One takes shot, one takes the lead. The other one gets shot, other one takes the lead. It's back and forth, back and forth. Finn looking to get that heavy sniper action going and get into the box, and I think he is. Shots coming through the stair, though. Going to protect Kezix from the backside. Shots coming through, stair going down. Kezix losing a lot of HP, but I think Finn has lost more, and we'll see the edit coming through, and Kezix going to take him down. It ended up going in his favor, and that's just a really great fight and execute there from Kezix.
A tactical shotgun coming into big play right there. Kezix had him dead to rights once they kind of got in that little bit of a camera angle exchange there. He had all bonus. It's Letwick who's nearby, though. He jumps in the boat. He's just trying to get to zone. He doesn't care about the action happening on the back half here. Ditches the boat, though. Does make a lot of noise. He's just moving across here. This is an interesting place for the game to end. A lot of water, a lot of islands here. So it's going to limit the amount of land space. 51 players will have to find a little bit of real estate here, as most of which are congesting or landing on the center mass portion of the playing field here. It's zone 3, 4, and 5 are really the kind of pace shifters when it comes down to how the map is going to play out and what kind of terrain the end game is going to be. Letwick doesn't want to gamble, though. He's just going to hang out here, content with a little piece of the mountain that he found off to the side.
Yeah, and this chapter and this season more specifically, I feel like these mountain goat bases are a little bit more viable, right? With the reduction of C4 to 1 stack or drop. They're not going to have that many opportunities to throw it in. We don't really see grenades being prioritized, right? So I think in a really good spot. Queasy, though, right nearby. Monster, this could get ugly really quickly as Kezix comes in as well.
Definitely some players stacking up. I see 4ZR back there as well, making the wide rotation, the western portion of the beach. Little world view of everyone kind of in the game there. You see Bafo, we already know, took a victory playing specifically for Endgame just off of the stats and leaderboard that we saw coming into these games. Players like him are still in top 30 just off of a victory royale, right? Pushing him up, putting him in the game. ZQ trying to see if he can do the same. At 48 points, I mean, he's halfway kind of in the standings right now. These are players that need big games, big comebacks, or big elims to stay relevant. Top 80 move on from today and tomorrow. Cumulative points matter. Your performances on both day are equally important. We'll see who can be consistent, Clay.
We'll see indeed. Is it going to be ZQ? Only at 48 points right now. We will see exactly how it ends up turning out here for him if he's able to make it back towards the top of the leaderboard. 48, not bad, but not where he wants to be. He wants to be more towards that upper echelon, looking at about 80, 90, 70 points here. So like, one good game could turn it around.
This could be the game. Never know, just the way Fortnite goes. We'll see here. And he's got to expend a lot of material. He doesn't even want to risk the odds of just jumping across for free. He's got some spare wood, though, so he's going to burn that first and give him just a little more comfortability, a little more room to get closer to the safe zone. Someone jumps in the box, and it was the indicator, the cue, the sound cue. That player was actually heavy sniped. And out he goes. ZQ is going to catch Fex there. It's not going to be for nothing. He's going to get a pump shotgun out of it. I'm not sure who landed the shot, but it was enough to put ZQ in a great position now to find zone for free. We talk about needing points. That is just a gift in its own to land in his lap. Here's Robobs and Light, Gyanza, and so many others here. Now, these players are in the safe zone. They don't have to worry about anything other than staying alive right now. And players like Robobs, he has a problem on his hands. He doesn't have material. He doesn't have shield. Can he find some shield? He's going to make the edit. He's going to hit the cone as well. Beautifully done with all odds against him. He finds Gyanza, who was max HP, by the way. Beautiful cone, beautiful patience. The vision, the information, and now he's back.
And I want to point out, Alpha, last game, did almost exactly the same thing. He found an elimination when he needed it most. So the Train Hard squad representing here today in solos. We'll see how it continues there for him. You see Aces rotating on through here as we're back over to Linear is fun. 41 points here for them. Just got a free rotate because of Aces. And now looking to try to capitalize on it. They do need to get some mats. They need to get that impact frag. Here as you see tags being thrown their way. Not going to actually get tagged up. Is going to get what is high ground-ish for now. But really is focusing on getting this backside elimination.
Yeah, he needs it. He doesn't have medium bullets, so even with height, he can't hold it very effectively for long at the very least. But 20 seconds. He's got 20 seconds to figure out where the next zone is going to split it. And it doesn't matter. He finds access so beautifully done. He really needed that, and my gosh, he gets rewarded with the ammo he needs and a launch pad, which in this zone, in this endgame, is going to be so crucial to success right now. What a great, great play by him to bounce him back into the game. These impact frags we are finding are so good, so crucial. So I dropped do it last game. Now we're seeing more players pull it off this game. Here's Noka, though, in a cone right now, barely in the zone. He doesn't have to build too much. All he has to do is cross over to that opponent. So we see Chapix find an Elim there. So players like Chapix, Crew, we're in the same lobby here. 6 at World Cup. Let's see, though. Here's Noka. He's just gathering information right now. Oh, no. He's setting up the ambush.
Yeah, trying to get any shots that he can now. Like you talked about, gathering information to set up that ambush. Very, very smart play here by Noko. We'll see if he's going to be able to. A shot, oh, could have came through if he was a little bit quicker with the edit. But good on him to not get aggressive as the RPG coming through. Players right on top of him, getting aggressive, and he's got a front row seat to the action. All of a sudden, now he's decided to be in the action as Noko. I think going to be able to get into the box and get the elimination, and he does. Eric going to go down.
The information gathering pays off. Looking very good right there. And now all of a sudden he finds more material than ever to cross over. Half and half out, little bit of height. Look at the layer change right now. He saw how many bases were freshly built this high up. He goes down, he kind of skates on under them, and moves up again. Finds himself a nice little piece of the map there. I see Stompy still in this game. 4ZR still in this game. 4ZR doing great in the competition right now. A good day one, even better now that he finds RHO there. And he's going for the loot. He doesn't have the builds. He needs this. Oh, snap, Clay. He sees the kind of shots coming in here. He knows there's another opponent here. He's going to catch him off guard. The tack attack, the legendary shotgun, finds the 2 shots he needs. This player had Sky's loot. Now the grappler is all his. He's hunting. There it is. He found the mythic assault rifle. I knew he would. No way you're going to leave that behind. Not after kind of securing all the loot now. 4ZR is in this game. He's got the ingredients to make it through the end game. Can he put it all together? Can he cook what he's got here and make a name here? Get a victory.
Hopefully that doesn't get spoiled there by Maestro, though. As you see, holding a really good angle. 4ZR actually going to walk up into him. We'll see if Maestro's going to capitalize. He's been sitting. He's been waiting. He set up this ambush here as 4ZR just going to grapple away. That's going to save him for now, but the shot's going to come through. Everyone knows he's got the grappler. He's on the backside of zone, so he is going to get focused the most, but he does have small shields to heal on up. He's got floppers, so he's not afraid to take damage there with the zone, but unfortunately, he's just going to get sprayed by everyone.
It's just the way the lobby was lined up, and Refs jumps in. He saw the grappler. He wants it. He's got 4 floppers now, so he can sit back here, make decisions, and come back. He's got all the time in the world and a launch pad behind him. So 4ZR is out. I see Benji Fishy still in the running, leading the rotation in the front half of the zone, alongside Kaizen, Trulix, and others. Stormy Right also sitting up above. This is where Benji shines. He knows how to rotate in these end games. So much experience from tournament after tournament. Take a look. He's sitting back on the zone. Beautiful RPG is going to find its mark. Toos is going to fall in the feed. Let's see now. Great launch pad here. He's got plenty to make the rotate. That player is actually going to catch him on a layer. It's not what he wanted, though. And take a look. He does this all the time. He gets ahead of the pack. 2 ramp rotates, conserving material. Even this late in the game, optimizing his builds. Great RPG looking back now. 2 players focus height. It's going to be enough for him to take height now. And it's his. The high ground is his.
And this is where Benji operates so effectively on high ground with an RPG with AR. It doesn't even matter. As long as Benji's on the high ground, he is looking good. But what he's got to be careful of, Janus coming in from back of zone. Unfortunately, going to get eliminated there. Left eye back of zone as well. Has to be careful from the flopper plays. And that's why he's not playing that far forward in the zone. Playing right on the edge of zone. Moving with it, making sure that nobody gets ahead of him. But now dropping down, that could be an issue, but he's doing it very well. Finds left eye here. Wall going to get taken. Left eye going to smartly drop down and edit down. Good builds here from Benji just to get him back up. His zone is going to pull back just a little bit towards him. He's going to get some time here to just spray down all the lobby.
Little plays like that, controlling, fighting players off, fending off his high ground, and pushing players back. He's setting himself up for the victory right now, Clay. This is his game. He can just walk his way to a victory royale. All he needs is a couple more elims. That shot's going to be enough. He takes out Virox now, and all of a sudden, he still has enough materials. He's doing it again, making sure he pressures players that can give him a run for his height.
And now looking to pressure everybody down below. Everybody getting eliminated down below there. Benji, 3 eliminations, 10 builds remaining. Left eye in it. Let's see if Left Eye's going to be able to clutch it up, or will it go over to Benji? The shots continue to come through. Benji is running out of mats, though, so Left Eye may have the advantage here. Benji does have the effective HP advantage here. Shots continuing fire from above. He does not have any RPGs, though. He has to be careful about that. It also is going through this house. Left Eye going to skirt just the edge of it here. Benji continuing the pressure. He's more likely going to drop down here, and he is 132 to the head, and that should be the shot that secures Benji this victory royale. And we'll see if he's going to be able to as shots continue to come through. He's dropping it in the box. Shots go through, and he follows up with the AR. A GG well played. Benji takes home a 4-elimination victory royale.
Good job. Beautiful layer control, jumping down, forcing players off his height. Really a textbook way to secure a victory without taking too much risk. Zeke, that was a great, clean endgame right there. Such a clean endgame.
Fishy showing us why he is the one leading the pack right now, making a claim for that #1 spot, and took #1 last week. Guys, I want to talk about control, because Benji Fishy controlled the flow of that game. You know, a lot of times we see players kind of having this free flow, especially in 4th circle and on, where they're just able to change layers, dive up, dive down whenever they need to. Benji, though, takes high ground and dictates the pace of everyone else. How is that possible? Monster, I want to start with you.
Yeah, you saw it starting with players like Left Eye. He, instead of giving all the attention to everyone down below, he got a couple elims, rightfully so with that height, but then jumps down 1 layer, pressures them back, says, hey, I'm height, this is my territory, back up or like get taken out, basically. And he does that just piece by piece. And that's how he's able to take control of the height.
That's right. Now we are going to go to a break, Fortnite fam. When we return, we'll have the last few games out of EU. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss any of the action. Welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, and now for the last set of games, we've got Shadow Wager, we got Ball TW, and we're getting ready to hop into the next set of games. Now, gentlemen, we've seen a lot of crazy things been happening, but the biggest thing we've seen is Benji Fishy. This dude comes out last week with the most amount of points, and now he's looking to do it again.
I said it at the start of the show. I wanted to see Benji all the way up top, and now he's here. He's reigning supreme, almost at that #1 slot, but there's still more games to go. I'm really happy seeing him play this well.
I think one of the things about Benji is that he's proven to be the most consistent player in EU right now. In week 1, he was first day 1, second day 2 to take the first spot overall, and by a huge margin. So seeing him win a game, basically like we saw last week, is pretty cool. But one thing that everybody's talking about right now is that Mitro and Mongrel are right next to Benji, which harkens back to the Trios days where they dominated week after week, and that's cool to see.
They're just missing each other's company, you know, that's all it is. They're like, hey guys, let's just win this together, let's go on to grand finals together, and they'll have a 3-way tie, you know? That's just how things will be. Now, of course, someone else I actually want to mention is actually iDrop, you know? Shai, I know you wanted to kind of touch on this player and kind of tell a little bit of his story, so I wanted to give you kind of that second to do so.
I mean, iDrop, I think, is one of the coolest things because we don't usually see it happen from a lot of players when it comes to team modes to solos. Obviously, everyone knows him and Savage had such a good run in duos all the way along, and just, you know, big highlight moments that always had iDrop paired up with Savage. But I also want to point out that he is an individual of his own. I feel like he's under that attitude as well, looking to really, in this FNCS Solos Invitational, break out and show what he has to offer in his game style, in his calls, and his plays from box to box, and he's doing that. We've seen it in the past few games.
I think this is kind of similar to the Nyrox and Aqua story, where Nyrox was basically on a journey to do the same thing, and he's doing it again this time. But, you know, something else is that this interestingly ties in with Mongrel, Mitro, and Benji, because Benji is now officially no longer duoing with Mongrel. He's actually duoing with Mr. Savage, who, I don't know, that's just, you know, multiple little strings going all different directions that I'm trying to connect the dots.
My gosh. You know, something I do want to talk about real quick is kind of like that control over the game, because that last game we watched Benji just dictate what everyone was allowed to do and say, you're not allowed to play the game, and you're going to play with the way I want to play. Before we do that, I would like to actually take a look at the standings, because these next few games are going to be pretty crucial, especially heading into tomorrow. Don't forget cumulative points, and after 20 games, we will have the top 80 players moving on to next week's grand finals. Right now, Noah at the top of the pack with 191 points, but look at, we see Henyachi, we saw him win the first 2 games of the day, and then Mongrel and Benji right behind him, Shai.
Yeah, I mean, those first 2 games from Hen had him at 114 points, and after that, still 50 points taken over, but MMB still strong on the leaderboard.
Yeah, but look at this. Wakey and Snappy, too. It's like all old teams are all sticking right next to each other. A 4-point difference between Wakey and Snappy. And then moving on to the next page, Anas with 119. We've seen a number of things from him. For Strokey, you remember the medkit play in zone when running out of materials.
Yeah, you're talking about themes side by side. Those are the 2 names who have one of the most unique game styles that get introduced in every competition. Now the Medkit Healer combined with the OG flopper player Anas are here to stay. And you talk about new blood, Vidil here as well, showing people exactly who he is. A great player with great moves and a big brain.
You know, another player we got to talk about in 23rd, mobile player that found out that's actually Patrick out of Russia. Well, Patrick, you know, joke's on you. Your name's mobile player for the rest of your life. You did this, not us. Taking a look out at top 80, though. 70 points, Bala. That's the threshold we're looking at right now.
Yeah, 70 points is where you want to be on pace, and we're going to be looking at people who were slightly ahead and slightly behind. Look at this. Kiryachi, one of the best players in the world. Rifla, Verox, Thomas HD, who placed second yesterday in the Cash Cup. They're slightly basically right on pace. They want to improve a little bit to make it so that they can get to the top 80 after tomorrow, but it might be a little difficult.
Yeah, at the same time, we have people who make every endgame 2. Bat Sniper, who we've seen taken out in second place at least twice today, now is still at that, you know, almost qualifying spot. So it's not just consistency that pushes you forward. It has to be consistency at a pop-off level.
That's right. These are FNCS grand finalists. The very tip of the top of the spear. They'll be battling it out. But gentlemen, it's time to get into the next game. So let's hop off the battle bus with Shai Wager and Bala TW.
Here we go, guys. We got 30 minutes left until queues close for EU, and that means that people are going to be their best to rise up the leaderboard standings. This might end up being a couple different people looking for a lot of early eliminations. Kylix starting things off with a third party from range, and oh my goodness, that 66 damage. It almost looked like he wanted a launch pad, but didn't have one. And Rifle getting taken out too. These early game fights are so consequential at this point in time.
And it's been this secret agent base that has had so many runs just end in multiple different variants of competition, both duos, now solos. Kylix with the most amount of HP. You could multiply and combine the HP of these two players together. It wouldn't even come close to his big health pool now of total shields. He comes through with that first elimination, now tries to find the second. Could this person be disguised? No, he's just crouched up top waiting to see what happens. This is just 100% Kylix's spot. He's going to clean this up easily. The question is, how much time is it going to take, because the rest of the game must be played.
Does have zone. He does have plenty of time to work with. I think that's going to be very, very nice for Kylix moving forward, thinking about his points, thinking about his situation right now. 55 is under that 70 points that we were hoping you want to be if you want to be on pace. He's fighting up against Luki. And this is going to be interesting, though. The box fighting style of Kylix, where he was known for, could come into huge effect, though. Luki dives out of the portal potty, and he's going to make it basically go back and forth and tries to catch him by surprise, but that's a quick one. Meanwhile, Snazy, though, up on top. I don't know if Kylix knows, and he does.
He does, and a new challenger appears, but as fast as he comes through, he gets shut down as well with a big beam from Kylix, now in an awkward position because boxes are being built halfway through low ground. Kylix will try to take waltz. An RPG is in Snazy's inventory, so you have to remember that he does have that big rocket boom power, has the speed with builds as well that Kylix is trying to keep up with. The rocket comes down, but the pump will always be that factor from the early games of Fortnite here to the Invitational today to stop people in their tracks in close range.
And one big name that got taken out here at the Shark was Hen against Noah Riley. And Hen was towards the top of the leaderboard last we checked, off the backs of his first two games being Victory Royales. And there's a lot of action here at the Shark. Maybe people trying to get aggressive as we reach towards the end of these queues. 200 points for Noah Riley, so that was a big-time elimination.
Yeah, and he's looking to just maintain his first place lead on everyone else in the competition right now. 40 points ahead before this game started compared to everyone else. And right now he's finding more with a quick fall damage elimination, and the other player gets right there too, possibly taking a lot of damage to that health pool straight in the box, the card. Now Noah has to play defense to get it. A quick switch in inventory to have the grappler and all of Sky's loot now available to him. But remember, there's still so much going on. It's Freemock that he was battling against, jumps back with, now in that basketball area, not looking to play though. He's trying to escape.
And Freemock was one of the players who was dropping there yesterday in the Cash Cup against Mitro and really having an even time against it, but they were all basically only having these 1v1s, as we see Castry also in a 1 versus 1. Noah Riley gets out of there. He's got the card. The whole reason that people want to go there, the grappler and Sky's AR too. That's going to look really nice for him moving forward in this game.
Yeah, I might not have all those shields available, but we've seen what this side of the map can do in terms of playing around with time, staying in the storm. Right now, we saw Mage very early on before be very patient with his shots. Castery, the counterpart, will do the same and get big shots off with not that much consequential damage done to his health pool. Will move off, the zone very far away. His story still continues for this back half of Europe.
And players moving through the woods. Players trying to rotate on this first zone. These all don't necessarily always go to fights, but maybe they do when both players exchange a little bit of shots and then ramp back towards each other right on the quickness. Knight gonna look to find some early damage. You got the AR beams, and this player went right in. That was kind of a emotional play there from Riasser to jump right back at Tonight, or Light. And even with the HP, it looked like he didn't even have any shield. He didn't take the time to heal. I don't know. Maybe just interested in getting right quickly to the next game as queues start to wrap up. Just trying to find a couple eliminations and then get in that last one.
I mean, those are the two big storylines, basically, of what is going on in players' minds. We have Noah, who's running away from fights, even with the best loot in the game, to be able to survive and play out for placement. While we have people like Light, like Riazzer, who are looking to get close and personal, box to box, time and time again. You'll notice the peacefulness of exactly where these players are compared to the center of the competition, but still Noah is smart. He has a lot of eliminations already to rack up in this competition. Just because he's playing passively doesn't mean he can have a say at fast eliminations. Freemox's head was just peeking above that rock, and Noah picks him up with prime time positioning.
And one of the things that these guys do when they leave the shark with the card is they come back around and try to continue to get the loot from the vaults. There's still 2 players here, though, and they hear the grappler. They're ready. This is the bait, the trap that they set up. Noah's got to be so careful if he wants to stay in the lead. It's Fex and Kaspersa.
Is the tension? The vault opens up. Everyone knows now. The sounds are there, but no movement still from the 2 hidden tigers in this shark land, and Casper is the first one to strike a big bite onto Noah's health pool, now down to 50 HP. He tries to follow through, but Noah has that grappler to make a lot of distance. This is his home right now. He has the tools to stay away. Will he give this up, though? Still 1 player left over. Casper knows about him. If Noah ends up winning up this fight, it might not be the end of it. He tries to go all the way back over to the islands.
Does he have the materials to actually do this? He did pick up the 2 siphon loot up on the side of this, and Kaspersa out the sky. But I wonder now if he actually knew that there's a trap still set at the shark. He is going to get the mythic loot at least, but a big end to Noah's game right here. Looked like potential for a massive one to stay up where he was towards the top in 2nd place, but maybe not. Another player also playing the sneaky game. It's Lecce against Bad Sniper.
And Bad Sniper, remember, from those standings, is at that bottom 80 almost, or the top 80, just at the bottom of qualifying for the grand finals. Obviously, this is day number 1. We have 10 more games tomorrow, but having the momentum, surviving the onslaught of Lecce would be so good for him right now. He does get surprised, though, get some preliminary damage. But can he heal it out? Can he find the moves and the right boxes to be in to stop this prime-time box fighter from getting in and getting the job done?
Remember Bad Sniper from World Cup landing at Tilted Towers against a number of very, very solid players, but even throughout the qualifiers, dominating in that exact circumstance against players like Lecce, who did the exact same thing to qualify for World Cup. Great piece control, but Bad Sniper almost even better. But it's not going to be enough to outlast and out-maintain Lecce's composure moving forward. And he does have that bandage bazooka to make things work. And this is starting to be a little bit scary for a lot of people. Lecce, in the last weekend, did start his performance that was massive on day 1 around this time. Went on a tear of multiple wins in a row and some of the most ridiculous clutch performances by himself. And I mean, he's been one of the people that we're kind of eyeing. He has the potential to have massive days. Is this going to be one of them? But Chapik's getting massive damage himself. He faces into the box and almost even has to pickaxe, because the weapon switch is not there, but he does make it work on Attacky. 80 points for Chapik's, just over the top 80 barrier right now.
Look at the tone of these games, already down to 50 people. These big names also fighting it out when we would usually see them stay kind of reserved, held back, playing for position. These are edge zone fights we're seeing from Vadil, which haven't been done before, and this is the result of having those extra games, trying to move in with extra time to get more points. Right now there will be a hunt, some more cat and mouse now in Sweaty Sands, and Vadil will be the one all the way up top on roofs, looking to drop down at the perfect time. Finds a slight chance to get some shots in. It's not possible. Right now, though, it's all about getting as many points as on the board, and the biggest point thresholds you can get are from eliminations.
He did slow down his pace a little bit at 123 points. He did place 4th on day 1 last weekend and still showing up in the different cash cups. We talked about his origin, how we didn't really know much about him before week 1. And going toe-to-toe with players at Sweaty Sands who tend to be some of the best in the world, and he's going to actually back out, not trade too much damage from that, but the heal trade does go in. This is a storm fight at its greatest degree, but with the time remaining, again, you got to take those into consideration, because just like that, that's another 4 points And moving forward, does he actually play the rest of this game out is a big question for him, and I think he is because he's not building up right away. Still potential for him to get a lot of placement points as we continue through this game. Remember, it's a little bit more granular. We've already gotten 2 awarded, and as time goes through, it's going to be even more.
All these players we're watching, 93.75 on the bottom left. You have to understand that they are so close. Just 30 seconds alive in-game at endgame can make up that difference. And at the same time, all these players are at that 80th to 200th place right now. Just so close, tie-broken, basically, amongst each other. Looking for that victory royale, because that's the first thing that you look at when trying to break ties. Right now, Castery gets on the offensive to personify that movement, and he finds a quick shot onto Lorer. But once again, you can see the aggressiveness of so many people. It's Mage who's actually fighting him box to box. Now, finally, the duo partners will try to see who's the better one, the one to come out on top and the one that can play this competition out for a longer period of time.
This is insane. 2 teammates, 2 former duo partners that did so well in FNCS duos, winning that first week outright, but not quite making it to the grand finals, and then both to go through the open qualifiers, and both in massive degree. We watched them during that broadcast. But there is a third element to this, as it's Faye. I think they do disengage here, but it's a possibility they continue to fight. Mage still sitting in zone, and Caster gets right on top of him. I think this might go to completion, as Faye is the one who actually goes out to the side, but with zone here, possibly disengage. No, right up on the height. That's Mage. Caster trying to fight right back. Teammate against teammates. Going down to the wire.
And you can imagine that they've been in these build fights so many times before, just practicing. They know each other's tendencies. I'm wondering if it'll click exactly what's going to go on. The counterplay, the moves. It's Castery, though, that finds a weakness in Mage's just pit stop builds, trying to heal up slightly. Now trying to break in with that SMG. He's at the head of the box, gets the first tack shot, and after that, takes him out. It's Castery, the one who's the true wizard, the spellcaster of the duo, to reign supreme up top in risky reels. He's going to be the one to take a walk today.
I just got to imagine what the Discord messages are going to look like after that one. But you got to love seeing teammates actually engaging in fights when it comes down to solo play, because they're not friends on the battlefield anymore. They might have been during duos, but man, oh man, that's a fun one to watch. Looking forward, though, we're in the third zone. It's about to start moving. Positionally, it looks like we are going to have a dead side of zone on that northeastern corner, up towards where Steamy Stacks is, or basically up towards the research center above Craggy Cliffs, which means terrain could be a big issue here. We did see Fex in that Shark early on in the game. I don't see him have vault loot. Actually, he has vault loot, but not the mythic. So possibly he just got that loot and made his way out without waiting for the other player to come back, because it was opened, if you remember that. Now they are going to get into a fight. Up on the side, Fex looks like he kind of was about to make the decision to disengage for a second there, but no, it's just a heavy snipe reload, looking around, and he gets right in onto Lobetti, the Spanish player. Fex destroys him with a heavy snipe that he did get from that vault play earlier on.
It's just full bullet trains, box to box with those heavy snipers. Now, a familiar scene. I'm kind of getting deja vu back to the second game we watched. Moki, big chilling. We talked about how she plays around mentality. Once again in a box, surveying the battlefield. 69 points in total here, Bala. I feel like she's having a good run today.
It's not the run on day 2 of week 1 for her, where she basically pushed herself up to 14th place overall. But it is slightly, basically right on pace. I'd expect her, if she's playing really up to full form, to be performing slightly better than this, but I think so far she's kind of turning it back up. Mr. Savage in this game, Vato in this game, we saw get second earlier on. Chapix too. Shinkin. And there's a real mobile player in Mude. If you were on Twitter, you saw one of his clips that he dominated in an endgame. And a lot of people turn their heads and say, hold on, can mobile actually do that with their using only their fingers on a glass screen? Vidil in the background, by the way, we saw his fight at Sweaty Sands. He did make it out all the way over here, but he's on the edge.
Time's running out for him, too. a lot of people here are kind of deciding, is it worth it to even make this rotation? Or am I cheesing the people next to me in these boxes? Am I trying to go for strategies that'll give me that quick one-and-done elimination so I can get to my next game? Skagen right now looking to get on the offensive, not moving just yet. Everyone does have about 40 seconds to decide what the game plan is going to be. But sometimes the game comes straight to you, and on other times you get to survive. Skagen, I can't imagine if he's scared, calm, what his mind's going through right now.
Shitkin's got to be thinking about how to not do that. Get in the box, get the jump, but then miss the shots. And Skagen makes it work. No matter the situation, the circumstance, we see Castry made his way through after taking out his teammate near Risky Reels. Faye as well. They're still rotating side by side, but that engagement not going all the way through. Look at his materials. Castry probably in a little bit more of a situation where he's up in HP. The deal finally goes down. Top 40 now, more points being accrued. And we're looking at the fourth zone closing now, and we're still looking at that mountain range still being in play up in the northeast. Potential for that fifth zone to bounce there, but also potential in endgame even further.
Over here, the central portion of the map, it'll be almost natural low ground, but yes, always risky of where things can push. You're going to have some type of, say, of mobility, whether it's that Sky's grappler that only one player can have in the game, or even a launch pad, hopefully, that multiple people have. We know how good Mythic POIs can be because they give a certain individual a big advantage with mobility, but you have to remember, once a launch pad is placed, everyone around you can recycle it. It becomes a community pad, and that's what a lot of these players are just banking on. We have Hardfind, who we haven't seen too much of here today, but it's going to be Apocalypto, who's going to be caught in a bad position. Faye capitalizes off of that, but at the same time is on defense again as Cactus gets chopped down.
And that's exactly the awareness that you need to put yourself in these situations to win and capitalize on things like that. Somebody sitting right on your wall, and another one diving in with the opportunity. There could have been loot for him to grab. It does not matter. Fifth zone revealed, launchpad's coming in at this location. This looks like it is right on the south side of that mountain range that I was talking about, Fway and Frenzy. Yes, it is. They're continuing actually all the way south. They need to go even further. You heard the launch pads. Players building up in metal on the backside of this. Fway might have a free rotation, and he does.
And it's so free. He gets pressure on the person who built it for him as well. Frenzy Fishy gets taken down after making the pathway for Fway, but now he has pressure by himself from Dandan. Robab's right below him as well. And Casper will be the one. Fway and Faye, though, back to back. It'll be an RPG pump combination that Fway will actually deflect, not taking a single hit of damage yet, and almost at maximum mats. He's at basically dreamland of where you want to be with a loadout and HP. The question is, can he wake up before it turns into a nightmare, because so many people are going to be right beside him. He tends to move. Yes, does have the good decision. A metal box available for him to be in as well. Once this builds up, he can jump into that pyramid, play for more info. Nah, instead, he's going to look for big damage with that minigun. It can be the operating factor in this loadout, but with only 100 bullets left, he's going to have to choose something different to do. Staying too loud, though, he might have a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, that RPG is still slightly targeting him. Taking out that wall time and time again. Oh, he's going to use the minigun to break through, and yes, it's a low HP player. That's the wonderfulness of that minigun. He's going to get a launch pad. If he could just flip this stair, maybe rotate it. Yes, he gets it. The launch pad, possibly other pickups, at least the loot back up to max, and he does trade the pump for an epic one. Skagen still in this game. Mulkey in trouble. No shield available. As getting pressured at the same time. Mr. Savage still in this, directly under her. And he's in a kind of low-key position. There's definitely a lot of boxes nearby him, but nobody able to pressure through that massive surrounding, essentially gated community. Mulkey does finally go down right at top 27 in Milan.
And now 1 second until absolute chaos ensues as the whole server has to catch up to the zone. It moves towards the south, which is where a lot of players are, but at the same time, half the lobby split over to the north. It could be anyone's game right now. Lazen is looking to get beams and make sure that his base is secured for this rotation. Finds one. The damage done on shields, tries to translate it. It doesn't actually work out. He chooses to move forward, stay focused.
And this was a player who came through console track. Sure of his PC situation right now, probably on PC. Regardless, he made it through to today in massive fashion. I believe he was in the top 20 on both days. Well, he isn't doing well. He catches one in the box, but only a 66 pump, but he follows it up with 110 to take out Styler. As the 6 zone comes to a freeze, we're looking at 7 now, and 20 players still remaining. Castery and Hardfind in one of them, but box to box. They're not actually pressuring each other. Castery going to take down one player down a layer and get somewhat of a free rotation moving forward, but the zone bounces back. He's actually going to go in and possibly take high ground from the back side of this. Castery thinking ahead, and he has the RPG, no connection, he drops him out. And yes, he does have it, and Kaspersky all the way down. He had the grappler. I'm not sure how he ended up going down, but he did.
It's the tunnel vision. It's being used to being on hype for so long in the game that nothing can stop you. But we know in this season, it's all about the flopper plays and a connection with that RPG in combination with the SMG follow-up. Castery now has high ground for this entire game, but is getting bullied out of it as well from so many different angles. Everyone wants control because we know how you have such an easy time winning from this spot. Still another RPG being thrown towards Castery. Just one more flopper left. Will he be able to survive and go back up again? 12 rockets. He's looking to send out his other, and now his HP pool, the extra floppers he has, are gone.
And the speed on Lizen to be able to reset that quickly as the RPG came through. He heavy snipes in, but not finding the player just yet. No materials really for him to work with. But a big shot on Devato to take him out. 6 players now remaining, and Lizen making a case for why he's going to win the game, but still, not that many materials actually picked up from that.
And now a replay of what we saw at DreamHack. Savage is still alive at low ground. Nyrox gets taken out by Lizen, who finally decides to drop down and get action working. He's in the box with who I believe could only be Mr. Savage. It's Castery who gets taken out from height. Developments on both sides. Fway takes both out, actually. Lizen now gets a few of the mats to use. Finally has a say in playing out this endgame. Was completely depleted before. He now has height. A 1v1 situation, and it's Fway versus Lizen.
He just got so many materials off of the Mr. Savage refresh that was pinched between him and Fway, but Fway with that RPG still that we saw earlier on the game. Hold on, it goes to a full 50-50. And yes, Lizen still connects with the remaining AR ammo to make him win that one. Fantastic performance. I don't know how many limbs he had, but man, he lasted that entire time. And one thing that I noticed was how often he had the right tools available for him. That heavy snipe, I don't know how many times it came through, but it was at least 3 to find eliminations and also refreshes to win the game.
And that just kind of goes back to the mythic POIs, right? It's like, you don't need those things to win, right? If you're playing at the top level, you will win regardless of what it is you have. Now, gentlemen, of course, that was an incredible game. Congrats there to the winner. We got to talk about something else, though, and that is Nyrox and Mr. Savage. Both of these players were eliminated. Mr. Savage was there in 3rd. I believe Nyrox was in 5th there. We haven't seen much of these guys. It's what can they do to supercharge their play right now? They've only got a handful of games left. In fact, I think it's one because queues are closer. If they're in a game right now, this is it, right? Like, their performance hasn't been that stellar today, but what do they need to do to change it up for tomorrow?
I mean, I think the first 10 games are all about survival and playing consistently. The control aspect comes in the next 10 that we see tomorrow. And we've seen Nyrox and Savage play when they have control, even without mats, just knowing their position. I could see from that game right there, they're just trying to get those final placement points in and have a good say today. Because we know when people come in strong out of the gate, sometimes they run out of gas in day 2 or the later games. They're just staying reserved, waiting to see how this competition works with the top 300, and they'll have their secret sauce to use in the next 10 games tomorrow.
Right, exactly. And I think that's key for them. I think what I'm seeing for both of them is what I want to see for them to continue. I think they just need to continue to do that for day 1 and day 2. Mr. Savage did that last week. Nyrox eked his way in. But right there, getting in top 5, Zeke, that's good. That's a good game. I don't know how many eliminations they had, but that's the consistency you need to see game to game. Hopefully they're not having too much soft spawn trouble. Mr. Savage did have a little bit yesterday against Red Rush, but I think it's looking good for them. But you're right. I think they also need that pizzazz. They need that extra sauce. They need the wins in these situations. They need a lot of elims in situations like this to push themselves up to the top. But again, don't forget, just top 80 this week. Yes, there's prizing on the line, but Shio's right in the sense that they got to reserve a little bit in the tank.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing to consider, too, is not only are game management important, but there's also the reboot round, right? So if they, for some reason, weren't to push through in that top 80, they will have a second chance, but I feel like that's going to almost like demoralize them, when really that's just, you know, it's not the end, right? That's a second shot.
I don't think that we should be talking about reboot round for Mr. Savage and Nyrox. Mr. Savage is up there in the top 100. After day 2, I think we're going to see him be consistent enough to stay up there. Both of those guys, I think, will be okay. Although, if I was to pick one of them to follow the reboot round, it might be Nyrox. I think he is having a little bit of confidence issues going forward in these solo tournaments, because he was tweeting this morning about whether he should stream, whether he should not stream, should he just record. All these things being in your head when you're trying to compete at this level, I think is maybe a little bit detrimental.
I almost wish that, like, it's tough, right? Because that's almost their livelihood, you know. In a lot of ways, it's like I have to stream to not only show that I'm good at the game, to show that I've still got it, and also build my brand in my stream, right? Like, is 100%. When do you think it's fine to just say, like, this isn't it? What I need to do is I need to just play this, and I need to have this be my full focus and not really think about anything else. Like, I love you guys as my Twitch stream, but, like, this is it.
I mean, not talking about it and not focusing on it is focusing on it as well. It's like a paradoxical situation for a lot of these top players trying to stay at the top. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you're right, guys. Well, let's get into the next game here of EU. Take it away.
Oh, it's the very last game of the European region for day 1 that we're going to be watching on the broadcast today. It'll be Mitro who we're tuning in with in a 50-50 situation. It's Kinzel. And no matter what mode it is, these guys will always find a way to have that situation drop down.
And that's a situation that Mitro is very, very much familiar with. But Kinzel, former squad mate of Mitro, actually, is going to make that work. He got the pump shotgun out of it, but quickly gets taken out by Kezix. And I would question that entire sequence at all for Mitro.
You're saying he got taken out by Kezix. I disagree. It was the Shadow Henchman who yellowed that ramp for so long that helped out Kezix get that elimination.
I didn't even realize that Shadow Henchman could yellow ramps. Oh, no, no, no.
He was knocked down.
Mitro making a little bit of a mistake against Kezix here. There's still one more player for Kezix to work with, or work through at the Shark. But already down to 90 players in this game. This entire lobby being a little bit more aggressive, maybe a couple more 50-50s than usual.
Yeah, we're talking pregame about, you know, Savage, Nyrox, what they have to think about. All these players have those same thoughts on their minds. It's kind of, you know, all about what are we doing for this game versus the next? How does our overall competition look in terms of our brands? Like, all these things moving through your minds and dealing with, you know, people instantly dropping on you at the same time, unfortunate circumstances, like Shadow Henchman's yellowing at your ramps. It's a lot to think about, and to try to stay focused, winning these box fights. Kezix right now running in circles. I was going to say almost around the competition, but he gets taken straight out by King Bokaj. And now he has control of the Shark?
Question mark? As we've seen time and time again, people push in and push in and push in way past the early game, no matter what. The also other thing that happened in that game was it went from the highest points down to the lowest points. As we even see Nowhere to Nate get taken out. Both players who I think we've been tracking in the top 100. Trulex making a kind of misplay to keep himself down at 56 points. Mongol in this game takes off a deal over at Sweaty Sands, most likely. So wow, there's a lot going on, a lot to unpack in this game. I'm wondering where we're going to end up, because another big name gets taken out, and Alex. And he drops over towards the Misty Meadows side of the map. Vibes gets in the box. And the tracking makes quick work. Whoop! But then another big pump. It's a green one too, but he hits max damage onto Fat Rat Alex. Dominates him.
Oh, that was raw. That was just straight raw. 160, the maximum you can do. He's feeling good about that. Now, to a more scenic view, Frenzy Fishy, who I think we've seen blunder twice today. Hopefully looking not to do so already, though. Quick movements to adjust being on the back end of the fight when he had the lead slightly. I really want to see this man succeed in this fight. The edits are there. He controls a bunch of them. All the walls, I believe, but with quick movements, his opponent has him on the ropes. Now remember, in terms of people like Frenzy Fishy, like we saw with Kinzel and Mitro as well, these are the last games of the day. They will actually give you an insight of what to do for the rest of the competition. Being at 1 HP though, you're not thinking about that. You're thinking straight about the fight, and he's there to knock it down. Frenzy Fishy gets to finally have a victorious moment on the broadcast.
That he does, and pushes his way up to 95 points. I was thinking about what the qualification range was going to be after these 2 days. Overall, it should be probably around the 215 point threshold for EU. That's at least what I'm estimating. And because of that, right now, the 90th points that he's at looks to be slightly out of that, but with one more game of the day, should be able to make this work. Sebi has just dropped this all down and even tracks through, has the heavy sniper reloaded, almost went for it, but instantly the other player builds right back up, and a lot of material spent into this. Can Sebi actually catch him? Tries to cone him, but he continues to build up. There's a nice tack shot. Oh, they triple-headed! Sebi is a monster with the speed, and that's Swite, who gets swiped down right there. Sebi, 78 points, and the one elim on that massive fight. There's still more here, though, in Weeping Woods.
Yeah, and although sometimes you're not able or allowed to find it, the heavy sniper, key to all doors, will let Sebi do that. And once again, 50-50 position, owns the walls, doesn't actually get the second. It's a third party that comes in, but is he really on the attack, or is he just trying to survive on defense? Because in a box with Sebi, you're asking for doom.
And they both trade heals a little bit. Sebi might have the advantage. I already hear the reload coming in on the other side, so possibly only minis available. Reloading everything. Key going forward so that they're available. Sebi looking for his third in a row. Potential for a quick W. And he does right there. The heavy snipe into the box. Almost gets the wall too. There it is, finally. And you never want to be fighting for that wall if you're Matix against Sebi there, but I believe that was actually an old box that he had to fall into from a completely different player, so he didn't even have the control. He had to fight for the wall. There was no escape.
While he still tries to go on a tear all the way near Weeping Woods, we tune into a situation that we don't usually see at this point in the game. I mean, I would classify this as absolutely mid-game right now, but it's looking kind of like an early game drop where people are all just still around Lazy Lake looking to get loot, or an end game zone where people are trying to base up side by side. This will not be a situation where these players have an experience having basically 4 people in a box fight at this point. But if anyone can make it out, it should be Fury Legendary coming out on top for this one.
We did see a number of shaky performances early game for Legendary in the previous weeks. He obviously still made it through, but not at the speed we require, or we normally see from him. It's going to be a little rough backing away from air. The pickaxe still coming through. And again, people are playing very aggressively in this game. As the queues were closing, this is probably what we're watching right now. An effect, a W key game. But you have to wonder, when does it stop? When are people actually full committing? A nice shot from Legendary to take out the player who's chasing him, but another party comes in right after that. He does have the momentum, have the movement to actually make his way back out. So now heals up. Legendary puts himself right into the state to accept another fight through. Noka from the back, though, an RPG or possibly C4 to make this a big pinch. And I believe Noka got the elim there as Legendary shoots the pump to trade the damage, so starts that fight off really nicely. Yes, it was exactly that. And it even gets the loot from it, too.
He's got maximum materials. We talked about the man who survives every single situation. Sometimes we're not actually partaking in it. I'm curious to see if Legendary even tries to go for this next, and I would say final box fight, this King of the Hill-esque tournament happening here at Lazy Lake. As more people move in, he knows about third partying. He knows how long this fight's gone on. If he goes for another, it might just be too hot.
That it might. And just to explain the kind of concepts we're thinking about when I say committing to this game, queues are closed. And since we are a little bit delayed on what we're watching, Players who may be playing aggressively might be doing it for a reason, to get into that very last queue, but the timing's slightly different than these guys are used to because it's only 300 players, and I don't think we've seen a queue system with that, except maybe at DreamHack tournaments on LAN. So different styles. Here's Droban in another fight. This is do or die because I think at this point it's a full commit for the games. And yes, the AR spray. Oh my goodness, last bullet, her last HP available. And Droban makes it work and also is able to heal himself way back up. And with Slurpee in tow, he's going to be able to heal back up to 200 effective HP. Mongrel still in this game, by the way, so he committed himself.
He's been having a little bit of a rockiness when it comes to ending out all these tournaments. Always has good performances up to about game 6 or 7 after that. When it comes to off spawn or just right before the top 10, doesn't actually have a say himself on what to do. Combination of third parties, unfortunate zone switches. He's trying to find a way to just translate that early lead into end game, end of the day dominance as well. And right now his loot is saying that he has the potential to get into a box fight this game and just elevate over and over again. Already one elimination high. He's looking for the next big shot to take.
And Mongrel was around the top 6, top 5, right next to Benji and everybody. But a mountain to climb, as it was 50 points between him and what we saw out of Noah when we looked at him in that game where he was fighting at the Shark. So a lot of ground to make up for Mongrel. And this is going to be a very interesting game to see if you can actually rise up. A 50-point game would be around a couple of eliminations and the win. Or if you actually just think about the eliminations in total, 10 elims would be 40 points. So if he can push himself up to that, potential for lots of those extra placement points because the win is 33 points in itself. Just think about those kind of ranges when you're doing the math and trying to see what he needs to do to actually overtake. Right now, a good rotation for him. He's trying to find himself center, possibly up on one of the mountains at the side of Misty Meadows.
Or for a little bit of a dip, a lot of the players will already be based up or on the hunt, rather, for either a better spot or a big shot once again. We see, I believe that's Faye. Might be, yeah, it is Faye. Again, who we saw from before. And there's another person right there with the same type of name, Frey, all the way up high. The infamous flopper player that we all know can do big damage once he gets into that final 8-zone storm. Right now, though, all these players who we know for their end game capabilities have to get through the biggest hurdle, which is this moment, the mid game. To be able to find eliminations at this stage of games in the competition, if you want them, or are you playing out your games, as Balo said before. There's some people who are in that mindset, but others who are just trying to play passive, and that's where we get hot action. That's where we see the hunt start.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, we are in the tail end of EU right now. About an hour and 45 minutes. We're going to be hitting the NA East games. So stay tuned for that if you're looking for players like Stretch, like Tifu, like Booga. If you're looking for players like Commandment, who had a crazy run in week number 1, winning 3 games in a row. You definitely don't want to miss that. Players like Colazo and Nate Hill, who barely made it in. Emad, too, who we had on House Party last weekend. That's coming right up after this. But right now, again, last game of EU, last potential for players to earn their points on day 1. This is huge. This is a moment that, I mean, you could tell the tension. You could tell how few people are going down. Listen to the amount of shots go down. This is what you got to be careful for, because as players are playing close to the chest, they're also looking for easy opportunities just like that for Larry. Finds a big burst AR shot and a big elim to refresh his materials. It goes over this mountain now, and Larry might be able to position himself just like that guy was thinking. But on the side of the mountain, where there might be a couple different people trying to get up here, there's also a lot of people looking for fights that might be a little safer than it would be in Misty Meadows, because on the mountain, there's basically blocking half the lobby's vision. We're looking right now at Putrick, who we saw get a second place earlier in the day.
That's just the name of the game when it's a shorter lobby or a smaller one. The sight lines, the things that people are looking for in terms of finding shots and fights, they get lengthened. So there's less cover to hide behind. You can track players easier. That's why we saw LZR get that big shot off, the triple burst to wrap up that fight. Right now we'll see Mobile Player once again, I would say in his natural habitat from what we saw in Game 1. All the way up on a mountain, just trying to waterfall down into a better position. This time Rivers around him again. Will it be deja vu? Or will we see him fall? That is yet to be decided as we get a big wide shot of who's actually here. One of the top contenders who's looking to have more points accrued to be able to have a comfortable spot to play from day 2. I believe second place to BL Henyachi 32 is trying to survive as well, and he has a big loadout to play with. We talk about the jack of all trades situation, an RPG to gain height, a heavy sniper to jump into boxes, and one of the two big weapons to have a say both in medium and close range, a SCAR, a pump, and there is the loadout actually in action, in work, that RPG heavy sniper combination. Bala always says it's not duos, but you can still get it done if you have enough room to play with.
These guys so good at sneaking them in. A box fight going up on high ground. It's Mongol again. He's a little bit of trouble. He needed a lot in this game to make this work, to catch up to that first spot. And Hen's gonna heavy snipe RPG it. Yes! Takes out Mongrel and ends his day. He committed to this game, slight gamble, possibly, to catch up to players just like Hen. And he will fall to a player who's above him in the standings right now. We'll have to see where that actually ends. I believe probably around 156 points for Mongrel, but that's the end of the day. Meaning, he has work to do ahead of him if he wants to catch up. If he wants to retake first place after day 2, we'll be looking at the cumulative standings to determine who wins this week. And don't forget, in EU, it's $50,000 on the line for first place.
Now we see a little bit of a rare sighting with Cavado, who we only ever see in Endgame or at the agency, but just like both those moments, he's precise, superbly accurate, and at the same time, taking big pressure and surviving it. Not even taking a shot of damage just yet. He's looking as strong as we see him in his biggest moments. And although 3 RPGs have hit his head, he is cool, calm, collected, sorting through loot, has 9 floppers to use as well. He's going to drop one of them, but oh, because of that, now finally the RPGs catch up. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence here right now. He's getting comboed through by multiple third parties. I believe this is 2 different people trying to RPG him with an AR that's also just rattling on his metal boxes. Has a lot of mats to work with, but okay, he's taken out.
And it's Refsguard, who sees the opportunity, who sees the pickle that he's in. Right down on low ground, had no room. He was basically half of his body down into the ground in terms of builds. He really had nothing to work with at all. If you're Cavado, you got to be kicking yourself, because that was, what, 7 RPGs shot by Refsguard, but he saw the potential. He saw what loot was on the ground, and even looking forward, he's back up to max materials from what he picked up, and Flopper's still available for him too. Refsguard looking good on that pickup, but man, he invested a lot of RPGs into that one.
And I think that's some of the times we've seen Refsguard kind of just run out of gas going for these kind of, I would say, mid-tier eliminations, maybe getting a little bit too hot into these boxes earlier on, because there's some sleeper agents right now. We have Karma. We see Hen at the bottom as well. Huddy's here as well too. And they're not making a single sound right now. They're just surveying what's going on around them. They could also have 12 rockets available in a golden RPG. The difference is they're saving it for those endgame moments, whereas people like Refsguard are guaranteeing eliminations maybe too fast.
And I was wondering if this situation was going to happen. Look at how many people are on the left side of the minimap compared to the right side. And this is a huge ravine, one of the biggest in the games to cross. So difficult situation. Bokaj is going to look all the way down and find Droban, but no launch pad in his inventory. And being up on height right now, I'm wondering if there's going to be a player who uses it up above. Possibilities are there, but that's really what basically everybody needs, though. Looking at the south side, there looks to be a path down low. Here it is. Refsguard there, Larry up there, Hen down on the bottom of this, I believe, already in zone. No, he's all the way down. He has a launch pad, so that's good. Picks up an RPG too. Remember, he took out Mongrel earlier with the heavy sniper RPG. He still has that combo. He's going to make the huge gap, but there's so many players on the back side of this. He uses the tree to block off, though. He's so close to going down. But he does find an alcove to heal up for just a second before going up.
And yes, he makes it through, but now there's so many more people just ready to beam the late entries who are recycling these launch pads. Hen knows exactly the trajectory people took to get to his spot. Although no one else recycles it towards his position, he still has to climb up an entire mountain. There's players who didn't actually find launch pads, and the decision will now be, do we go for these easy pickups, these easy eliminations, or do you get to that mission to move up this mountain? Hen will slowly break all the way forward. Right now missing a lot of eliminations, but at the same time trying to actually find a way to play out the rest of this game, caught between a rock and a very high mountain. He's finally making the push, but it's slow, it's methodical. Now picking up one elimination made a little bit of noise. Will people find out that he's here, slightly just makes it in. He can now play out the rest of this game, and it moves even more forward. Above the mountain, dropping down from it again. It's going to be a waterfall scenario, and he actually trays heavy snipers on the back end of one, taking big damage. No white heals available. Only 4 seconds to play around with in the storm.
And he has to get up. I see this as a very difficult situation in front of him. I think he wants to get in this box with a heavy snipe. No. So actually just going to build out to the side, uses his brick now. But still, how does he actually make this rotate? There's so many people looking at him, and Zeno will take him out. Running straight at Moki in this game. 77 points for her. Potential to rise up in the top 80 for today with this one game. Top 26 right now. She has a launch pad to work with to get across, and she's going to use that. Goes out to the side to make sure that her head does not get blocked, and should be able to pick from a lot of nice positions here in zone, but really not too many people high up at all, so she's going to be playing down on the mid-ground.
Yep, smartly skipping the most difficult part of this endgame competition. She now looks to see if she can make a base in zone and turn back for those beams, for those big 4 points in Elim. But no, instead, choosing to go for possible box ups. Just make sure her base is strong. Now she's side by side with multiple players. Finally, almost has a lair of her own. No big power weapons in this loadout, so it'll have to be builds and shots she has to take. Possible high ground maneuvers available as well, but her mats are starting to run low. Now, completely out of metal, on the back end of just 200 brick, she has to find a way to refresh. 0 eliminations so far, Bala. She's only playing off of replacement so far, but finds another launch pad.
A nice launch pad too. She opts to go past where she needs to go because the zone is going to continue to reveal low ground positions. And she does land directly on top of Kaiser, but also Faye, who does break in her box. That's going to be a fight that she might have to take. Meanwhile, Vibes on the mid-ground, very high up. He's got floppers if he needs to, but this is going to start to drop off this mountain a little bit. He does get the Storm Elim on the Xeno, and that's going to be really nice, as that Siphon. But then all the way down to low ground is a lot of different players thinking the same thing as we approach in the top 10.
And it's only the 7th zone, so it can bounce back right now. Fanta has control of the high ground, taking out the other Xeno who was in the game. Vibes looks to be the king of low, and no map battles down below. He has the control of the piece. It's the wall. Jason gets taken out, and Vibes is now low ground, feeling really good, controlling everything and a big abundance of maps, but I'm concerned maybe possibly overbuilding here. He now only has 5 left, a pump available, but limited options.
And he didn't actually get the refresh materials off of that. Moki finds Kura. I believe this might be right next to... There's a heavy snipe in. Oh, no! Pulled out the mini Kaiser with a big blunder by accident. And failing on the execution a little bit. Saves Vibes a little bit because he has the materials now. Shizolele and Red Rush in a fight with a minigun. They're really, really high up, but Red Rush has that grappler to make things work.
Yeah, Red Rush is trying to be as loud as possible. Now finally drops down. Too much action for him, and 2 back-to-back pumps from Vibes. The last person left alive, I believe, is Moki on height, who stays cool, calm, and collected the whole game through. 3 eliminations picked up in that endgame and that victory royale.
She makes it work all the way down to the last zone. Wonderful play for Moki. We see basically a resurgence of that day 2 play that we saw from her in week number 1. And look at this game, man. It was all the way through towards the end.
It's the person that had the cleanest game so far, and now we're going to be throwing it in to see a zoom in for how NA East is going over at House Party. It's Zeke with Colazo.
Guys, we are here at House Party. We got our boy Colazo up on top, and no, it's actually not this Colazo. It's the one up top That's right. First question right out the gate, buddy. How does it feel? Are you and Monster related? Are you guys brothers or?
I mean, he asked me at the last family dinner if I would hop on, so I'm definitely down. I'm more than down.
Hey, that's my boy, man. You know, we got to get him out here in the house party. We're hanging out, we're chilling. Hey, we got Shayo joining. What's up, Shayo?
Hey, how's it going, boys? What's going?
This dude, my gosh. Well, buddy, I think we got some questions for you. Someone toss it over to Monster. He's got some questions.
Yeah, no, I definitely wanted to ask. I know you're the type of player that is an advocate for playing smart in Fortnite. I noticed you were struggling in like the open quals. You barely pulled through. I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about why do you shine so hard when it comes down to the elite lobbies? Because I think you do shine as a solo player in those lobbies.
I just feel like when the format in the higher lobbies, even though it's still 4 points per kill, it's just people aren't as inclined to push because the players are just a higher tier. So they just don't want to get in and risk their own game against like someone who could be like unknown or Kanata. Like you don't want to ruin your game like that. So people play smarter, and I don't get pushed by people making not as smart plays.
And so one more thing too, like when you correlate that to obviously the lobby and the way things play out, do you think you're stronger as a solo player? Because I feel like in the team-based game mode, you're kind of trailing behind. But every time we've seen you in these solo situations, bro, you tend to be a standout talent as an individual. Do you blame your teammates? Are they holding you back, or is it just you? You just go hard.
I'm a much better team player than I'm a solo player. I don't think I'm a good solo player almost at all. Like,
I've been humble.
Like, no, I've been bad at solos up until like the last few months. I started getting like top 20s, top 10s every year, like here now. But up until then, I didn't really make any money in like the cash cups. I was much better with the team, and I still think I play better with teammates around me. Like especially like I play with Tabs and duos, and that kid Tabs G's nuts. Like he's insane, and we just got. Of course, he like lagged out of a game. His PC crashed. I got a few bugs happening, but like, definitely could have gone different in heats. I love team game so much better than solos. I'm not good at solos. Maybe now I'm okay, but I don't know.
Yo, I just want to say, by the way, Colazzo, congrats on a lot of accomplishments recently. The partnership and
thank you, man.
I think you had a birthday recently too, man.
Oh yeah,
you're slaying out. That's basically all I wanted to say.
I'm an old man.
Grab some food in the kitchen. Man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off kind of what Monster said. You said you're better in team-based game modes. You're really coming up with that solo. So what is it different from you? What makes you think you're not as good as a solo player? Why is it that you think that?
I don't think I'm a bad solo player, but like it just seems like in team-based fights, I can work my angles a lot better. I can help my teammate out. Like I usually let my teammate go and do whatever he wants, and I'll like support off the side and like I'll get 120, 150 damage before we even get into the fight. So it just helps them out a lot. I feel way more comfortable fighting with the team. If I need help, I can ask for help. Very vocal in game, so it's just way easier for me to fight alongside someone rather than by myself.
Hey, and then recently I've been tuning in with how the Colazzo stream, the journey's going, man. Talk to me about your mental, because you were basically not qualified at one point for this competition. Now you're in and you're dominating, man. How you feeling?
Oh, it's incredible. It's 100%. I don't know. I didn't think I even was going to get to play. I had the event unlocked and it opened for week 1 and said I could play. And I was like, all right, like I'm going into it with the mindset that like I don't really care how I do. I shouldn't have even been here. I'm not going to take it too seriously because if I don't qual, whatever. And I've been doing a lot better with that mindset. When I take it super seriously, I get a little nervous. Like I know I have viewers watching me that have high expectations. So when I just don't take it too seriously, like I do so much better. Yesterday's cash cup, I got 3rd. I was literally sitting there like, I don't care if I win this game. I don't care. And I like, it's so much better for me. I don't know. Takes pressure off, I think.
Dude, that's awesome. Well, apparently, guys, confirmed Colazzo's a much better team player, so he's already really good now. So pair him up with someone, he's going to be even better. That's what I'm hearing. Love to see it. Colazzo, what we're going to do is open the floor, let you plug anything you'd like to plug, my man.
All right. I mean, it's just Colazzo on any social media, CO1AZO. I just didn't get the L originally. Unfortunate. It's a 1 on everything. So, yeah. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, if you really want to. It works.
So, give this man a follow. He's incredible. All right, guys. I'm going to go send the show on a break. So, you guys keep partying. I'll be right back.
All right.
Perfect. There we go.
There it is. All right, Fortnite fam, that pretty much wraps up all of EU. We are getting ready to go to a break here. And when we return, we will have the EU standings. But the biggest question is, who in NA East will perform and push on, because don't forget, the top 80 are qualifying in through grand finals. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we can't wait to see you guys in NA East. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host Zeke, and joining us to kick off this round of NA East, we've got Monster D-Face, we've got Clay, and we're getting ready to get into all of the Fortnite action. Now, of course, gentlemen, we got to take a second here, because we just wrapped up EU. We need to take a look at the standings and see who was at the top of day number 1 in EU. The games were fierce. We saw plays. We saw old meds kit plays in the middle of the storm, full dedicated 10 seconds. Never thought I'd be seeing those again. But yet, here we are, Monster. It's like we're reliving the old days.
Yeah, I mean, the meta is always constantly shifting. The players come up with surprising plays all the time. And it's just like that, a shocker to the leaderboard as well, as Noah comes up out of nowhere. And Leshy, you got to think about it, 2 second place performances in back-to-back weeks. The consistency is there, Clay.
It is, and it is insane to see him at the top there. Back-to-back second places. Absolutely insane. But we also got to talk about everybody else on this list. A big name in the European region. as well. We're going to move into the 11th to 20th. Also big names. Gotta point out Mr. Savage coming back from 34 points to 144.
I mean, look at the newcomers. Players like Vidil, heavy elimination fraggers, 28 elims carrying him on the back right there, just off of how many players he can drop. And I mean, you see the OGs in here. You see Castery from the opens, right? A lot of players to look out for. Exciting players. Here's your 21st through 30th. Players like Endilix, champions. Players like Kinzel, Mitro, still making a name here. You have Tayson, right? These are all legends in the kind of competitive scene for the EU region. All off to a great start. 128 points is your 30th place cutoff. But still, more importantly, how good are you? Did you get top 80? Can you remain this consistent? These are the players that are going to be kind of nervous coming into next or tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Those nerves could get the better of you.
That's right, man. We see it. 96 points is that threshold heading into tomorrow. And that is after tiebreakers, by the way. So that is going to be a nice snapshot to take into tomorrow. That is the number we got to keep our minds in. 96. That's all we need. All right, gentlemen, let's go ahead and talk about the show itself. Maybe there's some newcomers that are coming on. Hello, hope you've had a great day. Great to see you here from NA East. Let's talk about the broadcast and what you should expect as a viewer. We'll go ahead and touch on the tournament format itself. Not that long ago, we ran an open qualifier round where 100 players were allowed to compete and would move on to week number 1. That was last week. From there, only 300 players moved on, and that was players that were invited via FNCS Grand Finalists, as well as content creators. Now we are in week number 2, where only 80 will push through to Grand Finals. Next Friday, we will see the reboot round. That is players who have not pushed through to Grand Finals. They will have a second shot, and after 10 games, 20 of them will qualify into Grand Finals, joining the 80, and after 12 games, we will have ourselves FNCS Invitational Champions. Let's go ahead and talk about the schedule, Now, don't forget, games are running all day long across all kinds of regions. We will be covering EU and NAE, so same time tomorrow. Please do come back if you want to check out some of that cool Fortnite action. Now, of course, the next thing we're going to talk about here is the format itself. How are these guys racking up the points? Well, it's actually pretty straightforward. The Victory Royale itself is worth 33 points, and every single elimination is worth 4. Now, you can still get points for as far out as 75th place, so there's still points to be earned as you place up there higher and higher and higher. Now, of course, guys, placing Grand Finals, FNCS Champion, FNCS Invitational Champion, all great things. But don't forget, there's also prize money on the line every single week. Last week, we saw some of that divvied out. This week, we will see more of it. And of course, in finals, there will be even more than that. To take a look, here is your breakdown per region. Guys, I mean, you know, if EU is any indication of what we should expect out of NA East, and NA East has honestly been on fire. This is something I joke about every week. Like, I'm always speaking out into existence. NA East, bring the heat. I'm very excited to get into these games. What do you think, Monster? Like, how much do you think NA East is going to do anything differently? I hope, listen, NA East, just keep running it back. Bring the heat. That's what I want. Right, Monster? That's what you want, Monster. Isn't that right?
So, yeah, the caliber of player in EU, the caliber of player in NA East, they rival one another. NA East, we all know the profiles as he kind of falls out there, but it's the profiles, right, Clay? It's the profiles, the high player, kind of the names, right, that we see. They bring the excitement.
And I hope they bring it today. I also maybe want to see another medkit play. Let's see if anybody can learn from Vashoki over here in EU. Let's see what NA East has got. But like you talked about, the big name hitters, how are they going to do?
And I was just going to say, talking about the medkit, think about the difference in timing. You saw the format and how it breaks out. 2 places from 3rd to 2nd to 4th. Those are like 4 points worth of elimination, right? So every single place matters. Every second matters. You got to bite into that time sometimes.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, it's time to kick off the competition here in NA East. Take us off the battle bus. Take it away.
That's right. We're jumping into game number 1 of the NA East coverage. This is week 2, guys. Welcome back to the show. It's Noble Beef, who we're kind of hopping in with right here, who doesn't have a weapon. Okay, so he's finally going to find an SMG. Quite interesting. Looks like he's on a shambles kind of loot route here, a scavenger loot route, as my friend Sundown like to call it. Got some players nearby. And here's a popular spot. That one guy, Luca, who's over in the kind of weather station area, popularized by Booga, is one of his landing spots here. This is a tough fight to be in, too. No shield for Luca.
No shield indeed.
Oh, and it is.
Speaking of him, there he is, Booga, right on top. Popularized by him, you know, made a very, very good drop spot, known to everybody. Let's see how he plays it out.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of tough. Just location. It's no surprise that he lands here either. He's been doing it for, you know, the entirety of the Chapter 2, so we'll see, though. He's backing up right now, and he's going to get tagged. Oh, no. And he trades back. So these are two players that now recognize the weakness of health, the lack of shield from one another. It's going to be a matter of who's going to make the decision first to move up. Booga is on the back foot here, actually, because he doesn't have anywhere to farm, considering where he's kind of located now, being that he backed up first. So, all right, now giving up the kind of height here. Oh, gosh, his back's against the wall, Clay. This is looking very, very close.
It's close indeed, but I wouldn't put any other player in the situation that we expect to come out. Booga, that solo World Cup champion, looking to capitalize on it. That one guy, Luca, though, has the HP advantage, is running out of ammo, and shots come through. He is going to find Booga out, so Booga out game number 1 with no eliminations or no points at all.
Good angles from Luca right there, and what a huge accomplishment for him to kick things off with 4 points, taking down one of the most notable players Fortnite competitive history. Luca, we'll see if he can continue to dominate the weather station. We'll see if Booga can bounce back. That's the story that's unfolding here today. We talk about people that are bouncing. It's Vanish Bank. The Vanish team has been on the uprise. A lot of players that are just popping off in Fortnite competitive, especially in the NA East region. Here, take a look. He's got the Musicals rifle, too. So he just came off of that same area where Booga and Luca were battling out.
Yeah, like Jock, right, as well on Team Vanish. But this is the only heavy AR that I actually like seeing on players. That Meowsicles rifle, so good. Able to just do so much more damage than a normal heavy AR. There, as we see Vanish Kaz here as well, another Vanish player rotating around nearby Nobu Beef, who we saw earlier. I think the reason he actually ended up not having any guns there, Monster, was because he found a llama. So already off to a better start than some of the players in the lobby.
Definitely feeling that. As we jump in with another, it's Kaz here, who's doing pretty well for himself right now. And you can see Bank cutting across. The one elimination, the single elimination, pretty good. I'm liking his loadout right now. The blue pump sending him off really strong here. He's got all the spare shield to kind of back him up as well. And he is just looking like he's setting himself up for success. But take a look at your mini-map there, Clay. There is someone cutting straight into his loot path. Little does that player know that Bank is so loaded. Like, he's ready for war right now. He's got his guard down. This player is sneaking up behind him. He's dangerously close. Misses the heavy sniper, though. And that's the danger of trying to open up with a heavy sniper. It's the risk versus reward. You don't hit it, now you lose your element of surprise. And it's a clean game. It's a clean 1v1 here. Bank, with the quick edits, though, gives up the height now. He's back into the box. It's a little box battle we got going on.
Little box battle indeed. As we see in the elimination feed stretch, actually going to take, I believe, Cadre down as a heavy snipe into the box coming through. Bank looks like he's going to be able to finish him on off and get the elimination there. So it seems like Bank able to make it work and make it happen.
All right, here's Mr. God Pump now. We're jumping across the sweaty sands. See Tekhe off in the distance here. This just gives us a little opportunity to really catch up and understand the lay of the land right now. How players are landing, how players are situating and setting themselves up here in this early game. I'm loving this kind of loadout right here. You talking legendary AR, and look, he's using that camera angle to peek in on what might be Tekhe right there, right? Rotating up the street now, who's farming up. This is a little ambush play. This is strategy, as Shio would like to call it. Let's see, though. We know how camera angles can play to your benefit. He is playing off his back footing here. He's not moving a single inch right now. Tekhe's going to walk into home, and it's the ADS aiming down sight with the shotgun. He finds the 99. So he knows this player is virtually on death's door now, and that's a shield crack. That's the HP. He can only reasonably have less than 70 health now, and it doesn't matter. He jumps in, and Tekhe gets taken out.
Yeah, brilliant play there from God Pump. Just waited, did not move, did not even think about making any sort of movement. Saw that he was going around, heard it, realized, hey, you know what? I can get that initial damage tag off. He's got that rare tactical shotgun in a really good spot now as well. Loaded on up. Actually doesn't even need any of the loot. Is going to leave behind the one flopper for the 2 medkits, which I think is definitely the better play there. But flopper's a lot easier to get on rotation from other eliminations. We'll see what Goppup decides to do. It looks like he's sitting center map and just going to sit and wait. After that elimination, very, very, very good spot here for him.
It's kind of interesting, right? There's a lot of pro players out there that would contest the idea of, you know, taking 2 medkits over even a single flopper. We value the flopper so much because of how fast you can heal. We'll see if he ends up regretting it or if it plays into his favor here. But that Elam right there, Clay, honestly set him up for success kind of wildly here if you think about it. He just got capped off on all material. Now he has this big base to kind of play around. And he's got excess loot to kind of fall back on. So that is going to be a good come up, a great kind of situation for him. And he has zone now. So we're jumping over with Mars here, who's fighting in the zone. He's going to find Has the Great with a big shot. This is a little bit of like rivalry between Mars and a lot of the other competitive players as a solo player. Specifically, Mars has been around for a long while. And yeah, pros and himself, there's always banter, there's always kind of friction going on here. So for him to take out Has the Great right now, I'm sure we're gonna see, we're never gonna hear the end of it. But we'll play for him. He's kind of bouncing up here. Good start, 4 eliminations or 4 points off of the Elam now. He's got this kind of agency area to himself now.
Yeah, he's got a good rotation too as well, with zone not being too far. Really good elimination. Just knew his surroundings, knew he could take the fight. Knew he already had him low. He had the slurpfish in his inventory just in case he wanted to take it there. But getting the elimination on Has, like you talked about, we'll probably see it on Twitter, right? A little back and forth beef coming through. As we do see Assault going to take down Merkin Newell. So big elimination there from Assault. We do see zone closing. It's probably going to pull a little bit more southwest, and it does. So Mars does have a far rotation to make, but that flopper and the slurpfish are going to give him a little bit of confidence there.
Going to give him the bonus, going to give him the boost to kind of get out of here alive and give him enough time, too, to finish wrapping up these loadout spots. Let's see here. Zypha playing the bush right now. And I think the bush is just grossly underrated, kind of estimated in these games, right? You don't spend any material if you're sitting in it. You have the element of surprise for someone that crosses through. As long as you're conscious of where you're at, you can save yourself a ton of mats. As Zypha does right here. And honestly, he doesn't even have that much material. Like, look at him. He's kind of not set up. You needed this Elam. It's going to be Sizz Lucky. He chips over the top right there. Bye-bye, Sizz Lucky now. He's going to be able to grab all the loot, too.
What a just heads-up play there from Zypha to realize, hey, you know what? That's a player right there. Let me just give it a little tap, and he does end up taking him down. As we swap over, you see Unknown in a Weeping Woods just trying to get involved here on this player. And you see this is Unknown standard practice, using the natural cover to his advantage to try to get any sort of beam. And he's got that epic burst rifle there. This is exactly what he wants. Does only get 1 tag though, as now he's starting to go in. We'll see. Continues to put the pressure, and it seems like he wants to due to his lack of ammo. I think Unknown really trying to capitalize on that tag. It was only a 23 damage, but more damage being taken than it is being dealt. Unknown does do a good amount back, but Mystic was already so low in the fight. And Unknown going to be good, hopping into the box. Shots coming on through. Unknown trying to follow. He is going to get the cone and get the elimination as well. Mystic going down. Unknown taking that one.
Yeah, and I mean, we know Unknown is a frag-heavy type of player. He came 77th overall points last week just based off of eliminations alone. So should he just connect the dots and make some endgame, he's going to be big chillin'. Here's Jamper up on FaZe Bizzle's territory right now. Bizzle's going to kind of react here with a shot from the low ground. Great peek. As we now have a good old-fashioned fight right now. Bizzle still not giving up control of the situation. Now, Jamper with a great edit right there. He's going to throw the cone inside or the ramp inside the base and now put the pressure back on. Bizzle successfully holds him off. Can he stay alive long enough? These are not the fights Bizzle likes. Bizzle tends to struggle in these early game fights. This is not his play style, and that is exactly why. He just performs better in late game rotation to capitalize, but Jamper's going to find Bizzle sleeping right there as he goes on the counter-offensive edit, gets taken out the game.
And as we see Commandment rotating in, right on the player, Snipe going to connect and get the elimination just like that. Bizzle goes down. Hoofishy goes down as well. Commandment cleaning up the opportunity very, very beautifully there.
Commandment had a dominating last week. I mean, his day 2 performance wasn't the greatest. He kind of fizzled out, but just shows you how much of an upswing he has. There's so much potential for players like Commandment who have been around the scene for so long, but have never quite taken the full-on kind of, for some reason, he's underrated, right? He's not thrown in too many, kind of top 5s and top 10s. I feel like he's slept on so much, and these are the weeks that he's got to prove himself more so ever now than ever to show that he's relevant, and he has been around for a long time. He's always pulled up big performances. So we talk about that. We jump with Stretch now. We had a great performance just coming in. So he's on a little bit of a hot streak himself here.
He is indeed. As you see, the RPG in the inventory there looking quite good. He's got in-game loot. This is what I like to call it. Set up in a good spot and zone. He's got the harpoon. He's got a good AR, good tac, good pump. And he also has that RPG, that impact weapon. He can solo RPG and then harpoon to get that impact onto them as well. A lot of different creative plays we can see Stretch do here. I'm excited to see what he does as he's going to go ahead and early rotate into the next zone.
I just want to show you guys the difference between like a player like Stretch, who came second overall with placement points for, his last week performance, and a player like Unknown Army, who had 77th place, but they had just about the same amount of eliminations. So just showing you that Stretch overall, picking up as many frags, but more end games, is why he's up at the top of the board right now. So we talk about frags here. Assault's going to open house here on someone who's crossing the river. Okay, playing a little patient now. Just using him to get this free rotate. And just look at the map. It's like a train of players kind of cutting across here. Everyone wants to find their way to the zone now. And this is like NA East fashion. NA, always the slower pace coming in, always the more congested. But it doesn't matter when it's a good opportunity like this. Players like Assault are going to open up. Comes a shotgun follow-up, and it's so good, so clean. Kaz gets taken out by Assault.
And that was just textbook. You just wait for that moment. It hits, and the impact goes, and there's the elimination. Assault going to get a lot of RPG ammo there as well. And then just continue about his way. As if nothing ever happened. Just got a nice little refresh. Going to continue moving on in. You do see Agers there in front of him as well, trying to make it in. We'll see if Assault decides to get involved with any of that, but I'm going to swap over here to show you Jace and then Zate, who Zate barely making it in. We'll see how he does today, Monster.
That is true. Just look at his situation right now. Clearly, he walked away victorious with all the shark loot. And I mean, without a single eliminations means that he probably just grabbed it and dipped out. We don't know how contested it's going to be here and who's going to be giving him kind of the problems over there, but this is going to be someone we are going to want to look out for, see what his journey is going to play out like in this first game here that we're highlighting. Don't forget, guys, top 80 move on over the kind of consistency of the next 2 days. It's about today. It's about tomorrow's performances. And the 80 will be your grand finalists. The reboot round will take 20 more slots in the air for, the players that don't qualify through week 1 and 2. So that's the stakes. That's what's on the line. Forget the money, the prizing that you can earn. It's about grand finals, about proving you're the best. That's why these players compete.
It is indeed. And one of the perks now, that Fortnite Champion Series axe that everybody gets. So you'll see it in some of these players, when they pull it out there. We'll hop over here to Bully, who currently in his box right now, looking really good. Is set up on the edge of zone, though, with a lot of other players. He's going to have a really congested rotate. I don't see a launch pad as an inventory. That's going to be very concerning, as well as his mat count. He's lacking on the hard materials there, especially in that break category. As zone closes, we'll see exactly where it ends up going, and it is going to pull away from them. So they do have a good-ish rotate. It's not that far, but with everybody else on that side, this is going to get hairy really quickly.
Clarity's got to be careful when you poke your body up out of that cone. Sometimes the pixels do show themselves off, so he can get some damage in return. This is the congested look, the layer that we're kind of staring at. You have Azers up above, someone who's been trying to make his identity separate from, just being the duo partner of players like Innocence. Velocify's got his attention here on Clarity. Let's see, though. He kind of needs this elim. He needs it for the ammunition. He needs it for the material count. It's not just for the points right now. He's kind of in a tight spot to be in. The floppers he can punish back, but Clarity's going to get the best of him now, and he's off to scramble. All of a sudden, the peeking was not worth it. But look, he wakes up the house. He wakes up the neighbors. You see players like Azers and others now jumping in, trying to get a piece of the action. Velocify Does bounce back, though. Finds a moment here. Did he learn his lesson, no, Clay? Did he learn his lesson? No, he did not. He's going to find Bully. Bully tries to make the first rotate and gets punished for it. And now Velocify jumps in the box to Clarity G. And it's a 2-for-1 special. Those are all his mats now to gain and the ammunition from it.
Yeah, Velocify really needed one impact frag, but he ended up picking up 2 eliminations there. And that's exactly what, it's more than what he needed, right? You said 2-for-1 special, that he needed 1, and there you go. Picking up those 2 elims is going to be really good, especially for total points as well. As we move over here to Deegan as he's trying to get some shots on the back player here. Does get a 74 tag, but continuously falling down. He really needs this elimination. As you see, only 48 builds remaining here for him, and he's going to, unfortunately, because of his own, have to give it on up.
It is true, but I mean, he's down to his metal, the better material to have in this situation here. So let's see, he's cutting out. He's now just close, just barely there to the zone here. He's got another kind of inching up to do. Reloading, taking this opportunity of safety to get all his material back in count. The fact that he's capping off just for that, 9 HP off the mini there shows that he's not taking any risks, not taking any chances. Wants to be at the full health here as Masef's gonna find Mikey there. Massive, the big elim for him. The feed is lighting up. I see Stowe in this lobby as well there. What is Deegan gonna do? He's probably gonna open up with his heavy sniper right here. If he can get this player to drop down, that could be huge.
It could be huge indeed. You see the intelligence gathering there, like we talked about over in the European region, trying to find any sort of information that he can. As we're back over here to Jace, who does have the mythic AR there and the grappler. So got the rewards of Shark, did not get any eliminations, but you're seeing the punishment he took for it. Not a lot of mats and not a lot of HP.
Yeah, this is tough. Because he's got the max distance draw here. He has to cut all the way across. He's going to try and focus that player who was holding height. But because of that, he gets targeted in return. Launchpad's going to go off behind him. Maybe it's too late to turn around. So he's going to have to pop his own. And he does a short pad. Love how he sets that one up to make sure he's not exposing himself in the air for too long. And then pulls out the grappler to take height. He hops in someone's box. And he is going to successfully find it. It's going to be Fuzzy who is up top. And oh my gosh, that was so clean.
And that threw me back to the season 5, 4 days when everyone had the grappler. You'd hop in the box, you see those clips happening. We also want to point out, I believe I saw Stretch going down there as we were hopping on board that elimination. So big name out of the lobby. You still have players though like Clicks, like Zate, like Jamper here trying to make it their game. With in zone, I was going to say, he's yet to pop the medkit, is now going to. He's in a good spot, right? 76 builds is not bad. He's on the edge of zone. He doesn't have that bad of a rotate, but he's going to have to make something work because he's got Zayton Clicks right next to him. It's going to be very interesting. Now, he does have a launch pad, which is really good here for him.
You forget, Jamper's coming off somewhat of a hot streak, performing really well in the FNCS duos. He came top 50, not too bad, just shy of the 50, and there you have it. It's for shots like that. He's going to catch Severe there with a big pump shotgun shot and take him out the lobby. But Jamper on the up and coming here, but Clicks is going to get hit with the RPG shotgun combo, and now he is in a desperate situation. No HP, zone on his back, cutting across. He needs to give himself some space between these enemies here. Will Clicks be able to stay alive long enough? We hear heavy snipers coming out now from Bank. He's going to take the wall. He has control of this. There goes the cone. Good piece control now. He's fighting when he should be rotating right now, trying to see what he can find. He's not going to give this player an opportunity. Bye-bye to another now as he finds the drum gun, floppers, and everything that he needs to cut out and stay alive here. Bank is chilling right now.
He is indeed, and I think he knew the mythic drum gun was there, which is why he really wanted to go for it. You see him launching through the air there, now getting into zone. Jamper with some nice build over the top of his head. But he's running out of mats, and he's going to have to hop into some of those boxes very quickly. So he does have the tools to do that. He does have that epic shotgun. He does have the harpoon. He can get in, but shots continuously being taken here by Jamper is all of a sudden not looking really good. He does have enough minis to pop it back up to fighting HP, but it's not looking too good. We do see Commandment going to pick up an elimination. Launch pad going to be used, and this is where he can hop onto somebody that's landing. I think this might be where he does it. Shot's going to come through, and he is. He's going to take down Icy there. A nice elimination, and he's going to pick up the Brutus minigun.
such a nice elim, like you just pointed out. My gosh, landing in, and he needed it so bad. He needed that kind of refresh right there. He's in the running now. I love that he's leveling up his layer here. He's working his way up and over the mountain. Turning back on the zone with a minigun is not something you see very often in solos, but hey, he's pointing out the effectiveness of it. Just the pressure in its own is so scary. And now Jamper's on the run here. Running out of material, though. He needs a big one, and he's going to find it. Cartoon Paul gets erased from the lobby. The material count goes into Jamper's favor now. He has enough to once again tunnel his way through the low ground here. Clay.
Yeah, Commandment, though, unfortunately going down, as well as Graska. Highest elimination there onto Timbers as you see him fall down. Unfortunately, Zayd falling as well. Cow taking him down, player in his box. Jamper doesn't care. He's taking him down as well. Another elimination there for Jamper, now sitting on 6. We'll see if he's going to be able to get 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 eliminations here. 7 players remaining, including Jamper here. He's running out of hard mats. He's only got 5 builds remaining, but this Brutus minigun being very well. We talk about piece control. That was excellent uses of it there, and that's another elimination. Uzi going down. Jamper now on 7 eliminations. We'll see if he's going to be able to clutch up the win.
He's here to make a name for himself, make it ever so more right now. Jamper's on fire, finds another shot here. It's Frisk the Light who gets taken out. This is his lobby here, but now he falls 3rd place. So well done by him. Here's Bank versus Jafe now. Bank in the low ground here. This is Jafe's game to win, especially with the fact that he has the weapons. He has everything he needs and the builds to do it. The pressure, though, he's running out. He has to go down and eventually make this a shotgun fight. Here it is. It's a build-off. Bank's going up for height. He doesn't know that he has the grapple, though. He can always come back. Good usage of the harpoon, though, Clay. One shot is all it's going to take, and he finds that Bank gets taken out.
And you said it was good usage of the harpoon just to drop him down. Chase played that so beautifully. Didn't even need the grappler at the end of it, and he picked up the victory royale.
GG's. Well played. A good game there, Zeke. That was a tough one right there. I mean, we saw it. We saw Jamper just rampaging through everything.
Yeah, that was very reminiscent of EU games, right? Like people like IDOT who were just running through and finding eliminations. Now, of course, big congratulations to Jafe. Really quickly, I do want to kind of double back and talk about Jamper, but we're going to set that aside for 1 second. Jafe, how did he pull off this win? Because we tuned in mid-game, and Clay was the one that called it out. He had Shark Loot, but he didn't have anything, no builds, hardly any ammo, and no HP, yet still pulled off the unthinkable and got the victory royale.
I mean, just from reviewing that game in its own, the pivotal moment was that half and half out, that full rotate across. When he launch padded, and it was risky launch pad, he spent a lot of seconds on the storm there, but he came in and then he grappled up for height. He recognized the kind of dangerous position that he was in, running out of material, running out of ammunition. That impact frag, that was like, you put a star on it. He took height, he took someone out, he got points, and refreshed all the way up to the top. That was his moment of success right there.
I agree, and he got the Brutus minigun there as well. And we saw him use that so perfectly as a solo on low ground. Like Monster said, you don't really see people looking back into zone with it when you're on solo low ground, but he made it work.
That's right. It's that kind of innovative play that's going to give someone an edge. And like you said, Monster, that gold star, that's what was his turning point. Now I want to kind of double back and talk about Jamper, because again, this is very IDOT reminiscent, right? Yeah, he didn't get the victory royale, but he placed 3rd and was racking up eliminations left and right. I mean, it looked almost like a pub game from his perspective.
I mean, players like even Hen, right? Players that just had these pop-off moments. That's what propelled them and gave them the solidifying distance in that early game. iDrop was tearing up kind of his whole, thing, right? He was also picking up a lot of elims. I think he picked up like 10 maybe. So Jamper was on par with a great performance. You talk about placement points matter in this format. For every 2 placement points in the top 10, every 2 positions, that's worth an elimination. He picked up the majority of the eliminations there, effectively kind of like doubling over what a victory royale would be. So it's kind of like he won that game in his own right.
You'll like to see. This is what we're in for. This is what NA East is bringing to the table. This is the action we are looking for. Of course, guys, we are getting ready to hop into the next game. Now, gentlemen, something very unique about this game is that this game was actually happening at the same time as the game we just watched. And it's going to shake up the story quite a bit. So let's go ahead and hop into the next game of NA East with Monster Defense and Clay.
Thank you, Zeke. And just to kind of clarify for everyone tuning in from home, guys, these lobbies are all happening in parallel to one another. It's all kind of unfolding right now. We're going to tune in with Emad, who sets up a very interesting kind of drop spot right here. I love that. That's what you call a calculated play to kind of propel himself way down the mountain here, Cliff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how he did that, I'm going to be honest with you, but he knows his drop spot well. What I'm worried about is there's already a player on top of him, and you see he does have the tactical shotgun and the small shields there, but he hasn't taken them. This might be an issue here for him, but he does pick up a harpoon as well, and if he wants to get crazy with it, this player on top already at a disadvantage. Emad fighting most of the loot. Mouse is running around, but the cat is going to find him. Emad getting the elimination.
Hey, listen, Mouse is going to have to hit the VOD right there. He's going to have to go back in time and figure out why is it that Emad was able to touch down and have a weapon before he can even, settle into the game. Before we get there, let's take a look at your right side here. Put your focus there. The Victory Royale, 33 points. This is your format and how players are accruing points. This is the structure and how it all breaks down. Each elimination is worth 4 big points. We're now jumping in with Donnie here, Clay. Donnie's got the height. He's got the mountain. He's tailing someone. He's chasing someone down right now.
He is, and he looks like he's already got information on their HP. A shot's not going to connect there on the Donnie. Looks like he does actually. They're taking a little bit of damage. He's going to pop the small shields there. Continuous pressure from down below. Going to cause him only to get one of them off. And now going to be about 135 effective HP. Math could be a little bit off there, but you get the point. He's at a decent HP. Don't know what the other player is, and he's trying to get the wall. He is not going to do it, but the shotgun's not going to connect. Predator gonna be gotten out there, and a very, very nice play there from Donnie, just capitalizing on the damage he's already done.
It just makes you wonder, kind of, where did this whole battle begin? They kind of was very much drawn out here, cutting across the field. You can see all the builds. So Donnie is gonna work hard for that one. It's gonna set him back a little bit here, but it's okay. The battle is gonna kind of go into his favor. I mean, we touched base with Colazo before we jumped in. We were in that house party call. Colazo was kind of warming up while we were in there, Claire. Hey, he was kind of getting ready for the day. He spoke about being, able to perform under these kind of high caliber lobbies and how it plays into his benefits. Let's see now, as this is the first engagement of many that will happen over the course of the weekend. How is he going to play it? He looks very aggressive to me here.
He does, and this doesn't seem like the Colazo we talked about and talked to. And you know what? He didn't want to hop into player's box, but he did say he was going to hop in with the SMG. And unfortunately, he hopped in with the SMG, but switched to that TAC, and that's going to cost him a lot of HP. He does have the big shield, so he can recover from this. The other player also heavily damaged as well. Colazo trying to trade shots as a typical box fight engagement here. We'll see. He does have the decoys in there. Could get crazy with him. Nice edits out to the side. Realizes he owns that wall, but the edit, unfortunately, not going to hit there. But Colazo, with the smarts here in the site, should be able to capitalize on this unless the other player is able to get that advantage on him. Colazo looking to pop the big shields now. The continued pressure from above. He's trying to get lost in all of these builds. The edit coming through. He's got to be very, very careful with that. I don't believe all of those walls are his, as we do see a Baco on the other side and another player right nearby, Zeno, coming on in for the third party. This could spell very, very badly for Colazo.
He needs this Elim so bad before it gets taken from him, because he also needs the Siphon here to stay in the running. Can he find the one shotgun shot he needs? They're both on death's door right now. It's only going to take one. He does get it, and he ends the fight with just enough time to bounce back. As you see, Zeno backs off now, respecting the engagement. Colazo, it's so interesting we got to watch that fight. I mean, we just had a little piece of insight of what he was thinking and what he thinks when he's in these games. But okay, we jump over now. We're on the other side of the map here. It's Okers who's fighting. He's also pressuring a player down now. There it is. Let's take a look now. Okay, he's trying to piece control this here, Clay.
He is, and we talked about it time and time and again. In these box fights, it's so important to take little pieces by little pieces. It's literally a chess match between you and your opponent. Do you have this piece? Do they have this piece? Right now, Oker's not actually getting any of the pieces that he needs to. I believe Legendian, the player that he's signing down below, is he going to catch him off guard there with the shot? Not going to be able to. The wall going to be built in time. Trying to go in. He's running out of shotgun ammo as well. He needs to try to utilize something else in his inventory. Shots coming through, like taking a lot of damage, and the switch there going to cost him that elimination, as Legendian going to come out on top.
And both of those players did not have a lot of ammunition, or builds, you should say. If you think about it, when a player gets eliminated, they generate 150 material. That's 15 builds, which shows you that with only 21 builds in Legendian's kind of loadout there, he was also struggling. Now here's Perplexy from the team BH. A lot of creative warriors in here. These are players that kind of spend their time in the build battling. Let's see how Perplexity's going to play it out here. Box fights are where players like Perplexity do tend to shine here. And he's got the Slurpfish, too, to bounce back. This is very reminiscent of what would be a good old box fight warm-up. Let's take a look. He's got the tactical to kind of back it up, too, so he can jump in the box. He's going to find the whites right there, which means this player doesn't have shield. And Zum's going to get taken out real quick now. And Perplexity does have another issue to worry about. There's someone else rolling up to this fight. But lucky for him, he is going to grab the legendary pump shotgun shot now. And can he put it to use here? It's FaZe Sway. We just talked about players that are about creative fights, about box fighting, and Sway gets deleted with a 199 shot. He was on 1 HP, Clay.
That was impeccable from Perplexity. Played it perfectly. Went ahead and boxed out into a new box. Waited for Sway to attack him and then capitalized because he knew he owned everything there. Very, very good play there from Perplexity to capitalize on a mistake by Sway.
Man, Sway, the aggressive kind of performance that he put into the open quals, the semi-consistent performance he put into last week to get here today, I think it's only been proving more and more difficult as the competition caliber kind of steps up. How hard it is to actually seal the deal on elims. You get punished so much by these top-tier competitors. They're not here to mess around. They will punish you. Class, another player who has a very, very nice loadout. A punish loadout. A heavy sniper can punish you. The pump shotgun can set you back so much in a fight. He's looking to roll up on this guy who was pushed outside of the kind of riverway here up at Weeping Woods. He's going to have the natural elevation as well right now. He's just looking to cap off the material, though. He's got a lot of farming to still do here. But he has zone. It's not too much to worry about.
What I am worried about him is this is a little bit of a later rotation, right? You saw zone almost was fully closing. See what he's able to do. Snipe may be able to come through. He's tracking this player very, very well. Good usage of that tree there. Looking for the shot. And he is going to hit it there onto Snake. Class with the shot. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
No way. Tries to follow up with the back-to-back. It's not going to be enough there, but it's okay. The 4 points is going to be good enough for him. I actually am interested at the fact that he's not even going to get greedy for the material. He could have kind of pounced in there to get all the loot and all the resources. It doesn't matter. Here's a look at Kanata, who just rotated past Perplexity. The fact that he has this little bit of shield left, I'm going to go ahead and assume that Perplexity probably landed a couple shots. Or maybe it's the other guy who's kind of ghosting him here on the rotation right now. Interestingly enough, he's going to pick up the kind of fishing rod to kind of cap off the loot. Might as well at this point. Kanata is one who does not take the fights, okay? He does not take these kind of engagements, the risky ones. Just off of the gameplay that I reviewed from his opening weeks and just in general, some of his scrim practices, I noticed that he likes to rotate. He likes to play for good positioning and then capitalize on those points instead to help, kind of keep him relevant. Which in these caliber of lobbies, it plays out. It plays out so well.
Yeah, and we've seen other players, more notable players, play that same kind of style. Not being aggressive, waiting into the mid-game to get those eliminations like right now, right? We're transitioning still pretty early in the game, but Kanata has found out this player, and he's in a house, right, in Misty. So he's got that protection of those walls being built. They're already solidified. He doesn't have to worry about a third party. He's continuing the pressure there onto Trashy. As there's another player nearby. He doesn't have to be careful about that. He also doesn't have the most effective HP here, but he's continuing this fight. He's continuing the pressure, and he's trying to get into this player's box. It's looking really, really good here for him. Wall going to get taken, and that's going to be a nice shot. 94 off. That player's 6 HP, but unfortunately endless. Not able to get out, but there's another player right nearby.
Let's talk about great reads, right? He saw the drawn-out kind of builds here and how players are scrambling around off the fresh builds, and that was enough for him to recognize weakness here. So good read of the field right now. I mean, now he's got everything he needs for endgame. He's got the Elim as well to kind of cap him off. Let's see here with Nexi, who's pushing up on TF. Is this his fight? I mean, it looks like an easy one. Good job on him to take the cone instantly, sets up the ramp boost as well, and he's being so aggressive. Will he get punished for it? Nexy, by the way, got TF on the back heels. He's going to go ahead and take the cone there now as well. Puts the ramp in the base. This is such good pushing. The fresh edits, oh my gosh. TFTI gets taken out, and he gets rewarded with a second launch pad now. Nexy, by the way, is sitting so good for this game one.
Very, very, very good pressure. Every time there was a wall placed, he broke it down. He was in the box. He was right on top of the other player there, and it was just very, very good. Sniper shot almost connecting here for Vexy, but not going to connect just yet, as you see a lot of other players around him. Got to be careful with that heavy sniper. If they know that you're around them, they're going to play a little bit differently. They're going to try to take opportunities if you're looking at a heavy snipe. So you see him just kind of sitting, just kind of waiting right now. Now looking for picks as he feels a little bit more safer after those builds solidify. But in a good spot, already won elimination, got one placement point as well. Loadout looks great here from Vexy. We'll see how he does in the end game.
And then remember, guys, when I referenced game one, this is the second one we're casting over, but this was the game that set up the leaderboard that we just kind of looked at coming into this. We saw players like Vexy in there. We saw these names kind of, making their statement, their claim here at the start of the competition. As the day goes on, we will continue to cover everything as it unfolds and try to give you guys the full look, the full story. Talk about that, though. Vexy trying to land a heavy snipe. It's not going to find it. There's 66 players in this game, Clay. This is such a stacker right now. Slow pace.
And we'll see how it shapes up. I mean, we had Storm Surge over in EU. We'll see if we get it over here in NA East in week 2. It'd be interesting to see how some of the players that are not used to playing stack lobbies deal with it, right? You see elite scrims, those players got to be able to deal with Storm Surge. They know how to get the tags. The people that came through the open track, people that came, through that and the console track as well, maybe not able to deal with it as effectively.
Yeah, and this is very, very much reminiscent of as the game one kind of played out, where you don't see Storm Surge in week 1 as much as in the top 70, but when you approach the top 50, that's where you get to see it, and it doesn't matter. Donnie's going to get straight taken out right there by Vexy with a great heavy snipe. There's so much loot in the water, and this is another kind of temperament from Vexy here. He could have jumped in and grabbed all the loot. He doesn't care. Instead, he's going to play for positioning now, take that as a small victory, and go ahead and rotate on. It's the second time we've seen that now where someone could have looted, but instead play it much safer here. As Mass G is in a very peculiar kind of location of the map, just off of the water here. He's got to cross the lake all the way now. Someone is kind of situated up on the mountains firing in. I like that he's going for the landmass, though, instead. Pushing across old builds here, making his way, slowly but surely running out of material right now as well. He's expending a lot here to kind of cut, but it's worth it. I mean, he's going to get safety here soon. Great shots by him to open up this fight here. It's Bryce who gets hit down to barely anything now. Mass G, all you got to do is set up the kind of push into the box, and yeah, there it is. He's got the ramp behind him. You know he's getting in. Oh my gosh, it was so close for him, but he's going to have enough to bounce back here.
And safety for him is an elimination there. He got the siphon. He's got decent more mats than he had before. He's in zone as well. He stopped that pressure onto him. He's upgraded his loadout as well. Everything looking really good here for Mass G. And, he's got extra mats as well. What I'm worried about is zone more than likely going to pull across that lake, and he's going to have a very hard time rotating.
Play from the second zone till now, only 4 players have been eliminated. 3 of which we casted on the stream, just showing you how delicate the kind of, the situation is right now, how people are playing very slow right now. The stakes are so high for the players in the lobby right now, for these competitive players. Just look at the zone right now, the scatter on how many players are kind of prioritized the middle of the zone here to see if they can get the 4th. 30 seconds, we will find out how far they will have to move moving forwards. Here's Mega looking over at the canvas, at the landscape. Misty Meadows is heavily populated right now. You can see the player outlines and all the houses. My gosh. The residency that's taking place here in Misty Meadows is crazy.
And it's interesting to see how the hill is going to play into this game as well. We'll see how it affects the end game and late game moments there. Mega in a really good spot to catch next zone, and we'll see if he does. He is actually not going to, but this should be a relatively easy rotate for him due to the lack of people already inside of the zone.
So here's the question you have to make. Does he use this opportunity to get deep, get like center, or just kind of sit here and play the 50-50? Play the half in, half out. I know the like general rules, you don't move on 4th zone, but you know the congestion is going to be right on top of him. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic coming in. We'll see how it kind of works out as we talk about that. Look at all the players cutting across the field. I saw Emad already joining the likes of Mega up top the hill. Doxy's going to find the 99 shot to crack open this fight here, and he's going straight phase all the way through. He's getting in the box. Nice little axe play there. Pulls the shotgun out. He's going to find Astonish. Bye-bye.
And honestly, that was a beautiful play there from Doxy. Just textbook, got in, he used that boost in, and just took him down, and Astonish was not ready for it. And you see, he's not in zone. You know what? Didn't he want to use the extra mats that he had there? Deciding to go more into zone, I think, than we saw Mega did. Gonna hug a little bit of the edge, but what I'm interested to see is if zone pulls to that eastmost side by the bridge, everybody in this lobby is essentially gonna have to rotate. We'll see what they decide to do. Class being a little bit of a mountain goat here, looking for a snipe. Will he hit a second one here as he's sliding on down the mountain? Decides against it as he's trying to get in. In that edge zone play, we see it kind of typical here for competitive players, but like Monster said, is that center zone and 4th zone a little bit better here? We'll see momentarily.
This is one of the weird ones where elevation plays a part in it, so it's hard to kind of take a claim, but regardless of what, Class is in a prime situation to hold players out. He's got the mountain in his benefit, and he's got a bunch of players who's down below him that have to cut up. Love that he's protecting his kind of angles here. He is the kind of the lining. He is the silver lining of safety here, and just the fact that there's a player in that base right there, he knows that he has to focus up in there. That's going to be the freebie, and there's another one in there. Can he find this one as well? 99 is going to connect. Class already has 2 eliminations. He's trying to find a third here. So I see the feed. Mac would go down. Funk goes down. Those are, you know, Funk barely qualified in. He barely made it through. So him getting taken out right now, he's off to an off footing right now. What's it going to be for players like Funk? What is his destiny here? The solo division. I mean, we know he qualified for World Cup, so he has what it takes to be a top tier. Is the current state of the game in his favor right now or not? We'll find out. Here's Emad. He's got the half in, half out, so it does pull. Kind of southern. This is pretty nice. So we know players like Mega are going to be close to the safety here.
Yeah, we'll see how they end up dealing with it. Emad in an interesting spot. He isn't half in, half out. He doesn't have a lot of extra loot, so he's looking to actually grab some here. Maybe get aggressive onto a player. Emad, quite sure where he wants to go here with this one. A little bit rotating in. I guess he wasn't actually in, half out. A little bit further away, but using the wood first, I really like this. He is running out of mats, though. In total in the lobby, he's going to be on the lower end there. Like you talked about, we will see Storm Surge. Only one more player needs to go down, so it probably won't activate this match, but still, got those players thinking about it, got those players worried about it. As Emad's trying to get some beams out of the air here, maybe pick up an elimination, but fortunately for him, he's wasted almost all his AR ammo on those shots.
And he knows it. Now he's going for the fight, and it's going to be successful. He catches Berserker off guard, who was looking off in the other direction, and now he gets rewarded. More floppers, more ammunition, more builds as well to keep him in the game right now. Emad is off to a phenomenal track right now. And just look, how many players still have to make a move here? Players like Class, who just barely squeaked their way through. He's got the heavy sniper. He's ready to set it up, and it is going to be successful. It's the 100. The whites from the follow-up. He's jumping in. He's fully committed right now. He's not going to let this one go, no. Even if it means giving up his positioning here. He's jumping in those boxes, Clay. Oh, my. He finds it. It's Nexy.
Jumped in every single box. We've talked about before. Piece control was so good there from Class. He just, every opportunity that he could get a build of the other players, he did. And most of the times, he just ran through him. He didn't care if he got him. Didn't care if the other player got him. He was just running through Nexy and his builds. You see Nate Hill up there. So Funk and Nate Hill were in the same game. Nate able to stay alive here towards the end. As Zona's going to pull to the northeast, that's going to go back up this mountain. someone like Roller here is going to have to get really creative with his rotation.
Yeah, you might have to stick around and wait for a launch pad. 44 below the damage threshold right now. It would have to take it down to 30 players in the lobby. There goes the launch pad, but it looks like it was... Okay, it was not being guarded, not too well at least, so he's going to find his way. He's going to get that freebie here. Almost pulling a epic whale classic, trying to jump in someone's box, but it's okay. He kind of tempers himself. He backs off. That could have been a big elimination for him. Think about it. He has barely any ammunition, so he's got to fight right now. He's got to find something or let something come to him. Will it come to him? Let's see. Zexro is going to find Gush in the feed there. Things are really kicking up. I see Niddle falling now. Zeno's going to fall as well. Roller gets shot in the back here, Clay. This is not looking too good for him. He's going to need a big shot.
Going to need a big shot indeed. Is going to take time to pop those minis, and he's going to find a player's tarp open. Going aggressive. He does have that burst AR to get in. Shots coming through here momentarily, but not going to connect. This player holding him out in zone decided to drop all the way down on the low ground. Does have good amount of HP to make something happen, but it's dwindling by the second, just like his builds. There on the other side, he's trying to make the edit. Nice shotgun shot there, but unfortunately not going to track him enough. But he does end up actually taking down Nate Hill. We just talked about how he was alive. Unfortunately, that quick elimination going to send him back. As he's going to find a player on the backside, not paying attention. That's going to be another one going down, and another one in his box. Will he be able to pick it up? And he does. He picks up 3 eliminations just like that, back to back to back.
It's Ghoul, it's Flaws. These are all players, all adding to the count here now. Can Roller get another one? He is. He's on fire right now. He's just barely speaking out of this one, staying alive. Someone bailed him out right there. Roller's on fire. He's rolling through the lobby quite literally right now. And take a look. Just look at how active he is right now. I think he's really feeling it now. The momentum's high. The adrenaline must be even higher than that. He's just pushing through. All those elims and only 4 builds, so he's still desperate here for more. He's going to find Trashy. He needed this. And the Flopper find now, too. So he's still in the game. He's going to find a Surffish. These are all crucial elements to success right now. He's so into it, he forgets to pick up the gold pump right now.
And you talk about crucial elements of success. That was one of them. The legendary pump not going to be picked up. We'll see how he ends up dealing with it. Zone going up this mountain just a little bit. He's hoping it pulls back down. I don't think it will. We're going to see where it goes. Shots coming through. Unfortunately, everyone's going to know he's there. He's going to go down. Roller getting rolled over. His class going to pick up dirt, by the way, as that's a good elimination. Gets a lot of mats there that he can work with. Also has 3 floppers in his inventory, so he should be good to stay in zone for just a little bit longer. He does have 2 more remaining after that pop. We'll see who's going to be able to get out, maybe make a play towards high ground. You see him trying to look for this elimination. There's someone trying to hold him in zone. Shots coming through. That's going to be elimination from Class. Now sitting on 7 eliminations. He's getting pressured, though. Has to be careful. Needs to pop this flopper, and he does. He does have a bandage bazooka there if he wants to pick it up. I don't think he's going to. Trying to get the elimination. He's not going to get it. Legendian is going to go down to zone, and that's going to cost him a lot of HP.
And remember, for every elimination that happens right now, he's getting more placement points. He is at 7 elims right now, having a monstrous game. I saw Mega in the feed there, too. So this is kind of crazy. He's actually sliding down the mountain. Tabs and Ubel are fighting for height, and they're trying to see who's going to be the king of the high ground. It's Tabs. He takes a little bit of fall damage, and Class is going to be able to read the sound on that one. 99 from the low. Who's going to find the one shot they need? It's all it takes here as Tabs slides off the mountain, and Class gets the victory with 3 HP, Clay. Barely, but 3 HP was enough.
3 HP was enough. That was absolutely insane. Coming down there to the zone tick, taking out the last player. Oh, way too close.
Guys, that was a great second game, all right? There's a few things I want to talk about here. We got to talk about Class. Great victory round with 8 eliminations. And then Roller. Both of these players, what they had in common was every time something stood in their way, whether that be a player, whether that be lack of resources, they were so focused. They knew what they needed to do to get through and keep moving forward. Roller ended up there with, I believe, 4 eliminations at 10th place. And I mean, in 10th, top 10 is pretty good, all things considered, especially when you're looking at a lobby like Zexro, Nate Hill, Funk Bomb, Mega. Like, that's a pretty good start for both of these players, Monster.
What made it so impressive is the fact that Roller didn't have much, but catching Nate Hill, catching Ghoul, and then following up with Flaz right after that. That was a lot. Those are like crucial elims all within a tight time frame. So very, very intense. Look at your leaderboard though. Class, just off the elims alone, propels up all the way to the top. The Victory Royale kind of cakes it all off there.
Taking a look here, we see Jumper, right? Like, this is why the other, this is why these two are at the top, right, Clay? Like, we get to see kind of both perspectives, both games, almost simultaneously.
You are right, indeed. But that Victory Royale being the difference, you saw it, both 8 eliminations, that really separating them. We go down here, we see Roller there in 19th. After that game, 4 eliminations, 28 total points. So a really good game there for him to set him up into getting towards top 80 by the end of the day.
And think about it, Gould gets it taken out, but those 3 elims, you show how crucial, how beneficial it is to catch a couple frags. He's in 12th place right now, setting himself up really nicely, as is Legendian looking good here. Here's Commandment, someone that we really want to keep an eye out. Players like the Uzi, who have really been coming up. This is his time to shine. There's a lot of new names that are using this solo kind of format to really dominate, come out on top. See a lot of good names here in the top 30, a lot of kind of recognizable faces, Roat, right, Aguilar, Hornets. Things are looking really, really good so far here in the NA East region to kind of kick things off.
We'll take a look at 80th right now. That cutoff is only 10 points. We're not that far in. It's only been a handful of games here that we are talking about. Now, of course, someone that you just mentioned to me is Commandment. This guy, not 1 week ago in his first day, was 100 points. That is 1-0-0 ahead of second place. So if he were to have a repeat performance like that, he could be far and away the #1 player coming out into grand finals. But there's still a lot to look at and a lot to unpack. Gentlemen, thank you guys for coming on. This cast were great. Love that you guys were part of it. What we need to do, though, right now is we do need to go to a break. So for you guys watching, a couple things before we do go. Don't forget FN Competitive. Great place to keep up to date on all things competitive for Fortnite in 2020. That is the best place to keep up to date with all things FNCS Invitational, things we're posting, plans, the likes. Please key into that. Of course, don't forget to send Monster and Clay both some follows. These guys are incredible. They are amazing. Please, you need to do that. But of course, Fortnite fan, with that being said, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we'll be back with Bala TW, we'll be back with Shy Wager, and we will be back with more of these games, and of course, more NA East. Thanks so much, Fortnite fan. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and we are getting ready to get back into more games. This time, we've got Shy Wager, we got Bala TW, and now we're going to be talking about players that we need to be keeping our eyes on, gentlemen. In that last game, we saw so many big, high-profile names eliminated incredibly early on. People like Booga were picked off right out the gate. People like Unknown, even Commandment there was eliminated about halfway in the game there, and is currently about halfway in the pack. So what do you guys think? Is there players out there that you've already identified? You're like, man, I'm hoping to see this guy pop off. Is it like, oh, those were slow starts? What do you guys think?
I mean, you're talking about in-game. I'm going to be looking at out-of-game as well because we can't catch every single thing that's being played at all times. Stretch right now is just holding on. When we tuned in, 79th place overall, I believe, on the leaderboard. This man who came all the way up at the top spot for NA East last week, we're looking to see if he can repeat that, but so far, a slow start out of the gate.
Yeah, I think when you say the top spot, you're forgetting about Commandment there. He was top on second day, which is something to note. But in terms of like other people too, I mean, Commandment's middle of the pack right now. I think he still has chances to go up. But actually, that might be kind of indicating that he might not be there because he started off low on day one and then went up to win his 3 games in a row. So,
well, that's right, gentlemen. We'll see how things go for all these players as we prepare for the next set of games with Bala TW and Shy Wager. Take us in, gentlemen.
Let's jump straight to it. We've got Trashy on screen here at Risky Reels. And he's going to be pulling up at the middle portion of his run today, this evening of his 10 games. And this is where things start to get less experimental. This is where people start to serious up a little bit. But there's also a clash between people who are fighting aggressively and trying to play passive for the end game.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of that all around. And right now, this is an early game fight. Trashy against Nick. And we'll see there's an RPG in play. Trashy trying to get in, though. Very aggressive on this first box. And I'm seeing a wood 1x1. Not a lot of space gain from Nick at all as that high ground play instantly went on the back side. And there he finally starts to get a little bit of space. But is he out of materials? This might have happened a little too early for him.
Now, he is on the forefront of the fight, has the advantage, but you have to remember we've seen it go so many ways time and time before. Nick gets taken out. Trashy takes a little bit too much damage than he was hoping for. Risky Reels is now his, but remember, this is happening across the map. Already 9 people taken out, 90 people left alive, Fuzzy being another. Everyone's starting out their early game, and everyone's getting in control of these POIs, but mythic ones as well.
And such a good thing it's Risky Reels, the medal available so quickly. Tuning in with Rogue Shark. He's in a little bit of a fight right outside the yacht. So it looks like they escaped from the yacht, and now that's right on the side of it. It's going to go all the way down. They're in the same box. Rogue Shark very low HP, and there's a third party, even 2. And if this spam stays, he might be done for before we even really look at this. Dives into the bush, though. Moment of calm for him because he has room to work with.
Trying to let that room speak bounds because right now there's no more materials left. The bush is the only thing that kind of hides him from anyone else. He has been discovered, but it doesn't matter. Gets a few mats available to be able to push away from the last person available in these boxes. Although it is Newell who he started fighting, it'll also be Newell who's left overall. But Shark now has perspective to land a few shots. The boat is the desperation play for Newell to get away, and I think he just does. Zoom all the way through. No, Shark had the beam down, picks it up, and I don't know. Good decision or bad? He probably could have waited it out a little bit more.
He must not have had any materials or something. I don't know. He tried to make a crazy escape. But that does not work against Rogue Shark, who has some of the best aim in the game, and now he's going to be able to disguise himself, head right back to the yacht, and get the rest of the loots. We've seen a name that had an early game fight. Tifu took out Lyrison and then went out in this game. So we're looking the Shark now for another engagement. This is off to the side even, so wondering if the card, if the grappler, this guy's AR are even a thing right now for the engagement.
Right now, Plague's drip check is 100%. Big true, big looking good too. The combination of backbling and skin, but his shot beat that same level of caliber. Looking for a little bit on the low ground right now though. And you got to remember, these early fights, you have a lot of time to play with, but it's time that you could also be using to rotate later on. Ooh. kind of balance, and he gets tagged up from the back. It'll be Fish who gets it, but Cyril's there to third party. Still going to have the low ground, though. Now Fish is going to be up into the same position he was before. No shields, though, this time.
And that's definitely, I think this is one of the most awkward fights I've ever seen at the Shark because of how far away it is from the actual main POI. Same thing happened over towards the yacht, too, kind of on one of the side islands. Does this player have what they're all looking for here at the Shark? Did he grab the grappler and just go out to a safe spot? Who knows? It is a storm fight that will unfold in front of us for Fisher and the player down below. And this could go for quite some time.
It just seems unnecessary other than just the 4 points, but like, how many more are you losing out on risking your entire game on one elimination? Doesn't make too much sense to me, especially you keep mentioning, you know, where is Sky's AR? Where is the grappler? On none of these players. Did someone already just run away with it? Like we saw that happen in Europe multiple times. Now we're at a complete standstill. Gonna be running down these 100 HP health pools. Could have been Big 60 who's in this game, maybe. Lance Shark, he could have walked away with it.
Yeah, he grabbed it and just bounced really quickly.
Yeah.
Big 60 obviously had one of the best performances on day 2 last weekend. In this game, he's nowhere to be found, and nowhere to be found is also what I could say for these guys' game and tournament run right now, because if this is what we're going to be engaging with, I don't know how much longer we're going to last. 10 points for Fisher, 0, I'm not sure.
I mean, where do you have to be in the mindset or in your point total to do this at this point in the game?
I mean, it's kind of different, right, for both people. I think that there's a party here who is like, I can't make it out anyways. Let me get an elim before I go down. And there's the other guy who's like, hold on, I'm actually trying to win this. Please let me go. But curious that there's no pressure being put down at all from Fisher. Not a single one, and he's down to 6 builds. Maybe a reason, if he does leave, there's really nothing he can do if he decides to just start shooting at him. And he's already down now. He makes it work, though. 1 shot. 1 elim for Fisher on high ground, and he's going to be able to bounce right back over towards the Shark. But so many questions about how this unfolded in the first place and where is it going from here, because, again, no Sky's AR, no Sky's grappler. Onto another fight here over closer to Risky Reels. It's Thwyfo against Larson. This one is a little bit better as there's actual potential moving forward for position, and Larson starts things off big with a 71 tag. But Thwyfo, one of the best box fighters in the world, he does trade a little bit back to bring him off of the 200 HP, and now also considering possibly phasing in this box. The Fish was there, but the nice phase trick from Thwyfo. He can get through the stairs. I don't think he realizes. On the backside now, Thwyfo has the wall, has control, has the right angle, peeks, and he's making Larson pay for this. Down now to 75.
These guys are caught in a crossroads between Risky Reels and Frenzy Farm, and it's just one big toss of the dice to see who actually moves forward past this fight. That being said, a third party is there, another person on the offensive, and it's Thwyfo that takes the big hits now, wall to wall. He's going to have to find these edits to try and survive. He can't. And Larson is the one to press on the advantage that was given to him by that mysterious individual. It was Vic Zals who starts to move in once again to maybe possibly take this fight over on Larson. That being said, look at what's happening. A repeat performance. Deja vu as 2 more people come in from the storm towards Frenzy and Risky. If these guys do not finish this fight quickly or disengage, they could have their games ended by these Stormholders.
I think too, and I'm seeing a lot of people right now engaged in these fights who almost certainly haven't gotten many placement points because they're still in the multiples of 4 range, or multiples of 2 as well. Although, definitely got at least 1 point in this game. Larson still on the aggressive, though. He's not letting this go. Visuals is the other player here. He did already take out Thwyfo, but hold on. The harpoon in, but he gets punished. Visuals with the 20-20 right there, and he's going to roll all over him. Well played on an aggressive player when Visuals was basically just knocking and investigating, seeing if there was room for anything, but then all of a sudden, Larson was having none of it. So you're going to knock on my door. I'm not going to let you go.
One person who was not let go last time, Booga, at that weather station, we saw him fall. This time, the sky's looking clear. He's all the way up at those misty mountains. That being said, in solos, you can see kind of the differential of where people are set up, how people move around. It's surprising and not that orthodox, not that typical, because there's another person all the way up on this mountain already this early into the game looking for tags, and at the same time, there's people watching him move over, taking shots at him. A playstyle that he coined, Bala, is now being used against him, these early rotating shooters.
And it is Agers on the backside of that. He's going to back away. Booga found himself probably one of the best positions in the game so far, and he has that mythic heavy AR to work with. Something to note, we remember that he fell in that first game early on at the weather station, but now he's at 43 points. And it's because of decisions like this, so he must have had a fantastic game too out of that first early off-spawn elimination. We'll see how he can actually propel himself even further, because 43 points right now is actually in contention for the top of the top.
He has to boost up, though, because every time we've seen Booga in a tournament or in a place of qualification, when he starts to get into the lead, into that middle of the pack, he thrives and makes those big highlight plays when he's 20, 40 points ahead of the competition.
He's a momentum player. He's a feeling player. He's not somebody who thinks too much, doesn't get too deep in his thoughts. But when he does, that's kind of when he struggles. But you see from World Cup, you see from other tournaments where he performs very well, it's those first couple of games can set the tone for Booga. And right now, he did come second place with 4 elims in his second game after that first off-spawn elimination. Now, if that's the case, we could see a couple more second place or even victory royales from Booga if he's really, really feeling the groove.
We had that mid-game lull, though. People now more in tune with shooting shots rather than getting into those big box fights. Airdrops that we haven't seen too much action around or with are going to be the prime focus for FaZe Benny over here, but ooh, the agenda is similar for multiple people as a fight breaks out for this easy launch pad. It's Has the Great, who's going to be dropping down, a man who resided at that Shark last season for the longest amount of time of the FNCS. This time switching things over already all the way at Retail Road. He's actually going to be on the back end of Vinny's big brain baiting plays, letting him get closer to that airdrop on his own wall edit, and then easily taking Has out as he was surrounded by builds that were not his.
I think a big part of that actually was the vision blocking what Has the Great could see, so he wasn't able to track where Benny went. Maybe thought that he went down instead of out and to the left, so giving himself the room right on that wall. Benny takes that fight and nets himself a drop, and also a side of a mountain over by Retail Row. Things looking good.
There's the opposite, though. It's where people have to rotate from, not to. Lazy Lake will have people kind of re-farming what they've used to get to this point from the storm. Trying to re-heal up as well. Did hear a bandage cannon be shot and used. Arab now, in combination with Elige and Smalzy, are all going to be box to box, and it just looks like there's going to be a huge explosion of damage coming up in a few seconds.
It looks like we're watching Fourth Zone when everybody's waiting for the launch pad, essentially, to go forward on how people are moving right now. Arab in a fight with Smalzy. Bizzle on the backside of this. He's third-partying as well. Arab's going to clean that up. A couple tack shots. And finally, the time for Elige to move, but tries to get right on top of him with the tack shot, or the SMG. It's not working, but then big tags. Arab has nothing left because of the way that this build structure works. And is this going to be a third? No. I thought it was going to be a third back-to-back as cleanup crew is on duty, but he does make it away. Bizzle now taking shots, but everybody rotating in side to side. Thresh, one of those players who consistently does this. You remember all the way back in trios, in squads, constantly playing this edge zone and playing aggressive with it, and it works for Thresh.
Yeah, and he's in the same spot that Arab was in, which is ironic because these guys practice so much together day in and day out. He'll look to get those build refreshes off of his now eliminated dual partner, carry on that legacy hopefully from winning this game, because you can see on the right side of your screen those placement points. That victory nets you 33 total points. Right now these guys are already in to that point breakdown, almost the top 60, top 50 left alive. There is the man that we talked about earlier too, Big 60, who did actually escape with both of Sky's AR and Grappler, and he's using it to take out big names. Kaz just treated like A bot who's never played the game before taken out in just a mere instant.
You talk about Erv's former teammates. There you go. Kaz was so strong in squads and so strong in every single FNCS that he's played with since then. Playing with Crimson duos. But man, we got to talk about Big 60 for a second, because this is a guy that really is turning heads, at least for the console community. Kind of a pioneer, and somebody harkening back to the days of Aiden, where he played on console, switched to PC, and then was able to compete against top-tier competitors. Same thing happened here, and people doubted him with his switch off of Combat Pro to Builder Pro. Doubted his mechanics against players that have been experienced in stacked games for a long time on PC and mouse and keyboard. So he's kind of a stalwart for the console players right now.
Yeah, he's an absolute wild card in these games as well, and it's because of his aggressive playstyle that I think he has an advantage. The man literally does not care. He wants to get in your box. Like, you know, I called Kaz just kind of looking absolutely clueless. That man is one of the best defensive players in Fortnite when it comes to box fights. And just the way Big 60 plays off on an advantage, there's no hesitation. It makes people who are still some of the goats of playing get taken out immediately. Right now, we're going to be seeing that Fort Zone actually, or the Fort Zone effect actually come into full circle here. We mentioned it before in that third circle towards Lazy Lake. This time it's going to be everyone waiting around this mountain towards the north side of the circle, the south side of Retail Row. And his mats are looking tragic. There's no wonder he's looking box to box for a certain moment, an elimination, anything to try to find a way to rotate.
And you're talking about that, and this is a decision that he made way earlier in this game, both him and Visuals. You think about other players who've made positional decisions. Up on the mountain, you remember Booga, you remember Stretch. English is hard. They were positioned up on the mountain in spots to take shots on people, but also this one specifically, and they've gotten fourth zone. They're already here, and you talked about jumping in the box. Tragix is trying to do that, but it's tragic as the player escapes, and now he might be on the side, but no, I spoke too soon. As City gets taken out and gives Tragix an extra breath of life in this game.
I mean, that's just the process when you're playing this type of way. To us, when we tune in halfway through what these guys are doing mid-game, it looks like shambles. This is planned. It's expected. You want to get crazy and get in these boxes super aggressive when you are rotating, going for these early shots, because that's the only thing you can do. Now, back-to-back, Lupien goes down. That's one of the top console players from the last FNCS duels as well. I believe placed top 3 in those grand finals. Now it'll be Tragix taking both those souls moving forward in this icy snowland of Retail Row Mountains.
But look who it is. Wiggs, who we know drops over towards Retail Row, has the best position. Possibly has been sitting here for quite a long time. He's actually out positioned Booga and not Stretch. I don't know why I was talking about Stretch. We're talking about Agers, actually, on the backside of Booga, if you remember them exchanging shots earlier on. And he's going to find Sizlucky, who looks like he was completely out of materials. And oh, a big grab from the harpoon. Wiggs finds another launch pad, and that's going to be key, because guess what just happened? He just got 5th zone, and same with Big 60. And every time we tuned in with him in the week 1, he was up here in 5th zone with a great position.
And I'll just look at who are going to be those people contesting for height. We've got Big 60 and Wiggs, Mega moving over as well. I think he just flashed over an RPG possibly if moving forward onto those builds time and time again. Booga's in zone. Colorful, who we haven't seen in such a long time, is gamertag Color now, is going to be elevated in mid-ground as well. But this is the effect, once again, of not only playing those mountain-to-mountain beam early games, but at the same time diving box to box. When you're rotating through these mountains afterwards, you're not going to have that many materials left, but it doesn't matter. It's Cease that gets taken out by Tragix. This man is on a roll, but not only is he getting eliminations, he's affecting so many games. Each and every single box, he's just ending journeys here halfway through the competition.
And something I'm noticing is that he has to actually do that again. He just took out Cease, but there was only 20 builds, so Cease also shambles. Not really gaining anything for Tragix, even though he did get the Elin. Got the point, got the loot. Only Siphon Mats at 5th zone is not going to bring you much more. And here's another player, Milks. Because they've had to climb this mountain, Expedition of great lengths. He's down to 12 builds as well, and I think we might be seeing a lot more jumping in each other's boxes if the average player that we're tuning in only has 12 builds.
12 builds and 6 points as well, so you're going to have to find any type of way to get those eliminations rolling first before anything else. And right now he has a lot of opportunities to land pump shots, but chooses instead to heal himself up. Maybe not knowing when to go for eliminations all the way through. I actually spoke way too soon. He picks up a big elimination onto Dragon, who had some of the best loot I've ever seen possible in a solos Fortnite game. As we move over, though, a lot of these players are not taking damage or getting big shots in box to box. They've already had their games developed. They're already based up. They're waiting for that zone to move.
We are going to be looking at Booga, the World Cup champion himself. And again, we talk about his performances since then, and he hasn't been able to rise up to the top where he wants to be. He's talked about his performances multiple times. Now, he doesn't feel like he can perform up to his standard. He's going to be trying that today. 45 points so far. That's got to be leading the pack, and there's a big frag to start things off in this endgame. But 38 builds. We saw a massive game from him in the Cash Cups recently. He's going to dive right on top, and yes, another one. Not to who. And backup materials-wise, he misses a launch pad, but finds another. And perfect. The bounce might have looked scary, but he finds himself almost perfectly on a mid-ground layer.
And this is the best position to be in, looking like he never missed a beat on where he had to be this game, especially near the end of it, on where to get eliminations, where to stay safe. Right now, though, no white heals means he needs to find some type of siphon from anyone else, and if he does, that's a possibility of floppers. And we all know what happens when you combine Booga with floppers. You end up getting a big victory royale, especially at this point in the game. Right now, though, looking for any shots box to box. It's all up to this man's rotations, brain, and game sense to push him forward. And he's going to be on the backside of zone, so high up, he's basically all in. Chips on the table. He's looking for this fight. Needs to win it in timely manner as well, because the zone's now on his back. Only 2 seconds he can spend inside of it. Wow. He's moving from layer to layer, but he's so high up. He's still going for it. Booga connects once and then twice again. But now he has the big journey to drop so many layers and try to get towards the rest of the builds, the rest of the community who's also trying to survive and win this game.
This man is insane. Not only the piece control and another one, and he does it while not losing HP on the backside in so many situations where it looked like there was no way that he could build in time. Takes out AJ, but now 2 builds left. He's got to be careful if he drops one more time. But no, he realizes another player in zone is Mega. Booga finds the floppers that she talked about finally for Mega. It's only 1 though, and zone goes so far. He's got to look for more. There's 1 more player in zone. He knocks a couple. And then another one misses the shots, but there's the siphon. Is there anything for him to do? Grappler, yes. Zone, how far is it? He's in. Oh my goodness, Booga is making a clinic right now, and with the remaining mats, he makes 1 more box where he can now start to heal up.
No matter what's happening, even if statistically he's not supposed to survive a situation, this man is staying hyper-focused, playing like he has 2 brains in his skull, just so smart in decision-making on where to go, who to be next to, and which fight to take right now, is aware of everything, but does not have the opportunity to find the shotgun shot there. It's now going to be all up to visuals, Ghoul, and Bludge, and Bludge waits out in the storm as Ghoul picks up a big elimination now, a final 1v1 between these 2 players on a zone that is just absolute chaos. These builds causing, I wouldn't even say, an ultimate high ground to exist. These guys are going to try to drop down, edge in and around each other, and it's Bludge with a big swing of his tactical shotgun, taking out Ghoul as he tries to drop down. That's a huge shot. 5 eliminations for him, though, although Bludge also won at 53 points. That was a game that had a little bit of everything in it.
That it did. I mean, Booga with the eliminations and the way that he made it through. We saw a number of different players completely shambles on loot. I'm thinking visuals make it towards the end from situations that we never thought possible. That was one that I got to go watch back to really see actually what unfolded, because there was too much to even watch in my mind.
There's quite a bit to unpack after that last game. I mean, not only did Booga put on one of the craziest performances, but he put it on in one of the most stylish ways possible. Just disgusting edits while moving around tarps. This guy's game sense, Ball, is like on a completely different level, especially when put in a situation where at every moment it's like, you should be dead. You should be back in the lobby. You should be back in the lobby. And it's like, nope, nope, hold on, Zeke, not yet. I still have the slurp juice. Hold on, Zeke, right? Like, how's he pulling this off, man?
I think stylish is definitely the key word I would use to describe the biggest play, but we are going to take a look at the Brazil Day 1 standings that is currently unfolding. So make sure you go check out what actually happened in this. Frosty is first place, and I think we've seen this tune before. 274 points and a nasty streak. He is 61 points above the pack.
And I'm not going to say it's because of his victory royales or his eliminations. It has to be the total package of what he's at to offer today. These are records for this region, I think, just for this portion of the competition all the way through. I saw Thome and Clipnote up there as well. Two veterans who've been playing all the way since World Cup up to now and placing time and time again. On the second page, we can see the point breakdown and now see the differences in play style between people who have less eliminations, big points, less eliminations, and victory royales versus the people like Swutam, who's in 11th place, who has those big elims with those points to match as well.
I did misspeak. These are final, by the way. We're going to switch over and see the third page of standings. They're going to play on day 2 tomorrow, and we'll also follow suit with that and see who comes out on top. There's Techno Viking in 21st so far.
Yeah, it's a name I haven't seen in a very long time, at least just from my eyes. I know he's probably been playing hard time and time again, but hey, shout out to one of the coolest gamer tags I've ever seen, and every time I see him on top of these Brazilian leaderboards, they're just, it brings a smile to my face. Going down, though, to 80th place, the pattern we're seeing from region to region is 90 points needed to qualify in total, or at least to be on a good track in day 1 in your first 10 games. A possible 180, 200-ish level to be comfortable when those 2 days end. But that's the big thing on everyone's mind all across the world who's playing in this competition. Where am I standing now after my first 10 games?
Let's not forget, there's actually 2 people that I wanted to call out there, Sheko and Pulga there. Those would be predictions and people to look out for from our boy Sundown. He's actually not feeling well today, so if you wouldn't mind just sending him a little, hey, hope you feel better today, man. That would be really he'd appreciate that. You should do that. It's very nice of you. All right, guys, we're getting ready to hop into the next game, so take it on over, Shy Wager and Bala TW.
And we've got Scoped in the driver's seat this time, all the way at the grotto. And this car, if we're talking about driver's seats, is moving so fast. Lethal almost too with the speed, because he's taking out these contesters. I won't even call them that. I would just say, you know, elimination point patterns at this point. I've never seen Scoped ever like have trouble off spawn, you know what I mean? Like no matter who it is, even if he just drops one game, it's like it's a one and done, he's back in it and he's up there in the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's something that like, oh, okay, there's just some random effect that really didn't, I don't know, it's he always seems in control when he's landing at the grotto. I think that's how I'd put it. And over 10 games, it's like, yeah, you're right. One game, maybe he falls, but the rest of them, he just dominates early game. Another name that fell early is Big 60, who we've been tracking a little bit. He fell to Knight in this game, so thinking about what happening over at the Shark, Knight might have the grappler and Sky's loot in tow. Switching over to Sweaty Sands, though, to K, he's got an elimination already. There's one more player here. I'm not sure if this fight will actually go through. If I'm to K, I disengage over towards the side of this, but it is God Pump, who we've seen play very aggressively here in Sweaty so far.
Yeah, but this time, I think he might have attracted every single shotgun because of his name to his position. He has a pump in his inventory, but Takei is not going to have any type of close range, big damage weapon. He will have an SMG, though, that we've seen this season. Make big moves from box to box. This will be a slow, drawn-out fight once again over at Sweaty Sands. While this goes on, you can pay attention to the elimination feed as well to see how the rest of the map is doing. There are going to be a few key players coming in and out. Styx actually going down, who I believe was the partner for Fishy, who we saw play earlier in the console track. Sway also gets eliminated now. Over at the hotel at Sweaty Sands, we will see God Pump moving up and over from room to room, trying to find a shot over in here to Takei, but the first shot that Takei had didn't actually land at all, and now God Pump knows exactly where he is.
And he does. He tracked him with the farming that he was doing, and now they're going to be box to box. A nice edit, and he connects while the stairs were phased. God Pump cleans up Takei and now wins Sweaty Sands. 37 points. We'll see if he continues forward. And remember what we saw from Brazil, OC, and all the different regions that's unfolded so far. At 90 points is around where you want to be at the end of the day. to be in the top 80 so far, but you do have another day to play it. So your pace can change. Reverse 2K qualified through in the top 300 in good fashion. Here he is on the side, 28 points so far. And we are about, or actually, we're getting very, very close towards the end. I think we're about an hour and 45 minutes in, over halfway done. So he needs to start turning things up if he wants to be where we just talked about it, around that 90-point threshold. He is going to be pushing over towards the rest of this Frey Islands, where Knight might be lurking. I think Knight has already finished up at the Shark. Yes, he's on the top of this mountain. He might be in for a big surprise if Knight realizes what's going on. Yes, he's crouching, but wasn't quick enough on the reverse 2K, he realizes.
It's an instant clash, and Reverse actually lands the first shot, but at the same time, Knight has that grappler, so will never lose height. Possibly overbuilding as well, and he could be out of earshot for Reverse breaking this down, but just the thought of Reverse dropping and the scene of it makes Knight instantly switch gears and come right close and personal, box to box, but Reverse is there with a huge tack shot to follow up with a finisher as well. He gets that fight taken out, and that's someone who had Sky's loot. I think for the first time we're seeing it this early on Reverse 2K.
And something you pointed out, the SMG becoming meta. Becoming very, very well used in this day and age, but something that people are starting to do now is condition somebody to realize they might not be getting in the box and then letting them in at the worst possible time and hitting them with 2 easy tack shots because you know they're going in a straight line trying to phase in. No way is Scoped about to hit this off the zip line.
It's going to happen. It has to.
He's going back and forth.
I'm not sure. There's no way anyone else is around him to shoot him, right? Like, the only people that can watch him are from Dirty Docks. He's already cleared out the grotto. No one's coming in from Frenzy. No, he's chilling. Not that much style available, I hope, because I would lose my mind.
You remember back in the day where people were hitting people out of planes and stuff like that? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That would have been that moment right there. Scopes, he tries. But he did find another Elim, and I think it was on Funk Bomb, so I think it could have been that direct third party that was coming into play. From up on that zipline tower down to Dirty Docks where Funk Bomb tends to land, but he could have also been encroaching on his area in the grotto. I don't think so, though.
This is an easy lineup. And it's not a full elimination, though. 125 damage. A little bit of it can be healed up fast. This player coming over from Frenzy Farms could also have a few floppers in tow if he's been looting around the river. That being said, I do see a few fishing holes at the back that have not been harpooned or rotted at the moment, so this player might be on the back ends of a huge push here by Scope. And once again, in Scoped fashion, he'll put down pressure and never stop. It's Benny that gets taken out, but now Scope is on the back end of a huge response from someone else, and he can't actually find a way to escape just yet. It's Beef who rolls up on him, and we're just seeing people who I would assume to be main characters of this play, of this game, now just taken out early on.
That's the thing about the minigun, man. It makes a lot of noise as you come off that mountain. Beef was far away. He was probably in the same distance as Scope was to that first target, Benny, after the heavy snipe, but that minigun, unfortunately, Scope didn't have like another long-range weapon besides the heavy snipe. So the minigun, while good, yes, it can pressure people and make sure that they not only spend materials before you engage on them and before you close the distance, but also keep them occupied so they can't heal compared to like an AR that you would have to reload after some time. So you see that actually happen a lot out of players coming off the grotto. But the thing is, for Scopes, again, he made too much noise. There's another player who's able to just come right in. Now looking at Rogue Shark, we saw Knight go down. Here's his counterpart from FNCS Duos. The RPG, double RPG, almost gets the tack shotgun to follow up. But now he's found where the player is. He's tracked him all the way back into this box. But all of a sudden, he's up and about. And Shark still has to find out where he's at. There's a lot of space now for this player to actually go back into, though.
Yeah, this player on the defense right now is just moving really well and not letting Shark have any say on finding whichever box he's going to land in or heal up in. That being said, though, it's a huge investment, and if Shark actually prolongs this fight, he'll be kind of on that advantage. It's going to be Spark G that gets taken out, but I'm going to commend him for the way he moved around that fight and lasted as long as he did, because usually people would either give up by that time or just get taken out by the offensive push.
Potentially a little bit too much building in that case. Maybe the movement was good. Maybe he was sneaking away, but wasn't actually able to utilize all that space that he created for himself. Another fight. Weigel is in, and he's able to actually, that was really nice from the opposing player. Holding the stairs and then flipping that, but Weigel's in his box. Now he's got to be really careful. He doesn't take opportunity for that because maybe this is actually low HP on the backside of this fight. Weigel, though, continue with the pickaxe through the box. Looking like Zexford from Winter Royale. There's heavy snipes all around, too. Taking shots at it, and there it is. The phase in to finish it off. Spar almost got away, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Now Rogue Shark looms around to possibly continue this fight. In the elimination feed, though, we see a clash of both new players and old as Woes takes out Aspect. We saw Woes play in those open qualifiers, drop huge 20 bombs, 30 elimination games as well, or that was Finesse. He got close, but didn't get to that 3-0. Still, we can see that he has that difference in play style, and he's able to both turn on the gears and at the same time delve it back and go for these picked off fights in the mid game.
Beef has so much decisions. He's like trying to figure out what he wants to pick up. Does he want to carry Brutus's minigun? Here's a heavy snipe shot. Yes, it connects. Is this the time now to pull a scope? Yes, the minigun immediately picked up. Immediately the pressure going down, but you got to be careful in the second zone as there's players now around. This is an opportunity for third parties, but he's going to be able to use the line of sight of this mountain. He goes in, yes, phases through the cone and the floor. All of a sudden, he's got to make sure that he doesn't stay on this minigun because instantly he could get pumped. And the minigun, not that great when you end up in those situations because the damage output of attack is a little bit better DPS-wise, but boom, Beef finishes it onto Severe, and it's another controller player who goes down. That's 4 in a row in that one sequence, essentially from the start, scoped onto Benny. Then another one. I mean, that's ridiculous.
That's a prime example of conditioning your opponent in a box fight. He was just on that minigun time and time again, finally decided to switch over to actually claiming builds instead of, putting pressure down, and he got that win. Similarly, right now, Einsight will look to possibly start that conditioning over again. Doesn't actually need to, has the beams, but no, there's some defense over from his opponent on that Dynamo skin, building all the way up high with that bandage cannon. Gets about 30 HP and healing done, but Einsight is still on the hunt, still on the walls, and he gets in for the second time. Now can he find a way to shoot over? No. Does not act fast enough, and there's more escaping going on. He heals, or he hears every single heal get popped, but can't do much about it other than just try to get in the box time and time again. Notice, though, every single build that Einsight uses, it's about 4 that this opponent Dynamo skin is using to just get away. He's only just been pickaxing his walls and his floors, dropping down no. Disrespectful pickaxe. JB, not like this, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Einsight is a wrecking ball with that pickaxe straight through the walls, metal or not, the entire way. I made the Zexro pickaxe reference before, but man, that was basically it, just evolved. Wow, did he just pickaxe forever? And then to finish it off, that is the biggest insults. And risky, man. You're in FNCS Invitational. There's 58 players alive. Look at the map. How many players are literally not doing anything? Cloud has not moved. And this man is pickaxing through probably at least 70 builds worth of materials from his opponent. Wow.
And yeah, this is the opposite standpoint, where players don't do much, but as we say that in the distance, there's a build fight going on to the highest point of elevation possible, all the way up on that mountain. Cloud can't see it from this perspective, but I think Bird is being taken over from his nest. That being said, he was just waiting, actually, not to play passive, but to see if he could third-party anyone else's fight. You said Cloud hasn't moved. Right now, he's trying to make some moves to get into this box. Ooh. And clamps right down on Zoom again, who I feel like if it's in a game that we're spectating, gets taken out every single time.
Yeah. Saw him earlier get taken out over towards Weeping Woods in one of the previous games at the start of NA East. Now we see him again against Cloud. Cloud barely making it in to week number 2. Just barely on that side. But looking again on towards the other sides of this, we see Booga. We saw Roller in the distance, 86 points for Booga right now. And after that performance we saw in the last game, again, we're wondering, is this where he stays at the top on day 1 of week 2? It's potential for Booga. That's basically what I'm seeing in the solos mode. The world champion tries again, and if we see him at this stage of the game, I think we're going to see him a lot more.
And right now, I would say like maybe 100 points is very comfortable to end on in this day. Obviously, he's going to be shooting for more, but a good game here, surviving to at least top 10 is what Booga's going to be looking for. Getting a little bit angsty in the pyramid in the box.
Over to Thresh. We saw him in the previous game too. It looks like a lot of the guys who were in towards that end game made it in the same game, so potential repeats. Thresh on the side of zone again, 15 points, but this is not where you want to find yourself. Thresh, he has a lot of materials. He can make this work, but he's going to have to spend a lot of it because 3 players on that side of zone, on that side of the mountain, might make it difficult, but he finds the trees and he's closed the gap. Now that angle is really actually difficult for those players to hit, and he's even going to continue up the side. No advantages actually taken on Thresh at all.
And this is kind of, I would say, almost poetic, the situation he's in game versus where he's at in the leaderboard. It's an uphill mountain right now that he has to climb because just that 15 points compared to a lot of people in the competition who are up there 40, 50, 60, like Booga as well, 86 right now. That is really good. He is slightly behind the competition on where he needs to be. You saw how good and decisive Beef could be as well in a box fight, the decisions that he makes, and he's going to be boxed up right beside him. We'll see what decisions Thresh makes here, but there's going to be 2 different mentalities. One person trying to hold their position, which is Beef, versus what I said before, Thresh just trying to climb all the way through. And that test from the hold, just seeing how this player will react, sends Thresh into a frenzy because this might be one of his last chances. What if he's on multiple games already and he's running out? He has to play very careful, play for his life. Meanwhile, Beef, playing so well, he has room to work with. So he's going to look to get to a better position. Meanwhile, Thresh, slightly rattled, will look for more people to rotate and try to get as much information as possible to make the right play.
This is such a good rotation. It's rare that you end up in these positions. But just like a steak, man, it's delicious. Free rotation for Beef. All the way up to the sky, too. He's so close to getting in, but I speak too soon. As all of a sudden, it's well done for that rotation. A lot of people spamming from the mountains, and he has to spend a little bit, but still does not get tagged.
Now we'll tune in with Teza. We talked about friend groups and tags that people are putting on the backside of the name. Dab 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 is one that we've seen kind of resurge up. I believe there's like 2 people using it in Europe, but in NA East, Gandhi's placements kind of made people get onto that train as he was the first adopter. But at the same time now it'll be Teza, who was his old duo partner, looking to see if he can get into zone. Someone who prides himself on the way he plays in solo modes, but hasn't found the opportunity to break out just yet and get one of those top placements. Right now, 0 eliminations, 19 points, looking for a beam from any side, but landed a few tags, can't finally find the shot to wrap things up. This player's going to be getting bullied, though, almost out of mats. Will there even be enough to get after this session's over? It'll be on Hydrax. He gets taken out, and the grappler there to be used to refill Teza's mats all the way back up.
Looking at who has positions of strength right now as we get ever so close to this end game. Coop down on the low ground. I saw Booga possibly in a good one. I saw Roller as well. And 5th zone is going to go down here in the southwestern side. And Look at his inventory, though. He looks pretty good. There's so much to work with in this, and maybe staying down on this low ground actually good for him because he doesn't really have the materials to invest on a solid position in his 5th zone. And I'm liking the spread I see. This is going to be an interesting rotate, but also make it very easy for a lot of people to get in because you don't actually have to rely on launch pads because look at the center. How many people are actually spread across? That means there's going to be a lot of people going on foot because if you're in that center of 4th, trying to rotate to 5th, there's almost no reason to waste that launch pad, instead opting to save that for 6th.
And while that will be the case, if you are moving on foot and you're the first person to get out of your box, you might be the person that's in the worst position. Right now, the first launchers narrowly survive. And anyone else who's trying to take that pad, Coop already has. The calculation's done. He knows exactly how and where people are going to be moving, and he finds Trashy, who we saw in a few games earlier on have such a good run in the early game, now be taken out by Coop later. And he's still landing shot after shot, breaking shields, and right now it's a gallery for Coop. He can pick up his prize soon. He's going to have 3 eliminations in a row, 5 total for this game. There's people who aren't even flying in the air. He's just feeling hot, wants to have a shot at shooting at him.
I mean, I'll give him the gold medal because the amount of Twitter clips I've seen of Coop recently about him taking people out of the sky has been ridiculous. And man, there's so many of his cohorts in this game. Trunks, Crip, all very solid controller players. And Crip on the up and coming. Somebody who's placed pretty well in a number of different cash cups, but you haven't seen him go all the way towards the end. He's going to try to use that RPG trick with the last remaining RPG in the tank there. Oh, actually, there's 8 more that he missed. So all of a sudden, it looks like he might pick that up in exchange for the 1 Slurpfish, opting to take the 2 floppers instead because of the potential there for 100 HP. Basically 10 extra seconds in zone, but here's the 6. And he picks up the extra metal. There's so much extra loot that he just actually
what else is he hiding?
Left in the back. Yeah, exactly. He's got like a stash of things that he can just go with. And he's actually now on the edge of zone, though, the backside. This is going to be a little difficult, especially with extra tack shots going off in the background. But there, the RPG, it fits the shoe as he finds an elimination. Coop also making his way in. He's almost there. 6th zone. Almost at the freeze, though. He has a little bit of room to breathe. 5 eliminations. He's looking like he wants to get in, though, Shia.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of been active in that server, though, too. He's used his mats a lot in that mid-game to get into positions to find beams and eliminations. There's people on height that haven't actually had a say in the game yet. I've seen Booga up there, who's basically only really shot a little bit and built a lot, went for refreshes afterwards. He's playing for the end game. Now Coop is transitioning towards the end game, so he has to just switch up the way he's playing, play slightly reserved, find an impact compared to the people on height who are just raining down, you know, literal fire on the whole server. Booga actually gets taken out. Coop now waiting in the backside of Storm, finds a big pump and translates that into elimination. That's what he was looking for. Now has the launch. It's beef. He's just cooked. And now Coop is looking to get his next bite. He finds one person straight in the box. A nice elimination to go. It's going to be Dragon. That's a rare individual. Get taken out of the competition. It's just all up to Coop now. 7 eliminations and he's ahead of the whole zone.
Through fire and flames, Coop continues, and High Ground also getting knocked out, I believe, from the threats of that minigun that we've been seeing get traded so many times again in between controller player after controller player. Crip does lose it, and I believe, yes, up above, it is our wonderful player, Uncoop, who is pressuring him from above, and I think Crip needs to get down, and I think it needs to get down quick because 7 builds remaining. My, oh my, is this something that you want to avoid? There he goes. Finally, he still has that RPG. There's potential to knock this down, but no. There's multiple layers in the way. Who else is up? Agers, Rogue Shark, Uzi. So many good players. AJ too.
And they're all the way at low ground. This is a different world, almost a different game, looking at just the calmness in Crip's POV and vision. He's actually dropping all the way down, no builds whatsoever. You said he had that RPG. Using it could be a big risk, though. Does not need it for the moment. He takes out Illust at the left side of zone, finds a bandage cannon, perfect for the amount of slots he had left in his inventory, and it lets him move all the way through zone. Maybe not as effective as floppers, but he finds a higher position. Now, rebuilt on mats, that RPG finally being used, gets one, I think, damage ticked off. Yes! and he pushes straight through. It's Trunks, another friend of his, taken out. The RPG switched just so he has to save a rocket. Smart, but with a max total, is this even necessary? Crip is now pushing through places he should have no business being in.
As the RPG, the minigun still raining from above by Coop. A nice RPG combo with the shotgun. Oh my goodness, that was so close there for a second. It looked like that player sneaking in the builds. The old structures almost takes a big fat shot on the Crip. But for now, still that minigun I think is going to reign supreme. But Crip is getting up, he's getting closer. And it's actually Zuni's who has it. And I'm not sure where that came from. Coop is nowhere to be found. And all-out brawl down on low ground. Astonish is going to come out on top of that as Pezza takes out Rogue Shark. Now 1 versus 1 versus 1. And this engagement here up on high is going to decide a lot because Crip, with the RPG, only one build left. He has to go down. He is good RPG, but no, he lands right on top of that. A little bit of fall damage, but then Astonish, one more to make it 5. 1 versus 1. RPG reloaded. The minigun who's been pressuring him for this entire time finally elapses. As the minigun pressure stops for a moment, gives him the opportunity to take that mini and then go forward. He's got high ground from the mats that he took off, and he's got the win onto Zuni's face as 6 eliminations for Crit to make it 88 from what I think was around 40 points to start things off. That's a really, really good boost up for Crit.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. That's what's literally momentum personified, incarnated on screen. This man from the depths, we called it maybe 3 or 4 times, was not supposed to survive at all. Just brought it all the way back to the final 1v1. That clutch pyramid edit to bring it down and onto an even level 2 and have the choice to stick with the pump. I mean, he took out so many people. I love it when people choose that big boomstick to use and land shots with it in the final moments.
I feel like this has been the story all day. Players who have no business and should have been eliminated so much before pull off these insane victory royales. Let's take a look at standings here as they are. Roller right now in your #1 spot. He is tied with the solo world champion Booga. The only thing separating them, Bala, is a single victory royale.
Yeah, but something to note about that last game that we just watched. Tabs G was up there. I'm not sure if he was in that, but Rogue Shark was. And same thing with Booga and Roller. They had these points already. They just did not actually capitalize on that game. And guess who did? Crip. And now makes it 2 points. This might be the closest that we've seen these leaderboards up to this point. And we might still even see towards the end of this day a very close day 1.
I mean, Blake, a person who was just rolling by to qualify for this portion of the competition, is now in the top 10 at 9th place. We're going to be moving forward and past the top 10, though, to see who's actually from 11th to 20th. Beef, who we saw last game, makes strides both in boxes and the end game, will be 18th overall. You talked about people pushing the limits while other people stayed stagnant. This man is definitely doing exactly that. 74 total points, 10 total eliminations. Now it's all about still moving forward, getting that, and using it over and over again.
And we talked in EU about duos being right next to each other. Nut and Twixie were there, right besides each other. And here's the 3rd page of results. A lot of big things here. Degen is up there. We saw Icy up higher even, and those were former teammates too. Happed and Trunked right next to each other at 67 and 64 points. Visuals, we saw have that previous game, one of the best performances from down below, but here we're looking now at the top 80, and don't forget, this is where, Zeke, you need to be at the end of day 2 to qualify.
That's right, man. 41 points is that barrier you're looking to make. I mean, you know, there's other people out there that we have to talk about. People like Big 60 right now who are sitting around 131 place. I mean, had a strong start. People that we expected to do well, but cannot quite make it in there. You know, it's okay, though. Like we always talk about, there's 2 days to talk about. What's up, Shy? You got something for me?
Hey, don't sleep on these people, Zeke. I'm telling you, these guys who are always at 70th to 80th place, they somehow rise up. The top 10, especially in these top 300 formats, never stay the same.
And I think something to note, too, is that, yes, we might be really harping on being in the top 80 and also being first in these weekends, but when we get to the grand finals, it's almost never those people who have been performing time and time again throughout all the different stages. I mean, you think of Bizzle back at DreamHack Anaheim, and I didn't have him in my mind at all when going through the qualifying stages of that tournament, and all of a sudden, he's second place when it's all said and done.
That's right. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming on, casting the games. Now, Fortnite fam, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we'll come back with Monster D-Face and our good friend Clay for the final few games out of NA East. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss the results. We'll see you in just a bit. What up, Fortnite fam? We are back with more of the FNCS Invitational. I'm your host, Zeke, and now we've got Monster D-Face and Clay back to close out the show with only a handful of games left, gentlemen. There's been some very interesting developments here in NA East. Big names, the rise and the fall of names we're familiar with, some who have not even made top 80 in just today. Clay, I'm curious to start with you. Is there players maybe that you're looking at that you're hoping will push on through, or will at least give themselves breathing room today to pop off tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, Paula talked a lot about a big 60 on PC, right? We saw up-and-coming player doing very, very well, but right now, sitting around that lower echelon of the top 80, he's really going to need to give himself some more wiggle room today with these last couple of games to see how he does going into tomorrow.
What do you think, Monster? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the same way. I know he was in 72nd place. He had 10 eliminations. He was the last person, or on that last page, he had the most elims in general, Zeke, so he is leading it.
That's right. Well, guys, get ready. It's time for the next game in NA East. Take it away, boys.
That's right. We're coming into the tail end of the Day 1 NA East region coverage here on the official Fortnite broadcast. What a day it has been. We're coming off the momentum of Balla and Shia, who absolutely slayed that end game right there. I'm still excited to kind of see how this all unfolds here. It's NRG Unknown, an exciting name, who is kind of doing well right now. 77 points. He's sort of on pace right now for a decent Day 1. Look at the kind of amount of points that you need before the day is up, just kind of in correlation to the other regions. It was about 91 points. So being at 77 here in the tail end, these are the last cues, right? They have to get it right now. It's now or never.
Now or never indeed. He's hopping in. Nick FN fan gonna go down just like that. A decisive move there from Unknown to get those shots off and get the elimination. You said it was now or never, and now he's performing really well. Got his Slurpee drop to himself. He can just continue to farm up all this, upgrade that burst AR like we know he loves to do, and then just continue just to go on his normal game plan.
Here's a little look at the Grotto, a place that we haven't highlighted too much throughout the course of the competition today. That's all right, because we have seen that minigun come up big from players like the Vanish Boys, right? Kaz, we saw pick it up at one point. We saw even Paper have it and kind of run wild with it. So we'll see how it all plays out here. He is kind of finagling his way through. Isiv is still here over at the Grotto, and now we're back in with Unknown, who's pushing his way through Slurpy Swamps right now. Off of one elimination, he's now hunting for the next one. Jelty is just so ever close by. Is he going to be able to find him? Will he be able to catch him off guard and make a big swing here? A Harpoon's actually a great find for someone in the Slurpy Swamps area, especially off of the fact that he can kind of take advantage, right? If he's the first to rotate out. This will be the indicating factor. This will be the information gathering that he needs. If he finds places to Harpoon, then this might be a telltale sign that players are still in Slurpy and he can get ahead first.
Yeah, and he immediately dropped that SMG. He knew he was going to get some sort of fish that he wanted to prioritize, and there you go, Slurp fish, like he talked about. Kind of the first one. Now he is rotating over to Perplexity. He's got to be careful about that. That lily pad actually going to save him a little bit of damage there, but he's going in aggressive. He's got the boat missile being fired as well. Nice piece control. Actually almost got him in the cone there, but not able to do so. Going back down for the extra surface just to have it in his inventory in case he needs it. Unknown is going to get the cone over the top of the stair. Not going to be able to get anything else going for him right now. Nice shot, though. A 55 tag, but he takes a lot more damage than that. As Perplexity is going to have the high ground here. Unknown has to box back up and has to take a slurpfish to try to make this his fight.
It's good reads, too. He's playing it well. You can notice the way he's even setting up the kind of fights here. He's trying to bait him into a big shot. C4 is going to come out. It's only one that Perplexity can have here. And this is looking like a fight that's getting interrupted now. There's someone nearby. Is it Cartoon Paul? Okay. And Unknown's going to actually wrap up Perplexity with the big shot, forcing him into the box. And now Cartoon Paul is still deciding whether or not he wants to jump into this fight here. Unknown's going to branch out just a little more, give himself some room. I think he wants more of it as he upgrades now to a blue pump shotgun here. All right, this is not the greatest loadout for as far as balance goes, right? You have a weapon and a follow-up weapon that, honestly, a blue burst at distance is probably really nice, but a follow-up from a pump can be risky. you're talking high risk, high reward, you have to connect with all your shots. So your follow-up is not as much pressure here. Let's see what Unknown's going to do. Looks for the double edit. That wasn't his wall. Kind of slows down his momentum. The side jump now, and all of a sudden, height is his. What is Cartoon Paul going to do here? This Unknown's looking for the edits. He goes all the way. It's 180 all the way to the face. One flopper is going to be trying to be popped here. And now he's back. He gets the heal. Just like that. Okay, Clay. Cartoon's got his heels against the wall here. He's on the back footing now. Unknown's putting the pressure down. He's got the height. What's he gonna do here? The pressure, the axing. Unknown's not one to kind of give up. He's relentless with it, but Cartoon Paul's gonna win the exchange attack. He finds every shot, and that's what I meant with the follow-up. The pump kind of burst is just not very balanced for close quarter combat. And you see Unknown fall because of the loadout choice that he made right there.
And I was going to touch on how Unknown is so good at that follow-up. That is his strength. That is what he plays to. And he fell to Cartoon Paul, who was at a lower effective HP. Cartoon Paul just hitting the shots when it mattered the most. Very, very, very good gameplay there for him. If we move over to OMG Me Too, who is in the grotto like we talked about, is in the vault. I don't actually see the Brutus minigun on him, so got the vault loot, but no minigun here, so interesting to see what happened. Maybe Scope was able to take the minigun and dip. Maybe that's all he really wanted with it. We'll see what OMG Me Too is able to do, but he does still have an impact weapon with that RPG. I think the minigun actually laying there on the side is nice as coming through. A very confined space to fight. Wall getting taken, stair getting taken. RPG trying to be used, and you don't want to really use an RPG in this situation. He's trying to sneak his way through, but you can't get through. RPG is actually going to connect. Nice shot, and he gets the shot over the top. Isif going down, and there's the minigun he wanted.
Isif has been kind of underrated when it comes down to what he's been able to do as a solo performer lately. Surprising enough to see him get taken out here in the grotto. You would think someone who has kind of been the king of the grotto in solos would know all the nooks and angles, but wall play to OMG is going to get just ahead there. Here's Commandment. This is someone we want to see do well. We know he has that upswing potential, that first place potential, that momentous kind of weekend that he just had. He's overcoming, putting himself on the radar for all the players here. Let's see now, Commandment trying to demand the attention here. He wants this battle right now. You can tell he's poising up very aggressively here. Gonna jump through, keep his material capped off, rotating around. Look at how he's looking for a sweet angle. Just getting behind the enemy builds here. This is very, very clever of him to kind of rotate the way he is. His maneuvering so good, and it surprises the opponent in front of him. And now a 70 shot. Defensively building across here to just kind of cut. Make sure he stays safe. Once again, looking for angles, breaking line of sight here. He's ahead of this player right now. Well played. Even now, just being cautious to back up. This is the rotation of someone who can take first, someone who isn't going to throw all his kind of cards on the table right now.
That was very, very smart. Kept that pressure possibility there. He wasn't putting pressure on every single chance he got. He waited. He shot sometimes. He waited a little bit longer the next time, and that's why he got that 70 tag. The player rotating up, thought he was safe to farm the brick, was not able to do so. Commandment playing that execution very, very well. Obviously wanted to get one more tag, and then maybe we would have saw Commandment actually get aggressive there and go and push that player. But obviously, like you talked about, a player that could definitely get first. What I'm worried about, only 40 points. There's still a couple more games left to go. So he has the ability to get to that topper echelon. You said about 90, 91, 95 points was the cutoff for EU for top 80. So definitely one good game here for Commandment could set the tone for him tomorrow to just run away with the games.
If there's anyone that can do it, it is Commandment. Remember, in that week one, he picked up multiple victory royales, really swinging him up towards the end of the competition. And these are the kind of fights that set him up for success here. Will he be able to gap the competition once again here? As he opens up the battle, and my gosh, he opens up the edits as well with something huge right there. Smallsy takes a not-so-small shotgun shot to the face, and it's all upgrades now for Commandment. Things are looking really good for him.
And that was beautifully executed. It was 1-2 punch done. There he is, back to the lobby. Commandment's on his merry way. That was the cleanest execution of an elimination I've seen. He got that tag, went in, got his loot, and left. And now, like you see, upgrading everything. This is looking really good here for him. We move over here to Hap, who is rotating on this backside, I believe by Dirty Docs, if my knowledge serves me correct, is going to get some tags there to Furious, and you saw Furious's health bar go down very, very low. Hap could push this if he wants to, but as you see, Monster, there's a lot of congestion happening over around Dirty Docks.
Yeah, you got to respect Furious's decision to fight back too. And Hap is moving right off of the beach now, finally to kind of finding himself a little home here, deciding that he doesn't want to be in the low ground. He takes a claim up, but Furious wants a piece of the action. He knows that if Hap based up this early, he had to heal. So there it is, the counter shot from Hap, beautifully done. It was a 74 shot, letting this player to now kind of run back. What is Furious going to do here? He burns through some hefty material right now, sitting on metal, already switching over, getting back into the battle states here. Hap finds himself underneath, and Furious finds another one. They're just trading, evenly exchanging shots, but it doesn't matter. Furious wins, or ends up on the losing corner here. Hap now comes up on floppers, so many too.
Wow, I was really worried Hap was going to lose that when he swapped to the AR to try to get that spray. You talked about swap weapons, so crucial. Right there, did not look good for him, but following up with that attack, able to make it work. Now is sitting in a really good spot. Got extra floppers as well as we move over to Hydratix here, who is rotating towards the top of this mountain, I believe near Retail Row area, where he is looking to just get towards that high ground, sit up, wait, maybe take some shots around players. And this mountain, very, very good for it. This is probably where Zone is going to end up, or at least nearby. So that is why you see him making that early rotation, investing the time to get up there. Because once you're up there, if Zone goes to you, this is easy pickings. Everyone's going to run to you. You're going to get easy tags. And if you got a long-range gun, such as a sniper, maybe an AR there, you're going to be able to do it. As he takes down Mouse there with the heavy sniper. And that's exactly why I wanted to rotate. So not in zone, but a really good rotation nonetheless.
I mean, you saw it. That was the indicator. That blue kind of shield that, encompassed Hydra right there, showing that he caught another elimination. This is a player who picked up 4 elims this game already. I'm not even going to attempt to do the math right now, but hey, this game here has gotten him from the bottom of the food chain up to the middle of the pack right now. If he continues at this pace, he is going to be on pace, on track, for at least having a good day one, a decent day one, to bring into day 2. And that's the mentality of the pro players, really being able to stand strong and true to their gameplay all the way through the competition. You have to carry it over if you want to be the #1, if you want to be in the grand finals with the best of the best. Can a player like Kotao solidify himself right now? Let's see, we're in Dirty Docks. He's looking for the pickaxe kind of take right now. He wants the walls here. He's going to go in and pause it. This 10 HP is a difference maker. We've seen it happen. He kind of has the safe zone too, so this is a fight that he can take and kind of drag out for a little bit if he really wants to. Tater doesn't want any of it though. He backs up, giving himself the space here. Kodo doesn't want to let him go for free though. The running here is the indicator. And no, he's going to hit the wall now. Now he's trapped. Now he's cornered. He's got put in the closet here. What's he going to do? He's going to have to go all the way for it. Coltsil's going to win the fight right there and takes Tater out the game.
Tater, unfortunately, not able to make anything happen. Kodo just kept the pedal to the metal, kept being aggressive when he needed to, and he ended up getting the elimination. And now we paid over to TSM's Kanata versus TSM's Extra right nearby. Now, they are not fighting each other right now, but obviously we know the impact this is going to have on their game. Whether they look for peaks or whether they look for rotations, right? If one of them ends up seeing they're sitting in their code, Zextro could get aggressive. He's got that heavy sniper. I also want to point out, only 18 total points right now for Zextro.
Yeah, Kanata and Zextro are both struggling right now to really maintain their performance, to get their foot in the door. You look at the amount of points they have, 18. Those are barely earned game after game, the 10 opportunities they have here. So we'll see if one of them can actually break away here. The thing about Zextro, you'll notice he is the kind of player to make the lobby turn in on you, right? He will start focusing players in the mid game. We've seen it before. He tends to try and kind of, get the server to turn against players. Anyone that he chooses to be victim, especially when they're nearby him. Kanata sitting in a much better situation than Zextro as far as overall points, though. 40 still decent, pretty good, but not enough. Not anywhere near top 80. This is a game that he has to swing in his favor right now. Looking for the shot, line up that first shot accuracy, trying to see if a player's going to peek. You can see other big names here. It's Young Calc, Thwifo, Arab, Timbers, Hunt. All players that we know of. All sitting on the same coastal area up towards the northern half of the map. Here's Commandment and Class. We saw Class have such a phenomenal kind of opening segment. We got to cover those games. He was really fragging off, but he hit somewhat of a stalemate. It seems like he hit the traffic when it comes down to this game right now. He's paused out. He's fizzled out. Sort of like Booga, kind of freezing up that 90-point threshold. He's in the 80-point, kind of stuck here. Can he break the mold?
We'll see if he can. He's going to get aggressive here, I think, with a heavy sniper. As soon as that wall is placed, oh, I thought he was going to go in, but Class missing that opportunity. Maybe, you know, wanted to be a little bit more passive. His own start to show up. I was really hoping he would get into that player's box and get the elimination. Maybe not as feeling as confident with that gray tactical shotgun. It's going to be very, very, very hard to hit as much shots as you do see. It was Spook there on the other side as players are already rotating around him. I saw EMAD right there in your bottom left. He's still in this game as well, so we'll see what they're able to do. Back on board here with Class, though. Got a really good rotate there by letting Spook go first, right? This is really, really easy here for him. He's going to come right up underneath and just base on up, and now in a really good spot to pull zone. Doesn't have a launch pad, though, so that could get a little bit dicey into the 5th, 6th, and 7th zone.
And I just got to say it, this is one of the scariest zones I've seen, considering that 40% of it roughly looks like it's all water. So it's going to be tough here as game falls to Class's AR. We talked about him being stuck. Okay, he finds a little kind of moment here to get around the obstacles that have been in front of him. Can he continue to keep it up? Will this be another elimination for him? We'll see, because we haven't seen him use this door opener just yet. The key to all doors, the heavy sniper. It's Spook once again who's right on top of him. Now look at the other half. Much more quieter, much more calm side of kind of the base right here. The Thwifo and Arab kind of sharing a little bit of a location right now, not opting to fight with one another just yet. It's getting more and more intense here, Clay. As the seconds tick on and the lobby stacks up. 50 players remaining.
And we'll see if Thwifo's going to be able to do it. As Arab actually going to edit him on down. Shot's going to come through. Arab and Thwifo in an engagement. Shots coming through. More damage being taken there by Arab from the other side. It seems like nice build up there from Arab, though. Thwifo trying to put the pressure on to drop him on down. Thwifo trying to get this elimination as Arab now getting tagged up by Young Calc. Thwifo ramp boosting in. Shots going to come through. They're both going to exchange a lot. Arab down very, very low. Thwifo all of a sudden not in a very good situation as Arab is going to take him down. Arab is on top right now.
He gets the best of him. Wall play to Arab, setting up the bit of an ambush, sort of a cheeky play to force him down, and things are looking close. I think the difference maker there was Thwifo got shot as he was kind of taking the battle from behind, and that little bit of distraction was enough for Arab, although pinned against the build of Thwifo to come out on top. So now we're looking at Zexro, Kanata once again still sharing that little bit of real estate next to one another, and this is what I meant. Zexro firing at players, really manipulating the lobby, and all of a sudden now Kanata sees that and forces the fight. He does this all the time in the mid game. He will literally force the lobby to focus on players that he wants to aim at. He's a mastermind at finding weak kind of targets to do this to. And now he's trying to do the same here to Kanata this time because he's still in the base up above.
Very, very good execution there for Zexro. And honestly, he could just continue to pressure Kanata because he's built out of wood. Everyone around him built out of that hard metal. Kanata, the only one there sitting in that wood. As now you start to see him rotate against TK there on the bottom. Calc still back there by Zexro as well. This is going to be a very, very congested side of zone as you see 4 players sitting right in what is like 3 boxes of each other as you move over to Squish, who is not in zone but has a good rotation, is very, very close. What I am concerned about here for Squish is he does not have a lot of mats, and that was a very, very smart rotate to go into zone to save mats, because if he went towards players, they're going to shoot him, they're going to make him cost more and more materials. A very good shot. The shot's going to do. Fearful going to get in, and Squish takes him down just like that. The flick play going to get him in the elimination that he just might need.
He definitely needed it right there. He's going to find just enough seconds now to pop all the way back up to a decent kind of setting as far as the HP goes. He's in the middle of the pack right now. He's kind of surrounded by all types of enemies here. This lobby is all sitting on top of one another. The half in, half out does decide to favor the land piece. And lucky for him, now look at the kind of zone here. Just take a look at all the profiles in the game. You see Jelty looking to turn his focus to EMAD GG. We know EMAD had some very good early game engagements, some decent mid-game fights, kind of keeping him up. But Jelty is still off to a rough start, a rough day one right now. He's got what it takes, though, to make a big end game. The zone is going to favor him this time. Will this be the swing back that he's looking for? Jelty nearly becomes the victim of a shot right there as a player does close the edit. I don't think he even realized. That's just the kind of pressure, the intensity of the what's at stake here. Now, look, he's letting his guard down. He has his kind of backside open. This player's looking at him through the cone. Keeping focus here. What's it going to be now? Jelty still making a decision to move across. That wall right there might just keep him alive long enough. He's not going to be the victim of an ambush. I see Kanata fall in the feed here. He's out of the game. Now look, it's all going down here. What is Jelty going to do? He's moving layers here. Beautifully done, kind of rotating across. This is all over water, Clay. It's going to the water right now.
It's going to the waters. That's a nice elimination there for Jelty on the Halo. Really good uses of the RPG, followed up there by the AR. He's got a lot of ammo left in it, so he can continue to use it. He's going to try to recycle a launch pad. Shots at him. Dude is going to get a one pump there onto someone trying to use a launch pump. Oh, another one going down, but unfortunately, he's going to fall as well.
Vix comes out on top after the trade. I thought it was all over. It was so close. As you can see, Young Calc's in the low ground. Here's Commandment. Can he make the big swing? He needs this right now. He needs to come back. There's a player right underneath him. He's going for the med kit. Okay, actually, he cancels it. He realizes the zone is too far across. He'll be sitting in here for too long. He needs elims. He's going to find one. This is so crucial. He finds two. Both of those shots were huge. It's Zexro, another TSM member. And now he finds another elimination. This is 3 in a row here inside of the zone. It's Koltau who falls, and he makes it to the launch pad. Barely 1 tick left. 1 tick on the zone. 10 HP, Clay. Can he find a land? Can he get to the zone? Can he get safe here?
He's safe now, and he luckily still got the medkits in his inventory. He could get this off, and if he does, everyone in the lobby is going to be at a much bigger disadvantage, and he does. 4 eliminations here for Commandment. AMAD GG going to go down. Twitch going to go down. Nice builds there from Commandment just to put the pressure on that player to continue to move it away from him. You see Spudlight up there, Cartoon Paul up there. We saw him early. Fix going to go down there. Nice edit here for Commandment. He's looking really, really good right now on the low ground. This should be where he ends up taking off here and taking flight if he's able to get an elimination. Shots continuing to come through all around, but right now for Commandment, he's looking really, really good on the low ground, but he needs an impact frag. Shots going to come through. No, not going to go for the heavy snipe there just yet. Waiting, pausing, taking a moment to take a breath here. We'll see if he's going to be able to close it out.
Yes, this is what he needs. I mean, you hear the heels going off. This is the week 1 Commandment that we were hoping to see right now. The comeback all of a sudden in the late half. Oh, yes, that's the shot right there. It's Plague and Hornet who are going to fall right now. Another shot. He is wiping up players in the zone. This is his storm to run with. Commandment really turning up the gas pedal right now, Clay. There's only a few players left. With every player that falls, there's 2 more points going in this favor here. Arab somehow still alive in the high ground.
He's alive on the high ground because he's got that grappler. He is going to take down TK, who dropped him into his box. Commandment tried to pump the medkit, not going to be able to do so. He's got 30 minutes remaining. He is going to get aided, and now it's a 1v1 with TK on high ground. Commandment on low ground. This could be the victory. Shots going through. He's getting nice tags off. Effective HP going over here to Commandment. Nice jump off the side. Nice pump damage there.
Yes.
Grand flip not going to be it. It's actually going to be Arab going down. A GG well played to Commandment, who picks up an amazing victory royale.
With 8 eliminations, so good. Another low ground victory. We don't see this very often, but as the competition gets tougher and tougher, it just comes down to who's better, who has the better situation. So many low ground victories today, Zeke. This is crazy. We've gotten such good games covered right now.
I just I kind of touched on it not that long ago. I was like, hey man, Commandant, he could pop. If he pops off, he could be big. This is it. And this is literally the same Commandant we saw that was 100 points in front of everyone else. Guys, talk me through that game, Monster. What was that pivot point for him? What was the moment that it just instilled him with so much confidence? You just knew he was going to win that game.
I think it's when he turned the gear from being passive with the medkit and then saying, you know what, if I do this, I'm kind of forced back here. It might just be all over. And then he turns on, he goes for elims instead, really playing to his strong suit. finding frags in the end game. I mean, he went from 40 points up to 100 points. He really propelled himself into the competition. This is why we said, don't count out players in the last page. Any one of them can do that. Upswing like crazy, especially people like Commandant.
It was insane. And like you talked about, those 3, 4, 5 elims that he got, those were the crucial ones. So good there for Commandment, just to take it and really run with it.
Man, and there was a bunch of players in there that we've seen in the past that were eliminated pretty early on, even pre-20 there. People like Spudlight, Clarity G, right? And I love seeing play like this because I'm such a believer in like confidence, right? Like if you go into a fight and you are confident you can win, the moment that you think I may not be able to win this, you've lost, right? And for Commandment there, it's like that is literally that to a T. He's just so fluid always. Every moment he's thinking a step ahead. Because, you know, earlier on in EU, we watched a lot of players be like, okay, he should be eliminated. Nope, still going. Okay, still going. Nope, he should be eliminated. No, still going. But for Commandment, it was never like that. Like, the moment that you saw that switch happen, I was like, that's it. He's going to take it all the way, because once you get going, you don't stop.
I mean, if you were rooting for TSM on TSM action, you saw it. It wasn't Kanata and Zexer, but instead it was Commandment and taking out Zexer right there. So, hey, he turned up. He made it count when he needed to. And that was a really good game. Even finding the opportunity to pop a med kit that late into the zone, it was crazy. It just went in his favor.
More of those med kit plays we've seen way back when Fortnite competitive. All right, gentlemen, it's time for the next game. Only a handful left, so let's take it into the next game with Clay and Monster D-Face.
That's right. This is it. We're kind of approaching the tail end of the coverage today. Things are really heating up here. We saw a bit of Furious in that previous game. We can kind of take it back to him. We touched down here in Lazy Lake. It's been a kind of a contest of the normal POIs throughout the course of the day, honestly, Clay. We'll see, though, how this game's going to go out. Remember, there's multiple games all happening at once, so it's kind of a toss-up, right, of the best of the best.
Best of the best indeed, as you see Punisher there right in the middle. We do see Cadret there as well. Furious, we saw have a decent game, but did not get where he wanted to. But 68 points is nothing to scoff at, right? 96, I think, was the cutoff there for EU. So only needs a 30-point game here for him. You know, in a very, very good spot to make it happen. He doesn't have a shotgun, though. He is currently holding that harpoon where I would see the inventory be a shotgun. And you know what? Doesn't even need it there as he gets a nice beam out of this player. And you see the immediate run away from them. And he's using that harpoon very effectively to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, he's using it to break through the builds. It's so good and effective when it comes down to that. He's going to try to be held out here. But Furious is going to find another shot, cracking the shield, now chipping into that white health. What's he going to do here as the edit comes in, and oh man, he was fast enough with the track, and Endless TK was not fast enough to swap over to the weapon, and he gets taken out and rewarded handsomely here. He gets 2 multiple minis and a big pot now to cap all off, and he is able to round out the loadout here. Furious is setting up for a good Lazy Lake push. Let's not forget too, Clay, he gets the material, right? This is a big swing in early game farm. Really capitalizes on that. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, that was a pull there from the fishing spots, and that is one of the biggest capitalizations of Lazy Lake, is you get the fishing spots there. You can also go up towards the waterfall and down towards Misty. Now he's going to get another beam onto another player, and I got to think that might be Punisher. No, it's not. Punisher also very, very low. It's going to be onto Quetzal, as this is going to become a 4-way fight right now. 4 different people all fighting at the same time. It's going to get hectic very quickly. As Furious is going up to the high ground, he's going to fight Cadret up here. As Emat is going to take down 2 different players there in the feed. Nice builds there from Furious. He just goes in, he gets the floor, and he edits his way on in, and that's a very quick and decisive elimination.
He pushed through like a raging bull up that or up over that building right there. So Cadret and Punisher are now hidden inside this building, both of which did not have shield. We saw Punisher bandaging up. Furious is situated. He's set up to really take any of these fights right now. I don't think any of them had spare shields. Can he find it? Yeah, look, that right there. No shields on Punisher. It's too easy and wraps him up now. Furious is on fire here, really swinging things in his favor. He went from, like, we just came in like, hey, he's not quite there at that 90-point range, and now he's at 81 points here. Now he's looking good. 3 eliminations already in the early game. We have more action to cover. We know Tabs is up there on the leaderboard. Here's how he's getting there. He's setting up these ambushes. He's going to find Folter now with a bunch of shots here, Clay. He's pushing in.
He's getting very aggressive. You see Nate Hill takes down a player as well. Keep your eye on that. See how he does. But Tabs getting the wall, getting the shots as well. Falter just didn't look like he wanted to be in that fight, into that engagement, and just looked uncomfortable as the elimination came through. Tabs playing very, very well today, and is showing in his fights as he's taking control of the entire fight and not letting Falter react.
Not only that, he's not letting a moment slip through the cracks here. He's capitalizing on every opportunity. Just take a look at his loadout here. You can tell he's gone through a nice, quick kind of farm routes, and the harpoon there is going to set him up for success. Even here, kind of holding back on using the slurpfish, instead going for the kegs. This is going to set him up ahead of the competition. Caradrid is also going to fall now to Furious. Furious is on a rampage right now, really cleaning up shop here in Lazy Lake. Doing exactly what you expect of someone who can swing back like this. Here's Donnie now, hiding behind the wall. Furious already knows he's gotten the scent here of Donnie. He knows he's here. Remember, we know that Furious can push through these boxes. He's already done it multiple times here. He's on the momentum. He's got the adrenaline going. He's got the momentum on his side here. Gonna heal back up, Clay. He's getting pressure on the wall. Good turnaround here. Puts the ramp behind him to give him that little bit of comfort. Even decides to heal now. Getting a taste of his own medicine, though, as the harpoons are trying to break his builds. The side jump, the connection, 39. He gets the losing half of it, though. He gets hit first. Tries to jump in the box here.
The shots. Ooh, not connecting. Like you said, trying to jump in the box. 79 damage. He takes just as much. This is just as much as an even fight as we saw, but Furious getting in. Donnie going down, and Furious is out a rampage.
He's angry. He's taking good care of Lazy Lake. Here's Justice going in against Tfue here. Tfue kind of on the back end, the back footing here. He's trying to break down the builds. Just kind of the area he's playing. You can tell Tfue also struggling today. Can he win this engagement? This is so important for him. There's only a couple games left. No, he's going to lose the exchange. He's having such a rough day. His week one, day one, was also equally as rough. He just only barely managed to pull it in the second day. He's on the kind of struggle bus with the solos.
Yeah, that second shot missing there really hurt him, as Justice was able just to come on in and clean him on up. We'll see if Tfue can turn it around in the last couple games that he's got, or tomorrow to see if he can pull it back up, get to that top 80, like a lot of people hope he does. We'll see if it's going to happen. It could, like he did last time. You said barely scraping through, barely qualifying. We all know he has the caliber to do it. He's an amazing player. But is tomorrow going to be the day that he is on point? Everything's lining up for him. The RNG is on his side. We'll have to wait and see.
Here's Justice. You got to give respect. No easy feat taking out someone as legendary as Tfue here. We're still hopping around the map here, giving you guys a taste of kind of all of the landing spots. He's Nico. You can see how he's kind of set up here. We know that he's just swinging really, really well here. He's well on his way to qualify for grand finals. So many new, fresh faces. Players on the come up. Players that you want to look out for. Potential new rising stars here. Remember, it's not just a matter of your day one performance. It's about keeping it through to day two. Nico's set up for success right now. You have a nice shot from the Obs crew here. You can see, giving us some clever ones right there. Wonderfully done. Here's the Tane. Hiding out in a cone too. Information gathering, Clay. He's probably looking to jump out soon. He's baiting the material here. Oh my gosh, he does whiff the shotgun shot, but it's okay. He follows up with all the AR that he needed. That could have gone really bad for him right there.
It could have, and you said information gathering. I mean, he didn't need any of that information. That was thrown right over home play, and he just hit it out of the park. Very, very simple. And Detain is going to do it again. He's setting up to go for it again. Look at this. I'm sure he controls every single build here, and he's choosing to sit into that one cone there. That is so smart. As we're back over to Furious, who still has not left Lazy Lake, is now more than likely going to get into engagement versus Halo. As Halo coming up the stairs, so Furious knows where he is. Shot's going to go through. Furious gets the first tag, and they are going in aggressively. The shots are coming in. This looks really, really good here for Furious. 5 eliminations, looking to make it 6.
Oh
The
my
cone's
God.
getting even taken, the wall getting taken as well. Peace controls out of this world, and Halo going to be sent back to the lobby as Furious gets elimination number 6.
He is on one right now, 93 points now from a 60-point game, so already kicking things off. And we're not even talking about heavy placement being awarded with 51 right here. Just to kind of give you guys some insight, there's only a couple of placement points being given out as the kind of, lighter portion of the lobby starts to get cleaned out here. So this is a big jump up just off of the elims alone. We're going to hop over to the other side now. Here's Class. Once again, like we said, Class hit a bit of traffic earlier, really slowing down his pace, his momentum. His last game was a great one. It finally did get his gears going again. What's he going to be able to find himself in right now? So he's outside of Slurpy Swamp. Cutting out, rotating wide here, playing the lighter kind of congestion of the lobby. Still not maxed out on material though, so he's got a lot of farming to do, Clay, if he wants to bounce back in this game.
He does, and luckily for him enough, he does have Slurpee relatively uncontested. There's people going to rotate in, and he's got people there. But he's going to be able to farm all these cars up, all the extra metal. So he does have a good spot. What I'm concerned mostly about is he only has one flopper. I'm not too sure how one flopper is going to be the difference between staying in the game and getting eliminated. As we're hopping over to a fight between Furious and Grandma as shots are continuing to come in here. Grandma on the high ground here. 100 builds remaining. Does have big shields to pop. But the disadvantage of popping these, it takes 4 seconds to pop, 5 seconds to pop. It is looking very, very good here from now. He's going to be able to get it off. No, not going to be able to get it off. So 122 effective HP. Shots continuing to come through from Furious. Continuing the pressure. A little phase ramp trick there that we've seen time and time and again. Shots going through, but Grandma not hitting the shots, not connecting on anything. Wall not going to be taken there. Cone going over the top. Furious is going to get the eliminate. No, he does not. 9 HP. Grandma shuts down Furious and shuts down his reign.
There it is. Grandma was the therapy session Furious needed to calm that boy down, as he is now finally being able to bounce back, and he gets stopped. He gets stopped pretty hard there. I think he took a little too much advantage of his momentum there. Unfortunately, does get shut down, but here's a look at Cease now. Sitting well, still zone favoring his landing spot. Cease has been struggling today right now. 36 points, lower than any other kind of competitor we expected. A lot of these veterans that the players, the community root for, they're trailing behind right now. Still not to be counted out, though. They can make big swing backs, similar to Commandment. It can come back.
Perfect to point out that run by Commandment. Cease has the ability to do it. He is a very, very good player. Everyone in the community knows him, but he really needs things to line up for him there, as well as with Sentinel's Animal here. I believe we're pivoting around. You see Posick there as well. A lot of players on this side of the zone that everyone really knows. So we'll see how he's going to be able to do it. I don't know if he can. His inventory did not look that great. He did have the legendary pump shotgun, but that gray AR going to be very, very, very hard for him to play around. But we'll see. Again, like Monster D-Face said, you cannot count Cease out. He's got that ability to turn it on when it matters the most.
Absolutely can. And player that needs to turn on is Animal. He needs to dig deep, pull out his inner beast here, and really take control of this game. Very few opportunities left for approaching the tail ends of the queue, guys. We're trying to catch up here. Here's a look at the world. You see Spudlight, Noel, Posick, Seam, Kotal in this game as well. You also see Nico off to the side there. Someone who's doing so well today. His day one performance is really off the chain here. Beautiful shot right now as we kind of get through the mid-game here. As the dust is starting to settle, as the kind of lay of the land is starting to get situated. Remember, these are the moments where players tend to pause and just kind of sit down and hunker down. Players like Grandma, the very odd few who are making cuts across the field here to try and get into better positioning this early. That could change the favor. It could give them the better odds. Zexro now, one of our competitive veterans. Been around for so long. One of our most consistent players. Always up there. Tends to make that top 10, whether it be in-person events, whether it be on line kind of performances. He's always in the relevant conversation. Can't be counted out. He lands a heavy sniper shot on evasion. Could not evade that shot. And Zexer wants to loot. This is a kind of greedy, but he is cutting across here. I wonder why. Maybe he thinks he's going to find some floppers or something because this player was off on the lake.
I mean, you teed that joke up perfectly. I was going to say the same thing if you didn't. Evasion, like you said, just really couldn't evade it. But what I want to point out is this is another interesting zone. We are on the dam there by Slurpee Swamps and that, I don't remember the name of it there, but the little power plant down below. This is going to be very interesting. If it pulls back down there, a lot of players are going to have to use their mobility to get there. But then if it goes right back up, they are going to be very, very, very challenged in making the rotation. As you see right in the little three triangle here, Cease, Grandma, and Learson, all very, very good players. We'll see how they end up making this work. We also have Hornet there as well. Again, Posick is over here. We see Animal as well. Now hopping on board here with Cease. Again, in a good spot. What I'm worried about is that AR. It's not going to provide that big burst of damage that a lot of these pros are looking for that barrier to entry in these sites.
That is right. Cesar, World Cup qualifier, performed very well at the World Cup as well. Kind of vibing right now, though. He's kind of sitting around here. He's gotten his fair taste of taking home championships and being at the top of the food chain. Performances with his counter duo, Elevate, at shows like the WSOE here in the past. Let's see now, though. He's cutting across. He's going with an early rotate, taking the lead first. Lyrison's going to go ahead and follow suit here as he's going to follow in right behind him, but Seems kind of looking out from the builds here, forcing Lyrison to build up. It's okay, though. He's going to get the free cut across now. Is it going to be worth it? Cease giving himself a little bit of room here, branching out, getting onto the wood tree now. Hornet gets closer, sees the tree go down, breaks it. Grandma cutting across that as well. Grandma's actually going to get tagged a few times. So we're looking at our other side of the map. Druk, Crumblers, and others. Here's Druk. We're jumping in with his POV. He has a shot. He hears a fight going down. He wants a piece of the action. He wants to jump in this, and he is. He throws himself into the mix. He puts his touch onto the battle here, and then bases off on the other side to kind of get a hold on what might be, yes, exactly, the rotation first here, now cutting in. He's moving so well right now. This could be a good game for him to bounce back in. 68 points is pretty decent. He's on track right now. He just needs to continue to stay consistent. Someone's trying to take the fight here. Clay is right underneath him, putting the pressure from underneath. He's trying to find an angle. This is a good angle for him.
And he's got to be careful about that because, again, like we saw with Furious, he got too aggressive. Like we saw with a lot of players in EU, sometimes they get too aggressive. And if you can manage that and you can manage your aggression, it is so good for you here today. Like we've seen Commandment manage his aggression into the late game where he absolutely popped off and just destroyed everybody that was nearby him. You'll see hopping on board here with Teza, who's got the RPG, not able to line up the heavy snipe combo there just yet. I don't think he was able to hit it there, as he is going to reload it and maybe try for it again. He does have the opportunity to, but that player very, very aware of it. No, I thought they were aware of it, but he just faltered again. That is going to be 130 tag. Not able to capitalize on it, though, but that pressure is going to keep that player from providing pressure here. And it is going to get the elimination. It's reverse 2K.
Oh, no. Not reverse, not like that. Letting his guard down, not being able to read the plays. You hear the heavy sniper, you see the RPG, you would think he'd be able to block his side out, at the very least give himself a little bit of extra room. But he does not read the playing field, and he gets taken out for it. Here's players that are reading the playing field pretty well, considering that they have the height right now, and quite possibly have half in, half out. We'll see it when this map kind of loads up here. No, they have the longest cross. So they need a launch pad. Lyrison has that launch pad. Lyrison is literally the answer to the rotation right now. Will he be stingy, or will he give a piece? Will he give away a piece here? He decides whether or not everyone gets to use his pad or cuts across early. I like that. Seam jumps down nice and early. He cuts first. He says, you know what? I'm not going to leave it up to anyone else to kind of dictate this. Instead, he's going to cut here. And as does Lyrison, he's just going to follow the push as well. Easy rotates, getting himself closest to the safe zone now. And they're kind of chilling here. I thought it was a little bit further. I kind of read that one wrong off, but it's okay. Good job by Learson here. That means he's just going to have another pad for the next zone, and those players miss. They actually miss. Camp's going to fall. Nanolite's going to fall. And oh no, the pressure on the back line now. There's only so much real estate for those guys to maneuver through. It's all old builds here. He's got the perfect angle to hold him out too. No one else can see him sitting this high in the kind of mess of builds right now. He just walked through this, so he knows there's little opportunities to kind of squeeze shots in. Here's a look at everyone else who's kind of basing up right now. Seam, Lyris, and Cease, all these same players. Grandma, Keox. These are all the guys that got pretty much the zone favor right now. Sitting best here. 40 players in the lobby. Whoever's down here, though, is going to have a struggle right now.
They're going to indeed. This is what we talked about. If it goes down the dam and then back up the dam, this is where you're struggling with mats, with HP, with mobility, and it's going back up and over the top of the dam. So everybody that's down there, unlike Keox, is going to have a very hard time. As we see Tabs going to go down, that's a huge player out of this lobby. A huge impact on the standings. As a grappler player moving through, Keox going to get a lot of damage onto him. Almost gets a one-shot, but not able to capitalize because he doesn't want to risk going down and not being able to finish off the elimination. Keox, though, in a really good spot to continue to put the pressure on. Missing the heavy sniper is going to get punished a little bit for it. He's still fighting HP as Coop going to take down Nate Hill there. Really, really, really good for Coop there, but Nate Hill not going to be happy about that as another elimination coming over here for Keox as he takes down Yuz.
Well played for Keox, playing it nice and patiently there. He did get the first moving, so lucky for him, and a perfect usage of a recycled pad here. And now Keox is going to branch out. Look at how much material he has, too. He's sitting so well. He saw someone in the zone land there and doesn't give him an opportunity to heal, and it doesn't matter. He turns and burns Squish right there with a big pump shot, taking him out, extracting all the liquid from the sponge right there. Well played to Keox, and now he's cutting across. He's rotating on the front half of the zone here, giving him all the advantage now. Here's the bottom half. Players like Lyrison, who got the full moving, the half in, they're sitting with some decent mats. He needs to find something, though. He is dwindling on resource right now, Clay. He's still kind of running low, especially for something that's on the water. He needs more.
Needs more indeed, but he does pick up an elimination, but he's not going to be able to capitalize on it, not able to reap the rewards of it, as we do see Blake there in the high, upper echelon of players at the high ground, as you see Tezza there as well. Class still in this game, C still in this game, Seam still in this game, Animal still in this game, Elijah still in this game, as we're hopping on board here with Doxy. Is this wall not going to be theirs as they're continuing to put the pressure back? Nice edit there, and that's just a picture-perfect play. Read that one like a book. And now continuing on his merry way. Nice shots there, just continuing the pressure on these players on the backside. And Tezza must have been out of builds because he didn't build behind him. And that is another elimination going over to Doxy, who's got a really good path here, but only 11 builds. So he's continuing to just hop into players' boxes. Shots coming through, tracking perfectly, damage going off, but he's going to go down. Detain, going to take him down there.
Doing good on the layer changes right there as well. Just kind of running it, but it doesn't matter. Lyrison is here now. Grandma's still in the game. Animal, Cease fighting multiple eliminations in the feed here. What is Lyrison going to do? He's sitting in the zone. He's opting to play this storm with only one flopper. So risky, so scary. Both things go in his favor. He needs to find this Elim. He needs the shot. He finds the one. He finds the two. Cartoon Paul. Now he needs to follow up with another if he wants to stay alive. If he wants to stay in the game. He barrel stuffs Justice, and it's his name he takes right there. Now Lyrison's in the safety. He's in the zone, 100 effective HP. That's enough to stay in the game and fight confidently. I believe it. He knows there's another player in the zone. Notice how he's focusing on the back half here. 5 threats remain now. What's he going to do? Is he going to be able to take the game here, Clay?
We'll have to see. 4 eliminations. He does get a lot of points in this game as well, and this is what he needed. He was not in top 80 coming into this game, and this could put him up there. Shots going through, focusing on the backside of his own. Nice tags there, but unfortunately, I don't think he was actually able to hit any. It looked like he did, but nothing coming through as Keox going to get elimination. Lyrison, 50-50, 100 HP. He's really going to have to make something happen. Shots going through, a 23 damage tag on a Detain. Not going to be enough as Keox actually going to drop down. Lyrison in a really good spot to make this 1v1v1 happen as Keox does have the grappler here. Lyrison is going to take down Detain. Now in a 1v1, it's Keox versus Lyrison. Shots gonna come through here momentarily. Keox waiting there with that pump shotgun, trying to make something happen. Learson going out and above. He is going to get the high ground. Keox does have the grappler, though. We'll see if Learson's going to be able to maintain it. And Keox taking a lot of damage because of the zone there, not able to capitalize on it. Learson, though, dropping on down. Shots continuing to come through. Keox very, very low. Grappler continue to be used here. Keox messing up the 1v1, coming down to the final moments of the zone. Learson, though, does have that mythic drum gun. Can look to drop down and spray, but he's maintaining the high ground here. This could be his victory. 6 eliminations could come through. Drop down coming through. Shots coming through. The shotgun shot misses, but the drum gun goes through. The 6th elimination game goes to Learson. GG, well played.
Another low ground kind of turnaround here. We knew Keox was going to make it all the way to endgame when he had that launch pad. He had the mats, he had the height, and he threw it. Could have used a grappler when it counted. So close.
Guys, when Learson dropped, I was like, is this the right play? You have no choice, but is this the right play? And he said, Zeke, yeah. That's why I'm here and you're there. My gosh, guys. What a crazy game. Now, the question becomes this. Now we get 2 more players added to that pool of people to kind of keep our minds on, Keox and Learson. Is this game enough gas for both of these players to make it through to something like top 80?
I think, if anything, what we've seen more so during this kind of set of games than any other is the NA East region is close. The solos competition is close. I mean, I'm sure when we tune into the leaderboards again, we're going to see that point discrepancy is not going to be that much. You just look at how many different profiles are taking victories. That in its own is already setting things up for a very interesting kind of day 2 that we're going to be leading in. All of this is setting the stakes, but there's no clear kind of standout performer, not at all. Too many names are making their endgame stakes.
I agree with Monster there. I think NA East proving that it's really up to grabs for anybody. I don't think I saw a single back-to-back elimination or victory royale on broadcast here today. So with it being so separated, you're going to see a lot of that top 10, 20 be very close on points.
Now, do you guys think that may even change tomorrow, right? If we are constantly changing up who we're seeing, do you believe that tomorrow it could be more of the same? It's like, do you think tomorrow's going to be more of those discrepancies? Do you think, are you hoping to see someone kind of pull away? Like, tell me where you're at.
If anything, during like week 1, we saw more of day 1 was slow, day 2 was turned up. Today, it looks like everyone is just coming in and doing what they wanted to do. They're turning on the gas pedal. We haven't seen a single slow game today. It's all been action, action, action across every single region. So I think players are in their groove. They're in their bag. They're confident. They know where they stand. So no, I think that's what's making the competition so close with the top 300 players of the solos right now. It's that close for that reason. The confidence is there. They have the skill to show it.
I agree with Monster there on that. I think it's just going to run the same way.
There you go. I love it, gentlemen. Well, it is time to get into the final game of the broadcast, so please take us in. Let's hop out of the battle bus.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. Here we go. We're loading into the last game. The battle bus is already on the way. A big 60 on PC is going to catch Crims here for one of the last games we're going to cover for today. Don't forget, guys, this is just one of the many games running in parallel. We're trying to get all the action here broadcasted. But it's Monster D-Face and Clay Selling here to bring it all home as we're looking to close out the NA East region, close out the coverage here on the official broadcast. It's been quite an interesting day. And my gosh, I see 60 popping off again up there. That's what I like to see. Someone who we tuned in with in the top 80 just barely, but the elims, we know that's what's his strong suit. So we'll see. We might just see some new names come out again.
And that may be the storyline for NA East. Randomness all together. This person gets a victory royale, this person gets a victory royale, they get a victory royale, and you get a victory royale. We'll see if Snake's going to be able to be one of those to claim a victory royale here. Now, you do see him landing near this slurp truck area, already going to be gone. He should have saw it burst there, did not, as he does now see the other player, making sure he's good to go. Sully is going to take that. Snake decides, you know what? Not worth my time. Zones are pretty far away. I don't want to be invested in this, as it is still way, way, way too early to be pushing this fight. And a little bit different of playstyle we would have seen in EU, as that fight would have been taken hands down.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially this early in the game. You know, players are kind of off doing their thing, doing their loot pathing, their rotations. Don't forget, guys, queues are closed, so that's it. Opportunity to jump in the game is already over. You have to kind of do what you can with this last game. or be left to think about it as you sleep and kind of work your way into tomorrow. Snake, though, still kind of sitting around here, might be leaving himself kind of exposed, a little vulnerable out in the open area. The agency that's nearby is a good place to rotate through if you do push over there, because there's a heavy sniper to be grabbed there, but looks like he's catching wind of the fight just outside Sweaty Sands now, and this is where his focus is going to go. He's got a great weapon to do this too, right? He's got the burst upgraded and a great shotgun for any close quarter engagement.
But again, you got to be careful about that swap. Swap with this is much better than the pump shotgun into that swap. Because of that tack, you can refire a couple different times before you really have to swap. That's going to be very good. He's going to take down COD Genesis, the third party coming through. And we see that player is 1 HP, just continuing the pressure. Even the pistol pressure being applied here. He's just trying to continue putting it down. The shot's going to continue to come through. We see Nobu Beef going to go down. Snake looking to continue the pressure. That's all I can say right now, because that's all he's doing is he's putting down the pressure time and time and again. We'll see if it's going to pay off here for him.
I love that he put that pistol to use so he didn't have to reload the AR. So very well done. And now look, beautiful cone right there, but he's going to kind of flub the side jump, mess it up, and now he's screwed out. He's got to fall down to the low ground here, but it's okay. There's still some stuff to gather, so it wasn't for nothing. He still has a lot of opportunity here to decide whether or not he wants to move up, and he is. He's going to go up. Vexy actually is in a lot more of a dangerous situation than we might have expected. We're still kind of following the Snake action here. He goes up. He finds the shot. The tactical is going to win. Vexy went for the heavy sniper shot, by the way. He tried to throw it all at it. And now someone's going to jump in the box. Can he find a one? And he is. Snake's going to find every shot. He bites. He stings. The venom is there. He takes out everyone in this area. Sweaty Sands, he's now the king of. He has all this to himself. Going with the other side, this is Big 60. Big 60 already has a couple eliminations. He's one of the most exciting new players on the rise right now. Someone I want to see find success here. 55 points. He's always won the W key, the Sky's Assault Rifle, and get the goods. Every time we've tuned in, he seems to have the kind of the grip of the shark. Let's see. Opens it up. He's going to try and find his way down. Looking for the shotgun follow-up. He's going to jump in. It's not going to be enough, but he gets the mats. This is so huge. Shark, one of those places hard to get material here, Clay. Look, always ready to reset. Use the grappler here to get back up to height. Jumps in the box. He's going to crack the shield now once again with the follow-up from the AR. So much damage. It's his wall. Easy camera angles, and RVK Arab GG falls right there. And now Big 60 is still king of the shark right now so far. One more player left, Clay.
And he took down Arab so quickly and so methodically. 60's looking like a different player. The last couple games he had were not the best. You see only 59 points here for him. But coming into this last game, he realized, hey, you know what? I got to turn the gas on. I got to keep pushing the aggression. And that's exactly what he's going to do. You do see RPG in the inventory. Has not even opened the vault yet, and that's because the zone is nearby. He's allowed to do this. Bully, though, challenging him, trying to get some shots onto each other, trying to establish who's got the HP advantage. And now 60 with the RPG, going to have that pinpoint moment to put the pressure down, continuing putting it on to Bully, continue grabbing all the walls, shooting him on out. Really smart play there to not just go for it. Shot going to come through in a beautiful pump shot. Going to find Bully healing.
And it's looking like deja vu. I just reviewed his gameplay recently, and he knows the layout so well. He did it in the previous week one. We saw him just masterfully maneuver the layout. Well played. Here we jump over with FaZe Funk now, who's playing off of the grotto. Actually, we haven't even tuned in with Funk in any of the early game. I didn't realize he was playing this place. That means he's going against players like Iceve, right? Assault Iceve, who's been playing the grotto, doing very well, finding success. That's probably a big reason why Funk doesn't have a lot of points. He's probably not finding too much success here. He's trying to bait this loot out, though, holding the edit to get any little kind of crack of information he can squeeze through the wall here. See if Priyan will jump in, even sitting in the zone right now. And there, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to wait for it, and bam, he's going to find it. Every shot he needed to connect, and okay, he gets himself a point. 40 points now, pretty decent. He needs more, though. He needs a big game. This is the last queue.
It was very textbook. He knew you can't build there. Funk set that up beautifully, and that is what he needs to start going in his favor. Zeke talked about confidence, right? Once you get that elim in the first part of the game, you're rolling. You're thinking, yeah, this is my game. I got my loot. I got out of spawn. and you're looking to make things happen. And we'll see if Shaz, who's up in that top 80 threshold, is going to be right around it, flirting with the edge. He's able to do it as he is lurking through the agency underground here. We'll see if he's going to be able to make something happen. He does have that tack out, no RPG ammo, does only have the suppressed SMG as well, looking to try to find this player down below. Doesn't have any builds, really. Those 2 builds not going to matter much, as this player on the other side seems to have a lot more in his arsenal to take this fight.
Yeah, you can see he's setting up the angles here. This might be FaZe Vinny, actually, who's trying to fight Shaz here. We'll see, though. Shaz still has control of some of this layer, right? He's able to jump up. He's kind of calculated. He was ready for it. You hear the sound cue there, that wood. It is Vinny. It is Vinny on the other side of the barrow now. Shaz really wanted to put in the pressure. He's going to fall down now. He's underneath Vinny's builds here. These are all Vinny's builds now. Now he's going for the 50-50, and he finds the shotgun shot with 27 HP. Comes out successful somehow, some way. Shaz, these new names, these newcomers that we're seeing right now really take up. And I mean, that right there brings him up to 99 points. We know he's going to overthrow the 100 mark now just off of placement. So, GG's.
Yeah, that second shot doing 126 damage was so beneficial, as we do see Divine taking down a player. Showbeans here on your screen looking really good with their loadout. Probably the most optimal loadout we've seen. Doesn't have that impact weapon. Could trade out the harpoon for something, but I mean, we all know, in my opinion, the harpoon is an impact weapon. You can get into boxes, you can eliminate people, and you can grab mats with it. We'll see what he's going to be able to do. 70 points. So again, on the cusp of getting to that top 80. If he gets into the top 80, his mentality for tomorrow is going to be so good that it should be able to carry him if his mechanics cannot.
I've been casting for a long time, and I feel like Showbeans is one of the names that I remember from back in the World Cup qualifier days. I mean, community, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but he's doing pretty good right now. This could be a resurgence, maybe a new second kind of win for Showbeans. We'll see now, though. He's setting up. He saw that player. He caught the pixel. He knew he's there. He kind of rounds out and now finds himself all the way up. Take a look at the builds right there. Blocking off the wall just ever so slightly gives him the advantage, and he gives it up. He's trying to bait him in, and it's worth it because he finds all the shotgun shot. 120 damage to open up the fight. The bait's taking control of it, and now the momentum's in his favor. Easy. Makes it look too easy. October goes down right there.
And that was another bait. He put that the floor over the top and then kind of stepped to the side to make the player think he was dropping down, and then quickly gets the edit. Boom, there's the elimination. Showbeans making that look a little bit too easy here on broadcast, and now continuing on his merry way in his zone. Now he does have a player continuing to pressure him. He's not worried because he's got those 3 slurfish in his inventory. He can take a couple damage using that wood just to block off. It's going to be Acorn, someone we haven't really seen much of today, Monster.
I mean, when we saw Acorn, I mean, he was around that top 25 for a little bit early on in the competition. I'm not sure where he's sitting right now. But Acorn, duo of Jack, they were dominant in the FNCS duos. These are 2 players who are been making some big waves. Jack more so than Acorn lately, at least in forms of how consistent he's been competition after competition. Jack, one of those players who needs to kind of step up the eliminations to kind of catch up, but we'll see what Acorn can do here. He's on the heels of Showbeans. Showbeans is on the run right now. I mean, it's a perfect scenario for Acorn. If anything, he wants to continue to pressure Showbeans just so he builds and sets up all the kind of protection for him. He's kind of using his mats. And no, he's going to beam all the way. And now that pauses the brakes here on Show. Show has to stop all the way through. Good job for Show, though. Puts up multiple walls here to give himself enough protection and kind of commitment here. Here goes the edit setup. And oh my gosh, Acorn is so fast. This is why he's dangerous. Look at how quick he is to piece control the walls, take control of the builds here, and replace those walls. And the shotgun bully goes all the way through. And now he finds Showbeans. 136 points. So Acorn is very much in this competition. So from where we saw him, he managed to stay relevant. I knew I had saw his name. Just haven't seen one of those big pop-off performances. Here's Big 60, though. Big 60 did this in week 1. He haunts the beach front line, looking for anyone across, and then catches them out before they can actually build out into open waters. The zone being in his favor. Look, this is why he's going back and forth, staring back at the water. He kind of consistently sets this play up. So calculated from him. I love this strategy that he puts in play. That's why he's an exciting player that I want to see do well and continue to perform. It's been a struggle for him today, though. this game is probably the better of his performance throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, but luckily these placements that he is getting are getting up there as he's progressing through the day. Right, he does have 64 points.
No
a lot
way.
of them coming in this one, and I think he's just gonna sit and wait because he knows
No
there's somebody
way.
in zone. There's no way he's gonna get this shots coming on through. This player not able to build, but just missing the shots. But he can just keep pressuring him. He's got the grappler. He can close that distance very well. He's actually gonna go into zone to fight this. This player trying to make any sort of builds that they can. The stair tunnel coming out. You don't usually see these builds till end game. But Big 60 putting the pressure down, running at this player's face, is trying to not let them get into zone. They do get in, shots going on through, and that's going to be Snake who gets bit.
We know Snake was on fire. He was dumping venom into the lobby for a little bit there. And not no more. He's taken out by the Big 60 on PC. Like I said, this is his strategy, quite literally. We saw a glimpse of it in week 1. After reviewing his gameplay, I saw more of it, and now we're seeing him execute once again, solidifying the deal that he knows how to play the Shark if he can get out, and all he has to do is get his footing going. This is a player who is kind of counted out. Funk also counted out. As of late, he's been kind of living under his own shadow, not really performing where he wants to be, but always still in the finals, though, always still in the conversation. When will he continue to break out and find his footing, make a big performance? Let's see. Funk kind of set up. He's got all the mythical loot from the grotto. Interesting for him to hold this wall and keep it open right now. He knows it's clear because he came from it. Still risky.
Very, very risky. I agree. I was contemplating why he would do it. Point out he is free, but look right there's an arrow coming in from that area, and Funk does not have that protected. He is going to get beamed if this player sees it, as now looking to put the wall up, so he does end up editing it there to put it up. But a very, very, very risky play there from Funk. We'll see if he notices the player rotating on it, and he does finally hear him. He does have that mythic minigun in his inventory. He can put the pressure down. That player going to be going for the drop. And that's going to be the signal for Funk that he can put the pressure down relatively freely.
That's what I was expecting. I thought he was just going to turn the tables on that player. All he had to do was charge up that minigun, and everyone would have started focusing. Okay, he decides to aim it off in the other distance instead. And now this is what happens. He shoots off. He gets shot from behind. He's going to find the siphon. So he actually connects. It looks like it's Crit who falls right there from downtown. Funk somehow manages to find elimination. Don't know how that was even possible from this distance with Brutus's minigun. And here's Big 60. Big 60 in a single game already has managed to nearly double up his points here. He's gotten 20 this game already off of the elims. Let's see. Trying to bait the grappler. You saw what he did right there? That was calculated. He shot the floor with the grappler so that player could think he probably disengaged down the mountain, and it's going to work. The guard was let down. So well played, so calculated. This is what I like about him. He plays to his benefit. He uses his brain, and he makes big plays like this. It's all calculated. Very subtle things, but big things from Big 60. GG's.
That was so beautifully done. If you're watching this podcast and you're looking to get better, that is one little tip you can add to your arsenal just to realize that, hey, that is such a mental mind game there. A lot of Fortnite is that mind game. Is that my enemy out of ammo? Is my enemy disengaging? Like this player right now, are they going to be able to build? No, Macwood keeps the pressure up. There you go. There's the elimination. And now with 36 players left in this lobby, Macwood could go for this loot if he wants to be a loot goblin, but decides against it there. Now with 2 elimination, he's content. You know, he's saying, you know what, I got to get in the zone. I'm just going to set up paper right nearby. We'll see how that impacts him there. Actually, right below, could decide to get aggressive here. Because, again, he's got that RPG. That's the door opener. We talked about it with the heavy sniper. RPG, the brother there. Like, you know, Colossus, your brother. As we move over here to TSM Commandment.
Clay's got the jokes. Here's Commandment. Dude, Commandment, my gosh, really picking up consistently from where we left him off. Now at 151 points, and it's kind of like he did before. That upswing in the back half, finding a second wind, like I said, really being able to take flight Now he is at the top of the food chain, 151 points. Couple elims already this game. Interestingly enough, doesn't have a lot of heavy sniper ammo. It's kind of a weird spot to be in, so he's not able to put down a random shots. Keeping his fingers kind of warmed up, though, running back and forth here. Here's a look at Stretch, Acorn. Big names in this game still. Names that we want to see continue to do well. We know Acorn's kind of vibing right now, actually. He's up there. Stretch, though, has a gap to close. So we're jumping in with Legidian. Legidian's kind of gathering info. He's close enough to the half in, half out. 99 points, such a good day one for Legidian as well. Already a single elim. Good job on him to mark the zone so he knows where he has to get to. It's only 70 meters. He's going to go on foot here. One of the first to rotate, though, Clay. He's going early. There is risk in going early. Here's someone nearby. Here's a heavy sniper as well. Now someone's on his old builds. Is he going to follow him, or is he going to take the fight on him? The shield crack was an indicator now. It might be worth fighting for. Closes his backside. Yeah, he's trying to look for it. And now the griefing begins. He's turning the lobby against Sinez, and Sinez goes down. And now the loot is also his. He gets to it first. He takes first claim. More heals, more shield. He's fully capped off here. He needed that.
He needed that indeed, and you talked about the risk with going early is what happened to that player. Legidian realized, you know what, hey, I'm too low of HP. I can't make this rotate. Let me see who rotates in front of me. They got grief. He got the last couple shots. There you go. You're back in the game. All of a sudden, now you can make something happen. People that we've seen make things happen. Furious. I am very surprised that we hop over here to Furious with only 0 eliminations. That is not something I expected to see. His AR ammo is low. This is looking like a completely different player, but he is going to find a player sitting in the cone just trying to box through. He is going to get the elimination. That's going to be Macwood going on down. A huge play by Furious to take down Macwood. I said he got no eliminations, and he was like, Clay, you know what? I'll get you an elimination.
That's what I'm saying. When we tuned in with him, he was on 6 or 5 or so in Lazy Lake in that previous game. Kind of interesting to see the dynamic of his games change. Remember, with 10-game format, you can do some W keys. You can squeeze some in there. So Furious making the most, optimizing his points. I mean, that's why he's where he is right now. 100 points, vibing in the competition. I mean, that's way better than most here. Nearly on his way to top 80. He can do this again tomorrow. He'll be in the grand finals. He'll be a new name to follow through with, to learn more about. Best part about these broadcasts is we can give that premium gas to players that deserve it. This is where they get to kind of take their lay at the land. Okay, shots are coming in. It's going to be a headshot for Furious right there. And oh, snap, the lobby is turning. He breaks the launch pad, forcing all of them to stay in the zone. These are a ton of Elins on the table now. He can grab. That's going to be one. It's going to be Booga who gets taken out there. All because he broke the launch pad early. And now he cuts. He finds one of his own. He gets to recycle it. Ob's trying to keep up here. Trying to follow the players crossing. Big 60. Talk about players that have deserved the gas. It's Big 60. Here's Noel now. Half in, half out. The full rotate already shown off. The cutting. He's doing kind of bad right now as he's running out of mats. This is coming closer and closer. He's going to need an impact here, Clay.
Gonna need one indeed, and he's running out of hard mats. He's got a decent amount of wood. That's really all where his mats are. He does have the impact weapon with the RPG, so he's gonna be able to do it. Waiting for that zone to move, and then gonna rotate with it. Is actually gonna pull back towards him, which is very, 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 very beneficial. If you are low mats, if you are not that healthy on HP, if you get zone, you are going to do very, very well and stay alive
oh my gosh.
A little bit longer. As there's a player routing their way through, isn't able to capitalize with the RPG. They come through. He's going to try to take the wall. He actually has the wall. RPG is going to connect there for Noel. We'll see if he's going to be able to capitalize. Not going to be able to. Loses track of the player there. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize, and that might be his tipping point. That might be the elimination he really needed, but he just did not get.
He truly did. I mean, he has 0 eliminations, only 67 points. Does miss out on 2, but the grappler is going to find Big 60 on height now. He's running across. Jamper sitting in the zone, though, playing very cheekily right now. And Big 60's got his guard left down just a little bit. Ever so, as we know there's a player in the zone. What is Big 60 going to do? There it is. He's going to get pressure from behind. This is what I just called out. He has to crank up now. The one flopper is really good for him, though. Bouncing back just a little bit. And the battle is on for height, but he has the grappler. He can still cut out. He doesn't have the material to fight for it. He will still go for it, though. I've seen it before. Yes, he does. He puts it all on the table. It's worth it. He takes him out. Paper falls, and now 10 material left. He finds the full refresher. He's back in the game here. He can crank 7 elims, 87 points now, top 10. The good placement points are on the table. They're here to be absorbed by Big 60. Let's see,
and
Clay.
he's looking great doing it. Paper meets scissors in Big 60 there. As 7 eliminations, now looking to capitalize on every single one down below. He's using this grappler very, very perfectly. And you see him just staying one layer above, pressuring. We see reminiscence of Benji Fishy doing this. He does this a lot. He pressures players as they are right near him. He needs to push them down. And that's exactly what he's doing. 3 players remaining, 7 eliminations. RPG gonna drop him down. Someone trying to go for high ground. Nice build fight here from him. He is gonna lose it for the time being, but he is maintaining it now with the builds running out. Actually needs to capitalize, and he is. That's gonna be Kadric going down. Big 60 now dropping down with 20 builds remaining. Shots going through. He is still pretty healthy. Does have time to pop a mini. It's Newell and Yubel versus Big 60. Is Yubel trying to go up for the high ground. Big 60 gonna maintain it. Nice builds here for him. Continued RPG shots going through his pants on low ground. That's Newell going down. Big 60 trying to get the nuts, and he does. 10 eliminations for Big 60 and the victory royale.
The big Dubski right there with the 10 elims, making it all connect, finding all the shots, the big shots, just like his name suggests, the Big 60. From console to PC, he's here to solidify himself amongst the best.
Wow.
Oh, wow, guys.
It's good. It was good.
Before you guys came on, you're like, look, in the green room, you're like, look, guys, look, Zeke, it's Big 60.
I said it.
That's who I wanted to see. And I said, all right, is that you to talk about Monster? You said, yeah, listen, I know. And I said, okay, all right, you got it. Wow, what an unbelievable performance coming out of Big 60 in just more of that clutch Fortnite X factor where it's just, we always assume someone should be eliminated, and they're saying, no, you have to hold on. Believe in me. I believe in all of you now. What we need to do is take a look at the standings, gentlemen. Who, after day 1, sits at the top right now, scoped 172 points. But again, this is going back to the point disparity that you talked about, Monster. It's really not that far apart.
That's right. Players like Scope making these big swings, these big elimination games, all of a sudden find himself propelled up to the top of the board. We saw Nico all throughout the day. We saw a bit of Shark. We saw a bit of Roller, Stretch, someone who I said was kind of there, but we didn't quite know too much of. He's going to be in top 5 as well. Commandment, Isif, Durant, Tragics, and even TJ all have great day 1s. Very much on their way to grand finals. This is only our first page here, Clay.
And it's a very stacked first page. Stretch and Commandment both on there is absolutely insane. That is amazing to see. And we move over to 11th to 20th. Nebraska, Unknown, Illest, Acorn, Astonish, Izzle, right? So many big players. Astonish coming all the way back in from World Cup days. My man still got it in solos, and he's proven it here.
That is right. I mean, I've only been following him on Twitter and seeing some of the posts here and there, but hey, now making waves here on the main stage. That's what I'm talking about. You also give respect to all the players here, even players like Bizzle coming up. As the competition gets kind of stiffer and stiffer, Bizzle shines more and more. You take out the players that are aggressive and you put them into those stacked lobbies, he tends to perform well, and that's what we're looking at here. And all the way down there, Big 60 on PC. This shows you why you don't count yourself out. You keep your mentality there. You can come back from the last pages to the front pages. Big 60 is here now alongside everyone else.
And I want to point out Zate, who had a great day, but we didn't really see much of him, but still consistency being rewarded. And now on this 8th page, you will see 80th place is 96 points. So I believe the same point threshold as Europe. Everything's shaping up. But big names to note that are on the cusp. Mega, Kanata, Knight, Jamper, right there within. They're qualifying now, but we still have tomorrow where anybody could move up into the top 80.
That's right. Anyone can move up. Players can fall behind. It's a matter of staying consistent. That's the best part about the new introduction of the format, the 2-day formats. I love that. Players can shine all the way through, Zeke.
That is the biggest question, man, that's left in our mind is tomorrow, are they going to shine more tomorrow? are these points enough to pad them and potentially push them into that top 80, which is what everyone is looking to aim for. We'll have to see. Tomorrow is the conclusion, and we will have a good idea of what 80 will be moving on. Gentlemen, what I'd like to do is very quickly give you an opportunity to say final thoughts. Monster, I'm coming to you first. Just real quick for me.
Final thoughts. This was crazy. Keep it up, guys. If you did well today, and if you did not do well today, reset tomorrow. Tomorrow's a fresh day. Come in strong because it's all going down, man. I want to see you guys in the grand finals.
That's right. Now, Clay, I'm going to give you an opportunity tomorrow because I'm getting word we got to go. It's time to leave. The battle bus is leaving. Fortnite fan, we will be back tomorrow for more of the FNCS Invitational, and Clay will be here too. So stop on through.